float that to my comment.
Everybody ready?
Yes, thank you, sir.
All right. I now call this meeting of the Ann Arbor Public School Board of Education to order. I would like to remind everyone that this is a hybrid meeting and that some of our presenters and audience may join by Zoom. Ms. Ozinski, may we have a roll call, please?
Sorry. Wasn't quite. 1 second. Here we go. Is it on? Trustee Muhammad?
Here.
President Feaster?
Here.
Trustee Wilkins?
Here.
Trustee Wilkes?
Present.
Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Present.
Trustee Schmidt?
Present.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. Trustees, you have received the agenda. Are there any changes? May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second?
Who said second? Trustee Wilkes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Thank you. It has been moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? May we have a roll call, please?
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
And Trustee Basquette?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. I would like to introduce the non-voting member at the table, Ms. Jazz Parks, Superintendent of Schools.
Thank you. Good evening.
That brings us down to the land acknowledgement statement. I'll turn it over to Trustee Wilkerson.
Thank you. We acknowledge that the Ann Arbor Public Schools District occupies the ancestral, traditional, and contemporary lands of the Anishinaabeg, Three Fires Confederacy, the Odawa, the Ojibwe, and the Potawatomi. The taking of this land was formalized in a process alien to Native cultures by the Treaty of Detroit in 1807. The Ann Arbor Public Schools recognizes that many other Native peoples lived on this land at different times, including the Fox, Sauk, Shawnee, Kickapoo, Miami, Muscatoon, and Cherokee, many of whom were forcibly removed from their homelands. Acknowledgement by itself is a small gesture and does not exist in the past or solely in a historical context. Colonialism is current and ongoing process, and we understand our responsibility in educating students about our participation. We further recognize the ongoing relationship and dependence upon and respect for all living beings of earth, sky, and water. It is our responsibility to care for this land, and we honor with our deepest gratitude the Native people who have and will continue to steward it for generations.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. I believe that brings us down to public commentary. The board would like to remind everyone the individuals who have signed up for public commentary will have their names called and are given an opportunity to speak or have comments read by members of our staff. Commenters will receive up to 4 minutes, with a total of no more than 45 minutes allowed for the public commentary period. When your name is called, please come forward and speak at the microphone. To help manage your time, a clock will be placed on the screen in front of you. We would like to remind everyone that public comments generally pertain to the Ann Arbor Public School District matters. Comments about individuals are expressly prohibited. Also, please understand that board members do not respond to public comments, but we will listen carefully and will follow up as appropriate. Ms. Ozinski, how many times do we have this evening?
We have 78 signed up this evening, and each will get 35 seconds.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski.
And I'll read a couple. Here we go. Michelle Ding, then Catherine Archibald.
Dear member of the Board of Education and AAPS administration, we, the Burns Park Elementary PTO, stand in full support of our dedicated teachers and staff. They're the heart of our school, providing not only an exceptional education, but also a nurturing and inspiring environment for our children. Yet many are struggling, working additional jobs, commuting long distances, or considering leaving the profession because they cannot afford to live in the very community they serve. While we recognize the financial challenges AAPS faces, failing to address teacher compensation would only deepen the crisis. Years of salary freezes, unfulfilled cost of living increases, and now a sharp rise in health insurance premiums have created an unsustainable situation.
Thank you, ma'am. Time is up. Catherine Archibald, Janet Yang. I'm a parent of 2 Clegg middle schoolers. Please pause your plans to do massive construction in Northeast Ann Arbor starting this spring. You have 3 new board members now, and as many of you know from prior board meetings, there is huge public opposition to the APS construction plans for the new Logan Elementary on Clegg Middle School grounds, as well as for the new Thurston School, much closer to the treasured nature center of the Thurston Pond. Please pause your plans for construction so that you can get proper community input about these plans, which has not happened. Please plan multiple town halls that are well advertised so community members can be informed in advance and bring forth their ideas and well, we can hear that one. Janet Yang, then Yasmin Mall. My name is Janet Yang, and I'm a proud member of the Student Council and PTSO student rep at Huron High School. I'm writing to urge the BOE to support and fund after-school clubs, as they are invaluable to both students and the dedicated teachers who make these opportunities possible. At Huron, clubs are more than just extracurricular activities. They allow students to explore their passions, develop leadership skills, and enhance their college applications. Many students have achieved their academic and career aspirations thanks to the experiences and mentorship gained through these clubs. However, none of this would be possible without our teachers. Yasmin Mole, then Michael Lempert. I've heard that Policy 1300 is under review, and I'm concerned that board members are considering abolishing board-designated groups. This possibility was raised in the past. At a time of rising authoritarianism nationwide that disproportionately impacts the most vulnerable and marginalized communities, why is our school board dismantling our own grassroots structures of accessibility, equity, and inclusion? Since 2009, the advisory boards have been representing important voices in our community that are often overlooked and sidelined, including our special education students and parents. Michael Lempert, then Sadaf Ali. I was alarmed to learn that some wish to eliminate all board-designated groups that have had a voice in APS for nearly 15 years. These groups represent vulnerable populations. The very idea that such groups, from special education to the Black Parent Group, should be abolished runs against the ideals of inclusion embraced by our school system and school board. These efforts also echo efforts at the national level to target the disabled and roll back investment in addressing anti-Black racism. Sadaf Ali, then Sonia Chawla. Sadaf writes, removing of Arab Advisory Board and other boards. He probably planned to be here. Okay, Sonia Chawla, then Bill Hanna.
He's coming.
When you hear your name, just come on up.
Sorry about that. I thought the other comment would be longer. Okay. So as our federal government dissolves into autocracy, maintaining democratic norms at the local level becomes even more critical. Eliminating a write-in option from public commentary and removing board-recognized status from AAPS community organizations will obliterate these norms. These venues for public education are vital, or for public engagement, are vital. Our community is beautifully diverse, and in that diversity, there are people who cannot attend meetings in person for work, family, or health reasons. Silencing these voices by requiring a physical presence for public commentary effectively cuts our most vulnerable populations out of the democratic process. I urge you to make no changes to public commentary and board-recognized groups. Thank you.
Bill Hanna, then Perry Stone Palmquist.
Has AAPS stopped maintenance and repairs to schools that are slated for replacement? Parent after parent described terrible conditions at Thurston at both board meetings and to the media. Descriptions of a child unable to find a working toilet, leaking gym roof, broken HVAC system. Students and staff suffer when descriptions like these are used as leverage rather than properly addressed. The promise of a shiny new school doesn't release you from providing a safe and proper learning environment right now.
Perry Stone Palmquist, then Victor Mendoza. I am writing to express my deep concern regarding the proposed changes to public commentary and the treatment of board-approved groups. More than ever, we need parent, student, and youth involvement in our schools locally and nationally. This should look like accepting written feedback to honor that as many do not have the capacity to attend meetings. It is also a reasonable accommodation for those with disabilities. We are also concerned about eliminating affinity groups who bring more important perspectives that may be missing from key conversations. This feels like an attempt to silence the voices of those that need to be heard most. Victor Mendoza, then Rachel Stucker.
Education is under attack across the nation at all levels, from Ann Arbor Public Schools to the universities where I teach. We all know that a direct target of the attack is anything that might be even remotely related to DEI. I suspect eliminating the parent and family groups, APISA, the Arab American group, the Black and Parent and Student group, the Special Ed group would be seen as in compliance with the president's authoritarian mandates. But I urge us all to resist the urge to perform anticipatory obedience. We also have basic obligations to students and members of our community, particularly the most vulnerable, and yet the stakes here go beyond the fates of those individuals. Thank you.
Rochelle Stucker, then Basit Zafar. As a parent of a student with an IEP, I urge you not to eliminate reporting time for APAC and other groups. Additionally, it's impossible for single-parent households and those of us who lack evening childcare for our young and/or disabled children to attend meetings to present comments in person. This expectation also places an undue burden on parents, caregivers with disabilities, irregular work schedules, or who depend on public transport. Do not silence our voices. Basit Zafar, then Julia Blau. I am an Ann Arbor parent of 3 school-aged children. I have come to learn that the board is reviewing Policy 1300 and considering removing all board-designated groups. These groups have historically allowed our various sub-communities that tend to be marginalized, such as special needs, Arab American, etc., to voice their concerns directly to the board. In the current moment, when rights of various groups, but especially minorities, are in jeopardy, and there is an onslaught on basic freedoms, this is quite shocking. Ann Arbor has a history of inequities. Instead of trying to actively undo them and to provide voice of these sub-communities, the board is considering the opposite. Julia Blau, then Maria Lopez Chiwarkarn. I am writing to urge the board to continue to allow written comments during regular meetings and to continue allowing recognized parent groups. The meetings are held at a location that is not serviced by public transportation. The meetings are held during dinner and bedtime for parents with young children. Limiting input from parents is an abdication of your duties as board members. Maria Lopez Chiwarkarn, then Julia.
They're going to add.
I will,
They're
when I
gonna
get
add-
through reading or get through the entire 78 member list here, I will ask if I've missed anyone. Okay? There was no, I didn't see a comment. I didn't see comments.
We're going
I'm
to take
sorry.
a break here. You can talk to me or Ms. Ozinski during the break, and we can try to address it.
Maria Lopez Chiwarkarn, then Julia Kalmbasa. I'm a parent at Ann Arbor Open. I am Mexican American and my spouse is Thai. Our child is learning about his 2 cultures both at school and at home. The Latinx community is at APS is incredibly small, and so is the APS. APISA has served as a place where my child and spouse can feel represented. I understand that the current White House administration is threatening all people of marginalized communities, but please consider making a difference in our communities here at home. Please allow this parent advisory group to continue being a formal APS advisory group. Julia Kambasa, then Hyo Yoon Bang. I'm submitting a comment in regard to the discussion of Policy 1300. As a former APS parent, a former teacher, an education scholar, and a teacher educator, I find the proposed elimination of board-designated groups very concerning. I'm very aware of the diversity within the APS district, and it seems unconscionable to take measures to eliminate structures that ensure the entire school district community is represented in the board's decision-making processes. In particular, these board-designated groups ensure the inclusion of marginalized community members. The removal of these groups would go against the district's very own strategic equity plan. Kyo Yung Bang, followed by Lisa Carhero. Eliminating the Asian Pacific Islander and South Asian American, a PISA group, would be a step backward in fostering diversity and inclusion within our schools. In a district like Ann Arbor Public Schools, where 13.6% of students identify as Asian or Pacific Islander, it's crucial to have spaces that uplift their voices, celebrate their heritage, and provide a sense of belonging. Groups like APISA help create a more inclusive environment by highlighting the culture and contributions of these communities while also offering support and advocacy. Removing this group would not only erase an important source, but also send the wrong message. Lisa Carahero, then Arika Laikhan. Who will advise you if you remove the advisory groups? These groups exist because the district curriculum, representation, and equity plan is seriously lacking. Will you scrub the website of APISA's work? Is APISA no longer eligible for district funding or space to meet? By removing district-approved advocacy groups, the board and administration is moving our district further in a conservative right-wing direction. Disenfranchising advocacy groups from the systemically marginalized communities is not in alignment with our community values. Removing groups is equal to erasing our community. Erica Lycan, then Jill Casara. I have heard that there is talk or potential action of removing Policy 1300 and potentially removing all board-designated groups, which is deeply concerning. Allowing these groups to have a voice is deeply important, especially in a climate of fascism and repression. We need to ensure that marginalized communities have their voices represented and heard and have access to participate and comment in a meaningful, inclusive way. Please do not disassemble this provision or these groups. Please do not silence these voices. Jill Casara, then Markel Miller. Paisley Elementary TAs are some of the hardest working people in the school system. They have an incredible burden to care for our most vulnerable students. The work that they provide to students with special needs also results in an enormous benefit to all students and teachers by helping to enrich the learning environment and reduce classroom disruptions. The Paisley TAs are overburdened by the low ratio of providers to consumers of these services. All students at Paisley deserve equal access to education. Paisley TAs need more support. Please increase the number of full-time TA positions at Paisley, a Title I school, at which the need for one-to-one services has far exceeded the allotted resources. Markel Miller, then Richard Casara. As a parent of current Paisley students, I'm submitting comments in support of Paisley Elementary, our teachers and TAs, and the need for additional TAs at Paisley. There are around 16 mainstream classroom kids who need a full-time aide, yet there are only 3 or 4 aides in our school, so they are extremely overloaded and these children are not getting the support they deserve and desperately need. Please consider appropriately staffing the TA roles at Paisley to support these kids and the entire learning community there. Richard Kasara, then Pravina Ramaswamy. Paisley Elementary TAs need more support to help our students and community succeed. Please allocate additional resources to Paisley TAs who provide critical one-to-one support to our special needs students and benefit all of the students and teachers. Pravina Ramaswamy, then Min Song.
Pause. Before you move forward with your site plans, please take a moment to ensure that they align with the City of Ann Arbor City Council's 2001 commitment to protect Millers Creek. The planned removal of habitats, extensive earthwork, and the near total loss of green spaces is directly in conflict to Millers Creek Improvement Plan. These changes would have serious consequences for the stability and health of the Huron River, beginning right here at Millers Creek, which flows from the Thurston Pond. Did you consult with the Huron River Watershed, the Millers Creek Action Team? No. And now that you've been made aware by email, The Board of Education is obligated to ensure that the design does not harm our fragile ecosystems or jeopardize the city's multi-million-dollar investments in Northeast Ann Arbor's watershed.
Min Song, then Woodrow R. Williams II. I was informed that the APS board is planning to vote on removing the APISA group, and as a parent of Korean American children, I'm gravely concerned that this idea was even proposed. Such an action could lead to diminished visibility of Asian identities within the district and the discontinuation of events that celebrate our heritage. During this present time of tumultuous change, it is more crucial than ever to ensure that our existence, heritage, and culture are validated, protected, and celebrated in society. I've always felt safe sending my children to APS, but I'm not sure I can feel that way from now on after hearing this news. Woodrow R. Williams II, followed by Ji Ya Chung.
So, as a parent of 3 Ann Arbor Public School children in a household that is multicultural and multi-religious, I think it's pure insanity that the board would be considering disillusioning or dissolving these advisory boards, especially a time like this. The world that we live in like today, politically and socially, and what is happening in the world on the local level, the state level, and the federal level, to even consider that, to me, is crazy. And that's something that you guys need to consider and hear the voices that are being raised today, and really take that into consideration when you make a decision.
Thank you. Ji Ye Chung, followed by Peter Andruskowitz. Ann Arbor is a strong and thriving community because of and thanks to its diversity. I'm writing here because I was alarmed at the news that APS was considering to shut down the APISA Parent Advisory Group. As an Asian American parent, even that consideration is very troubling and disappointing. Parents need a voice to advocate or represent, and I believe that the APISA group can do just that. APS should not shut down, but further encourage meaningful and active conversations between parents and within the community by supporting such groups' activities. Everyone loses when we are divided, but we also lose if we lose our identities, following the myth that we are a melting pot. Peter Andruskowitz, followed by Paula Walker. It is very disappointing to hear that the APS Board of Education is considering limiting or eliminating written public commentary, especially immediately after being inundated with comments in disagreement with the decision the board has made. This sends a very clear signal that some on the board are not interested in hearing the voices of those they claim to serve when those voices don't agree with them. It is despicable, cowardly behavior. Paula Walker, followed by Young Cheng Cho. Hello, board. I am disappointed that such a diverse board would consider not allowing online comments. I cannot be the only parent who came from a home where my parents worked various hours to be able to afford sending us to a better school district. There is so much wrong with only accepting comments from members from the community that have the privilege of being in person. Not all families work 9 to 5. You know this. Not all families have 2 parents to help watch their kids so the other can attend. I was also shocked to learn that you are considering reviewing Policy 1300, which will keep certain marginalized groups from contributing to these meetings. Young Cheng Cho, followed by Kelly MacArthur. I recently learned that the APS board is considering a vote to eliminate the APISA group. And as a parent of Korean American children, I find this deeply distressing. It is crucial for our community to recognize, preserve, and celebrate the diverse histories and cultures that enrich it. Groups like APISA play a vital role in helping our children understand and embrace their identities, while also educating the broader community about the rich diversity of Asian cultures. Eliminating such a group would be a step backward in our commitment to fostering an inclusive environment, a value that is fundamental to the Ann Arbor Public Schools. Kelly MacArthur, then Sarah Shea. Kelly MacArthur just says classroom TAs, I'm sorry. Sarah Shea, followed by Allison Carey. The proposed changes to public commentary and reports from board-approved groups will prevent many of our community members' voices from being meaningfully included in these public meetings. Your stance on this issue tells us a lot about your view of your role and your commitment to community engagement. Parents, teachers, and community members who do not have access to transportation, who work in the evenings, or who cannot secure childcare would be disproportionately impacted by this policy. The current board-approved group reports provide you and the community with the opportunity to hear from those who are most connected. Allison Carey, then Kelly MacArthur.
Please continue to allow write-in public commentary. It allows for more transparency and more open dialogue. It helps those with childcare, transportation, health, or mobility issues, and those with work obligations to be able to participate. Please consult the Huron River Watershed Council regarding Miller's Creek Shed. The maintenance and care of the Miller Creek Shed and the Thurston flood mitigation is through a long committed partnership between the city, county, township, and University of Michigan. Please honor this partnership for the sake of health and safety and best possible outcome given the circumstances.
Kelly MacArthur, then Jordan Else. Beasley Elementary TAs are working at a ratio of 4 or 5 special needs children to 1 TA across many mainstream classrooms. This is absolutely unacceptable. Not only is this unfair to ask of these caring, hardworking adults, but there is no way that children with special needs are getting the support they need and deserve. This also affects the rest of the student body. There is lack of support for dysregulated behavior, which leads to classroom disruption and sometimes violence against students and staff. In addition, this places an extra burden on classroom teachers who are trying to support 20 to 30 students. Jordan Else, then
Hi, guys.
Jennifer Oldham.
I was going to read my own statement, but Huron got cut off because commentary was shut early, so I'll speak on behalf of the Huron teachers. We write to express our deep concern with the proposal to change public commentary and limit the speaking time of affinity groups. We acknowledge that board meetings have increased in length and arduousness. We would like to invite the board to consider the impact of revoking time for previously approved community groups, many of which represent our most marginalized students, at a moment when these students are most in need of visible support. We appreciate the board's efforts to stay open to community input, sharing a variety of options for community members looking to contact them. We stress that this cannot be considered as a substitute for public commentary. We want to affirm the value of both parents and students as our essential partners in public education. Their voices must be heard to ensure that the district remains accountable to its stakeholders. I also want to note that Kelly MacArthur's statement is in the document that was on there at 5:30. So we'll keep a list.
I'll do what I can do. Jennifer Oldham, then Stephen Edwards. Dear BOE, your meetings frequently run too late, forcing you to make important decisions past normal waking hours when all of you are tired. You are also our spokespeople in the oldest part of the American representative democracy. We need you to maintain public discourse, not curtail it. You must provide avenues for community members and recognize communities to express their experiences and opinions in public forums. You must continue to collect and make available written commentary. As you know, the decisions you face are difficult, and the knowledge and experience community members need to share rarely fits in the available speaking time. Steve Edwards, then Charlotte Beal.
Well, I was disappointed to hear that the Thurston construction will progress while students are present. I was encouraged to hear President Feaster's commitment during the last meeting to accommodate moving of students who would not be successful in a construction zone. I've applied for in-district transfer, and I'm hopeful that you'll prioritize our request based upon that commitment. All 3 of my students at Thurston have IEPs for ADHD, autism, and dyslexia. We feel, and our children's doctors and therapists agree in writing, that this will be detrimental to their well-being and education. Please make good on your commitment. Please give my students the same free and appropriate public education that their non-disabled peers have and that they're entitled to under the law.
Charlotte Beal, then Jackie Moylanen. Charlotte Beal? No. I understand that the volume of public coming at times, but I urge you not to do away with written public commentary. This is an important forum for those who are unable to attend board meetings in person for a variety of reasons, as well as a useful reference for the community to see which issues are of interest across APS. As a compromise, it would be reasonable to continue to collect written comments from everyone and post them fully online with the board materials, but only have comments read at the meeting if the commenter is attending in person. Jackie Moylanen, then Andy Labar. Public commentary. How can you take away people's voices? People send in public commentary because we have children, no transportation to get to the meetings, second or third jobs, and lives outside of APS. These meetings are held during dinner and bedtime for parents of younger children. If you want commentary in person, are you going to feed my child with the catered dinner the board members get? If you're considering moving public commentary to the end of meetings, are you going to start the meetings earlier to accommodate the meeting length? I think it's time to listen to the people and respond to their comments, or get rid of the current board members if the board decides our voices don't matter. Andy Labar, then Claire McMurtry. One second.
Ms. Ozinski, how far
Here we go, I
through?
got it.
How far through are you?
We're at 42.
After this, let's take a break. We need to allow trustees and other people to break fast.
Okay.
You want to wait? You want to just keep going?
If there's other Muslims that are here that want to break, but I can do it here.
Okay. It sounds like we can
This is
continue.
so people don't wait.
Okay, we're going to continue.
Okay. Andy Labar. Okay, we write in strong and complete support of the full preservation and protection of the Thurston Nature Center and its important body of water, Thurston Pond, in its entirety. We ask that you delay any further action on this site until additional information can be provided and considered. We recognize and respect you are all the duly elected school board with jurisdiction on these decisions. The communication is necessary because of the unique nature of the site and its potential for broad environmental impacts throughout Washtenaw County. We have heard from many of our constituents in the Thurston area and across Washtenaw County with concerns about APS's development of this location. All right. Claire McMurtry, then James Freeland. Prepare professional support at Hayes Elementary. And I'm sorry, yes. And then James Freeland. Go ahead.
Several trustees have told us they're upset with Gilbane and Capital Programs for lying in order to stage Thurston, or lying in order to avoid staging Thurston. In fact, it's only because of us that the board plans to change that relationship moving forward. The fight for Thurston is over, but it's not over because of us. It's over because of the staggering cowardice of this board. Hundreds and hundreds of people begged you to stage Thurston. We literally spoon-fed you diagrams and plans from experts. This was your easiest test, and you failed miserably. For Gilbane and Capital Programs, massive win. They had to beat us. If they didn't lie to win, they risked emboldening future communities to fight like we did. They dog-walked this entire board, and they're going to continue doing it. Good luck.
Danielle Capitan, then Naja Robinson-Meyer.
Hi, I'm a teacher at Tappan, and I'm here to oppose any restrictions on public commentary and marginalized or groups that represent our most marginalized students. I don't have much that hasn't already been said, but I do want to point out to the board that we've already restricted people's ability to access this very public meeting by hosting it in one of the most remote locations in Ann Arbor. It takes an hour and a half to get here via public transportation, and most of that is walking and in the street with no sidewalk for a lot of it. And a lot of our teachers are caregivers and work second jobs, at least in my building, and so they're not able to attend tonight. So please reconsider. Thank you.
Najda Robinson-Meyer, then Fang Chung. Dear Ann Arbor Board of Education, I am reaching out to express my deep, deep concerns about eliminating electronic comments to the board to be read and requiring in-person attendance to voice comments and concerns. I'm also very disappointed about the prospect of eliminating special advisory groups. You are elected by the Ann Arbor community to represent us, and you should be wanting more community involvement instead of trying to eliminate it. If you were to not allow write-in comments and require people to be in person, this would severely limit community involvement. There are times when community members are taking care of children or loved ones. Fang Chung, followed by Ed Traeger. Question for Trustee Schmidt and Trustee Basquette. How much does a child's life worth to you? 0, because they are not your children, or 1 billion when something bad happens to the kids and APS gets sued? For us parents, every kid is priceless. Please step down since you don't care our kids. Ed Traeger, then Sadaf Ali.
Modifying the Ann Arbor School Board Policy 1300 to eliminate participation by board designated representative organizations strikes me as a complete abnegation of the board's fundamental duty to the public, our students, and our families. It's actually a privilege that we have a group for special education, the Arab American Advisory Group, Youth, Gender, and Sexuality Alliance, and I could go on, the Black Parent Student South Asian, Asian Pacific Islander, all these groups. What a privilege. It makes tremendous sense that these organizations have and should continue to have a role in guiding and enriching the diversity of our schools.
Thank you, sir. Time is up. Thank you very much. Sadaf Ali, then Claire McMurtry. All right. Sadaf writes removal of Arab Advisory and other boards. I think they plan to be here. I apologize. That's all I have. Oh, boy. Boy. All right. I'll have to go back and look. Claire McMurtry, then, Andy Brocious. And Claire just has a statement of paraprofessional support at Hazley Elementary. Oh, did we already call her? Oh, I know, I've been looking. Okay. Yeah, and she's got the wrong date in here. That's all right. Maybe 1 sec. No, I apologize. I don't see anything. Okay. Andy Brocious, then Jiwon Lim. Okay. Hello, my name is Andy, and I'm an APS parent and alumnus. I'm writing to strongly discourage the board from caving to Trumpism by not approving or recognizing our Arab Advisory Group, Asian American Advisory Group, and other groups advocating for the needs of our vulnerable community members. Now more than ever, we need to remain steadfast in our commitment to inclusion. Additionally, I understand the board is considering no longer allowing comments from community members who cannot attend meetings in person. As I write this, I'm recovering from surgery. Even when I'm recovered, I will still be disabled. I hope my voice matters here, whether or not I can afford to sustain the damage to my body in person. Jiwon Lim, then Nuri Bai. As an Asian parent, a PISA group is crucial for my children and the school community. Nuri Bai, then Mijong Zheng. I strongly oppose the dissolution of the PISA Parent Advisory Group. APS has a significant Asian student population, and this group plays a crucial role in ensuring their voices are heard. Eliminating it would weaken representation, reduce cultural acknowledgement, and send a discouraging message to our community. I urge the board to uphold equity and inclusion by voting to keep a PISA. Mijong Zheng, then Jennifer Tenkanau. We need to keep a PISA for our diverse and safe community and future generation. Jennifer Tenkanau, then Birgit Reich. I'm writing on behalf of the Hazley School community. Our community, comprising teachers, staff leaders, neighborhood members, parents, and families, works tirelessly to ensure the success of our school. Currently, there are 16 students in mainstream classrooms who require a full-time aide. We only have 4 TAs available. That means each child is only getting 25% of what they deserve. This shortage significantly impacts the entire classroom. When students do not receive the necessary support, learning suffers, experiences decline, and both students and teachers feel overwhelmed. In some cases, safety becomes a concern. Birgit Reich, followed by Carol Guo.
Regarding Thurston, over the next 4 years, you want to destroy berms, wetland, a big rain garden, oak savanna, and cut down trees. Then you want to develop a huge new construction site on hydraulic soil using specialized techniques and materials to minimize environmental impact and ensure structural integrity, and add water tanks and sump pumps. Then you want to develop new bus lanes and a parking lot. Then you want to demolish the old building, bus lane, and parking lot to build a rain garden and green space. And that costs less than staging the school at New Logan while rebuilding on site. What is the financial plan for ongoing maintenance when building in wetlands?
Thank you. Carol Guo, followed by Eugene Kim. Asian American voices should be heard. Please keep a PISA American Parent Advisory Group. Eugene Kim, followed by Kristen Ochimogo. I oppose the abolition of the APISA Parent Advisory Group. That is because I want diversity to be respected, and I believe that APISA contributes to that. Kristen Ochimogo, then Jung-Soo An. I am writing to support retaining written public commentary and access to speak for all approved affinity groups. Silencing the voices of organized, marginalized communities and individuals without physical access to meetings continues to erode trust with the community. It may not be your intent, but this is the only district space where I have felt heard. It is one of the few spaces where I gain understanding of communities and buildings in which I am not involved. It is a space where inequities across the district can be brought to light and therefore fixed. I urge you to reconsider this decision and to prioritize accessibility and community engagement. Jung-Soo An, then Chris Ernst. Removal of APISA and Arab American advocacy groups. Chris Ernst, then Nancy Khalil. As a current Thurston parent, I would like to thank the board for not delaying the Thurston plan. All sides had their chance to present their views and did so very respectfully. I hope, as a community, that we can begin to heal, listen to each other, respect differences of opinion, and resist the urge to drive further wedges and divisions between neighbors. If the outcome were reversed, I'm sure the good folks of Let Thurston Play would be similarly magnanimous. Nancy Khalil, then Isaac Yao. I would like to learn the history of the advisory groups and the process to add them to the board leading up to the process to discuss whether to remove them completely. What work is being undone by this consideration? What efforts are we losing? Does everyone on the board know? At a time when discrimination, hate crimes, and bullying is at an all-time high, we are discussing removing one of the few tools we have to hear from and prioritize marginalized groups. There was a proposal by a group last year to add a much-needed Muslim advisory group, and instead of adding that, why are we now discussing eliminating identity-based groups? Isaac Yao, then Lena Kaufman. I just learned today that today's board meeting will include a discussion about potentially dissolving the APISA group. This is deeply concerning, as so many families are from these countries, are part of APS, contributing to its rich diversity. Eliminating this group would undermine the inclusivity that makes our community so strong. I firmly believe that APISA should be preserved, safeguarded, and supported to continue fostering a welcome and diverse environment for all. Lena Kaufman, then Adelaide Lancaster. Dear trustees, it has been 1,813 days, almost 5 years, since the Board of Education started reading written public comments in lieu of having people speak in person. It was an emergency measure at the time, but that emergency has long since passed, and it is time for the Ann Arbor Board of Education to join every other school district in the state in leaving COVID measures behind. There are things to learn, however, and one of those is that the public greatly appreciated this way of communicating with the board because it allowed their written message to be part of the public record of meetings. I'm therefore writing to ask the board that if we will no longer read public commentary, Adelaide Lancaster, then Becca Hogan. I'm writing to urge you to engage in a participatory and public process before changes are made to policies around public participation and public commentary at APS board meetings. Restricting access to cross-community communication and transparent communication with the board and administration, especially at this moment, feels unnecessarily damaging. Our district is already struggling with public engagement, high levels of dissatisfaction, and people saying they feel unheard. Presumably, a shift in the policy is being sought because board meetings are long. This concern needs to be balanced with the needs of the community. Becca Hogan, then Monica Martin. I'm dismayed to hear that you are planning to cut written commentary from being read at BOE meetings and are considering cutting the ability of parent affinity groups to speak openly at your meetings, including the PTO Council. In a time where public education is under attack at the federal level, we at the community level must do more to listen and work together as a united front for the benefit of all students. Please reconsider your plans to cut commentary. You can and should do better. We elected you to listen and engage with us. Monica Martin, then Zara Sayem. Monica Martin. This is APS Education Responsibility to the Student. Zara Sayem, then Grace Christensen. Are you Zara? Oh, okay.
Hello, good evening. I'm a AAPS teacher here. I fasted for Ramadan today and still made it here because I'm deeply dismayed by the recent actions proposed about limiting free speech with the public commentary and shutting down our affinity groups. As we all know, listening to our community members is incredibly important, and it is really the success for how we can help with our schools and how we can support our most marginalized students. And for a year coming to these meetings and hearing as a teacher how all of our attacks on healthcare and whatnot, this is the focus, is incredibly disheartening in this time where Department of Education cuts are being considered and freedom of speech is continuously clamped down. Do better, please.
Grace Christensen, then Nicole Bonovich. Grace Christensen. I'm writing to express my deep concern and disappointment regarding the proposed changes to public commentary and the treatment of board-approved groups, including groups representing Black parents, Arab American families, families of students with disabilities, AAPI communities, and families of transgender and queer students. Restricting comments to in-person only will decrease accessibility for adults who do not have alternative care for their children or who work during the evenings. Such a decision would silence voices that it is important for the board to hear. Please preserve time for affinity groups to speak for write-in participation in meetings. Nicole Bonovich, then Mary Quee. Please stop this nonsense of falling into conservatism. What is happening right now politically needs to stop. We need to make sure minority groups have proper representation and a way for voices to be heard. Please keep Asians and Arab American advisory groups in place. Mary Quee, then Caitlin Anagnostu. AAPS Arab and Asian advisory groups are a necessary part of our school system. These practices keep our children and neighbors safe. Caitlin Anagnostu, then Rima Hasuna. You, as members of the board, were elected and have taken an oath to represent your constituents. To remove the Arab and Asian representative groups is an egregious mistake, and you, the board members, will face a multitude of consequences from the very constituents that voted to put you in your position. Think carefully about your decisions going forward, the consequences that will come for this board and the community it serves. Rima Hassani, then Shiva Nitsos.
I am deeply concerned that the board is reviewing Policy 1300 and considering the termination of board-designated groups. This board action would be egregious in our era of increasing authoritarianism. Our board-designated advisory groups have advocated for and amplified the voices of marginalized and overlooked students and their families in this community. The AAPS board must continue supporting this advocacy. Do not terminate board-designated advisory groups. And thank you.
Shiyu Nitsos, then Courtney Hall. APS APISA American Parent Advisory Group should not be removed. It is a very important group that helps students to be confident about their culture and identity. Courtney Hall, then Jonah Siegel. In a time when our nation's leaders are making decisions based on the wants of a select and elite few versus being concerned about all people, I'm appalled that APS is considering doing the same by potentially voting out Policy 1300. Removing Policy 1300 could have devastating effects on some of the unique educational challenges that students from diverse backgrounds face. These advisory groups were initiated to help students of an array of ethnicities to navigate the school system, identify unique challenges that they face, and secure resources, as well as to educate AAPS about their histories and societal contributions. Jonah Siegel, then Bashar Almadani. I urge the board to continue allowing remote commentary through submitted comments such as this one. As a disabled parent in the AAPS community, meetings are typically impossible for me to attend, but that does not mean that my voice isn't important. I also implore the board to not end commentary by affinity groups, who represent my interests and the interests of many other AAPS families. We need to amplify the voices of our marginalized community members, not add additional barriers to their participation. Thank you. Bashar Almadani, then Asma Zani. I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed dissolution of the Arab American Advisory Group. At a time when Arab, Muslim, and Palestinian students and families are facing heightened discrimination, eliminating this vital advisory body would send a devastating message that their voices, concerns, and safety are not priorities for this district. It is especially alarming that the school board itself originally established this group over 10 years ago in response to concerns that Arab students were not succeeding in the district and were leaving for charter schools. The group was created to address these disparities, foster inclusion, and ensure that Arab American students had the support they need to thrive. Asma Zani. It was brought to my attention that Policy 1300 is under review, and the board is considering eliminating various board-designated groups. In keeping with the AAPS mission, these board-designated groups are meant to be a voice and representation for marginalized groups. They were formed to also support the board, the teachers, and overall community. In a time where a political climate is targeting some and social services are becoming scarce, the board should be standing firm in support of the various board groups and not backpedal, as it will create more fear and frustration. The trust of the board is eluding many parents and children across APS. That is all I have for public commentary. Did I miss anyone? Okay. President Feaster,
Yes.
what would you like to do?
Please come forward. We need a break.
I don't think 5 do. 4 minutes.
Well, I know earlier we said we were going to maybe take a break so we could figure it out, but if we know what it is, let's just...
Yeah, we just... 1 second, please. 1 second, please. Trustee Muhammad.
So just quickly, there are two comments that we're seeing on our end.
Yeah. I had to completely
I
redo
know
the
it
thing.
was a lot. Did you find
Given
it?
that, let's take a 5-minute
So
break.
Sadaf
We're going to figure
and
out what all
Claire.
the comments are, and then you can...
If you would just,
and then
when you
also-
come to if you didn't hear your name, if you come to the podium, please say your name, and then we'll give you 35.
Do we need to take a break so you can find these comments that Trustee Muhammad's talking about?
Why don't we take a break?
Let's take a 5-minute break.
Whatever you want to do.
It is 8:08. Let's come back at 8:15.
Yeah.
With recess.
Gavel.
Let's restart.
We'll call this meeting back to order at 8:18 p.m. We left on public comment. I understand there are at least 2 people who were missed.
I do have, if you could hold for just one moment, I do have 2 of the comments that I missed.
Okay.
That I could read quickly before we go to those that I
Please.
missed. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
Ali Sadif says, "Hello, I'm Sadif Ali. I'm an educator, a parent, an activist, and the chair of the Progressive Caucus for the Michigan Democratic Party. I've come to learn that the board is reviewing Policy 13 and considering removing all board-designated groups. These groups have historically allowed marginalized communities, such as special needs, Arab American, etc., to voice their concerns directly to the board. In the current climate, these communities should be given further protection, not less. The Ann Arbor Public School District is incredibly diverse, and that diversity needs to be celebrated. Policy 1300 will result in the district losing a vital source of external expertise, insights, and community engagement." Okay. And then Claire McMurtry, "I'm writing as a concerned parent and volunteer at Hazley Elementary as it relates to the lack of sufficient paraprofessionals for our student population. We currently have about 16 mainstream classroom kids who need full-time aid. There are only 3 or 4 aides at our school, so these dedicated and tireless parapros are extremely overloaded. As a result, these children are not getting the support they deserve and desperately need. Because our parapros are spread so thin, there are daily instances of students interrupting their other classrooms because our team cannot be in 2 places at once. It is unfair to both the kids who need aides as well as those who don't, because their lack of support creates a disruptive learning environment for all." Okay, there we go. And please, again, when you come to the podium, say your name and then your comments. Thank you.
Gina Schneider, current Thurston parent. 4 of you voted not to stage Thurston, citing a need to keep the pre-K and young fives with the rest of the community. I told y'all that staging forces out my 3rd grader and other sensory sensitive kids and families with years of being involved in building relationships at Thurston. I am heartbroken by your lack of attention and the implication that my son's community and experience means so little to you compared to a more favored community. Next is your baffling failure to plan for these neurodivergent kids transferring when it's a known consequence of not staging. All 504 IEP kids who would suffer in your future Thurston must get a guaranteed spot in a school of their choice that can meet their needs. I am baffled that you didn't think of this. Please don't add insult to injury and help us.
Again, Caroline Simrow. I urge this board to continue to support the various advocacy groups that lift up the voices of different interests within our community. I want to believe that our board knows it's important to support the identities of our students and staff and build on the many years of embracing diversity and equity. If, in fact, this board plans to silence those voices, I expect the board can clarify and be transparent as to why this change of silencing these voices are important now. After certain groups are not allowed to have a platform to advocate for themselves, what's the ripple effect? Do we get rid of the Native American Land Acknowledgement, NAPID, Disability Awareness Day, religious holidays, equitable funding for schools? Those are all such essential tenets of our school community.
I believe that concludes public commentary.
If we didn't miss anyone. Okay, I don't see anybody's hands up. We appreciate hearing from our community. The board would like to thank everyone who spoke and shared their comments tonight. We would like to note that all written comments are publicly available on the board in board docs in the public commentary section of tonight's agenda. Ms. Parks, are there any points of clarification?
Just a couple. Pardon me. The comments about from the community about individual students, a member of our team will reach out directly. As it relates to Hazley, we have engaged our substitute provider, EduStaff, who has now developed a substitute-specific program for paraprofessionals, teacher assistants. So they are now sending us specific paraprofessional substitutes. And so as we continue to get more, we are going to work hand in hand with Hazley to see about where they need to be supported with staffing. So we are in the process of doing that. additionally, I think it will be borne out through the board's conversation this evening, but I do want to just comment that there's no intention to eliminate public commentary or affinity groups, and I think things will be clear through the board's conversation this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Parks. I believe that brings us down to reports of association. Ms. Ozinski, do we have any reports of associations?
Yes, we have some representatives for the AAEA that will step forward.
Hello, trustees, thank you very much. I want to thank Fred Klein. He actually isn't in town. He was going to read this for me, but he isn't in town, so he's gifted us his time. I'm here to represent teachers and other support staff members from Hazley, and thank you for acknowledging that. We haven't heard anything about anything, and everybody keeps asking questions, so we thought it would be a good idea, my friend and colleague Emily and I, to reach out to our union reps. So we wrote a letter, and our union was so like, oh, that's great, let's take it to the board. So here we are to read our letter to you, board members. Thank you. Good evening, board trustees. This letter has been written on behalf of the educational staff of Hazley Elementary School and likely others within the district to inform you that one of our greatest concerns for next school year and beyond is the lack of TA and paraprofessional support throughout the district. AAPS TAs are incredibly valuable to our students and our schools, and we will not be able to maintain safety within our classrooms and buildings without them. However, TAs are leaving the district for a variety of reasons, and finding new hires to take up their positions is proving incredibly difficult. Currently, we have 10 teacher assistant jobs posted on the AppleTrack system, and at least 3 of these AppleTrack jobs were posted last summer and have not yet been filled. This does not include the multiple TA sub-positions posted on ASOP at any given time. One addition that I had made, and I guess I printed out the older copy of my letter, is that some of the 10 that are posted are for multiple positions throughout the district. So it's actually more than 10 TA jobs out there. One reason for this difficulty finding TAs to take these jobs is that the TA pay scale is absolutely abysmal. Class C, D, and E TAs, which includes general ed assistants, special education assistants, and ESL assistants, make between $17.08 to $20.03 an hour, depending on which step they are on, and none of the TAs in our building are at that step level at all. None of them are. Which, that's between $26,371.52 and $30,930.41 before taxes. This means that a TA on the highest step has a biweekly take-home pay of roughly $1,100 if they're single and $930 if they file jointly. This is not a living wage, and the TAs in our building make much less than this. These members of our staff help with feeding, toileting, safety, and crisis response, to name just a few of their incredibly important and difficult tasks, which are encompassed by their jobs. They are absolutely integral members of our student support teams, and we simply cannot do our jobs without them, not functionally. Hazley is a Title I school. It has 2 self-contained classrooms, a CI room full of students that would qualify for SXI, and an ASD room, and a Y5 program. And we have a number of students with behavioral needs across all the grade levels who require adult support throughout the day. There are times when we do not have enough hands to stay in compliance with the personal care plans, behavior plans, and accommodations that are included within their IEPs, which are legal documents. The inconsistencies in TA availability within our building is not conducive to the students with special needs, and that depend on consistency and familiarity with the adults that they work with in order to learn the routines and expectations of school. Within the general education setting alone this year, Hazley juggles 6 TAs between 15 students who require their support. And I'm saying this because I'm the one who schedules all these people, so I do know. And that's on a good day, and it doesn't include the TAs that are in the self-contained rooms. This is all the TAs that work in our gen ed settings. And that's on a good day when everyone's present. Meanwhile, we continue to take on new students who require adult support as per their IEPs without any additional staffing to meet this need. We just got a new one today. I'm a little flustered and extremely exhausted and tired because that's who I was with all day. We didn't have a TA. That's who I was with. He was great, by the way. Teachers have less time to prepare for classroom activities because of the high needs of these students and the lack of support that they are getting. And to paint a more complete picture, several of the students who require TA support in the general education setting will and do harm other students and the adult staff members without this support. There are frequent episodes of violence and aggression weekly, if not daily, and much of that is absorbed by our TAs. They are integral in maintaining engagement for these students in order to prevent this dysregulation, and also in recognizing the early stages of an emotional escalation that without intervention does lead to violence. This is a safety concern for all of us, and it is shared by Patrice Gage, our school nurse, who also wrote something that I would be happy to share if I am allowed to, who has advocated for more TA support to APS admin on multiple occasions to no avail. By the end of April, we will have lost 2 of our TAs at Hazley, and next year we will lose 3 more that we know of. They're leaving for various reasons, including but not limited to higher paying jobs elsewhere and the EMU Pathways for Future Educators program. This would all be fine if replacements could be found for their positions, but again, it's hard to find people willing to be physically abused, willing to clean up various bodily fluids, and willing to just generally feel undervalued by their employer on a daily basis for low pay. We know that we are writing this to the teachers union. We did write to the teachers union. But it is an issue that is immensely and directly impacts teachers' abilities to do their jobs, their morale, and not least of all, their safety. Is there any possible way for us to get help with the TA union advocating for a higher living wage, or some method to actually incentivize doing this incredibly hard work that these people do? Having more TA support across our district would be a great benefit to us all, but continuing to lose TAs without being able to replace them will certainly lead to teacher attrition as the job becomes less safe and sustainable. Bringing back building subs would be a huge help as well. We can't continue to do the status quo. APS cannot continue to post TA positions and then sit back to wait for people to apply, only to throw up hands and say, there are just no candidates, or we just don't have the people for these jobs, when no one applies for them. We need to take an active role in actually attracting candidates to work in this district. On behalf of our fellow OSE staff, general ed colleagues, and the TAs who work so hard to keep the ship sailing, because they definitely do. This issue is of the utmost importance. Please advise us on how we can help ensure that this problem is addressed by the district. When we have to face problems in our schools, we work really hard to find solutions, and this is a really, really big problem, and I do know that you touched on that. We want to work together, not adversarial. This isn't like a threatening thing. We want help, because we really, it's dire. We're like in crisis mode. It's horrible. I could cry right now, but I'm really trying hard not to. And I could read what I have from our nurse if I'm allowed to. I don't want to step on anybody's toes. That's not the kind of person I am. Where did it go? There it is. Nurse Patrice writes, I am writing to you as the school nurse at Hazley Elementary. I'm writing out of concern for my school community as well as other AAPS school communities. As modern medicine advances in saving lives, especially the premature and those children born with significant medical conditions, these children are now and will continue to enter our preschools and grade schools. These children are coming in with a host of issues that need our attention and care, and these children need qualified, dedicated staff to provide them an equitable school experience. To achieve this, we need to have trained staff, especially the staff member providing direct care, which is usually our TAs. We need to compensate them for the extra skills it takes to help these children. We need to value them as a major player in the team of the student's success in school. This is my wish for our school community health and happiness, and I'm happy to lend support wherever I can to help Hazley's staff up to safety. Nurse Patrice. Yes. So that's what we have. We are open to you. We want to talk and figure things out, and wherever we need to go to find real solutions to this problem, that's what we want. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you all. Ms. Ozinski, are there any other groups?
Yes, we have representatives from the PISA group to report tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, and thank you for providing the time and space to allow me to speak on behalf of the Asian Pacific Islander South Asian American Parent Group, or APISA. My name is Jocelyn Hunter-Young, and I am a proud graduate of AAPS, and now I am a teacher and a parent in the district. I'm honored to have the opportunity to speak with you, and I hope this brief message gives some insight into the history of our group, our collaborative work with the district, and our shared interests for future work to support all students in AAPS. When our group started in 2020, it was amidst a worldwide movement to recognize and grapple with the challenges of racism in society. This highlighted the need for community in a time of stress and change. As anti-Asian hate increased during the COVID-19 pandemic, our group found support and solidarity with each other, and knowing that the board and the Ann Arbor Public Schools were behind us strengthened our resolve to continue living our lives openly and proudly in what was truly a frightening time for so many of us. Over the last 5 years, APISA has worked diligently to build connections amongst parents and families, while also doing targeted projects to support AAPS students and the educators who work with them each day. We did a book donation drive that got over 390 books into all of the AAPS school buildings. We've hosted virtual author talks for several years that provide students, staff, and families with opportunities to learn from and engage with authors who identify as Asian American or Pacific Islander. In the past 3 years, AAPS and APISA collaborated to host visits with Jay Torres, Carlina Dwan, Grace Lin, Robin Ha, Shirley Higuchi, Tin Pham, Supriya Kelkar, and Kyun Hee Kim. In 2025, we are excitedly planning to host author visits with Richard Ho and Sadia Faruqi on May 21st, and are working with student leaders at Skyline to support their work to host an APIA student summit in the spring. We are incredibly appreciative of the time, energy, and funding that AAPS has committed to enable and promote the work of our group. This support has made meaningful changes in our schools by providing clear and tangible representation of the complexity of the APIA community. All students, teachers, librarians, and families are able to engage and learn together through these opportunities. The stories serve as windows, mirrors, and sliding glass doors for us all to empathize and relate to others. We learn from the authors, the stories, and the connections we make with one another as the conversations continue in the classrooms and at dinner tables. Thank you for making this possible and for continuing to support this work at a time when so many of our marginalized students and families are feeling under attack yet again. We appreciate you and trust that the board will make the decisions needed to continue doing what our community knows is right for our students. Maya Lin, a Chinese American architect and artist, said, "To fly, we have to have resistance." When facing resistance, we hope our board has the courage necessary to fly so that the district can continue to lead, care, and inspire. Thank you.
I have no further reports.
I think you said that there are no other reports?
No further reports tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Ozinski. That brings us down to board committee reports. Under A, we have the executive committee. Obviously, the executive committee did meet. The date of that meeting would have been... Yes. I think it was a week ago Monday, if I'm not mistaken. And we met to discuss the agenda for tonight's meeting. And we also set the agenda for our next meeting on the 19th. We set those two agendas, and that's essentially all we did. It was a very short, to the point, productive meeting. Efficient.
Monday, March 3rd.
Thank you. Monday, March 3rd is when we met. Any questions? Okay. Next, we'll go down to the Finance Committee, and I'll turn it over to Trustee Wilkerson.
Thank you. The Finance Committee met on Monday, March 10th at 11:30 a.m. We covered a recommendation for elementary reading curriculum, which will be presented in further detail tonight. And our next meeting is scheduled for Monday, March 17th at 10 a.m.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. Any questions? Seeing none. Obviously, the Governance Committee also met on Monday, March 3rd, and as you could see by a lot of the public comments, we discussed a potential change to public commentary and a change to the board designated groups designation. I won't go much more into it right now because we will discuss it when we come down to the first briefings on those topics. Any preliminary questions?
No, I'll just add that as a governance committee, we are also looking at our capital expenditure process and doing some research on how we can, ensure we have the right policies and procedures in place for approvals along the way and put more governance into the planning process as well.
That is true. We did discuss that at the meeting as well. Thank you very much. And then I missed Trustee Trustee Wilkins.
I think it would be useful for the public to hear how that works. So the governance committee talks about certain things and then it gets put on an agenda, or do they take it to the executive committee and then they put it on the agenda? I think it would be helpful for everyone to understand how that process
The executive committee meets and we discuss different topics that the district tells us there are things we need to address, or different things that trustees suggest that the governance committee take up as a topic. For instance, with the capital expenditures, that was something that Trustee Wilkerson brought forward and said, this is a policy that we should look into. He's going to then create a template for us as to what that could look like. The governance committee will discuss it, kick it around, try to find the strengths and the weaknesses and make it its best possible version. And then we will take it to the executive committee and ask them to put it onto the agenda. And then it will come before the board as a first briefing. Okay. The entire board will discuss that policy and kick it around and try to make it its best version of whatever it can be. And then it will come back for a second briefing should the board want it to continue. And then at that point, we'll kick it around some more and vote on whether or not we're going to accept it or not accept it. That's my understanding. If I'm missing something.
I want to add some to the process. So after any of the committees meet, I know I will contact people on the committee because it was a public meeting and just say, okay, now tell me more about this, because I try to find out more on my own too. And it doesn't matter which committee. So that by the time it comes, to our first briefing, I've tried to educate myself on these different things. So as someone that's chaired a committee, many times I've reached out to board members and said, this is what we covered at a committee meeting. So, just to let you know what happened, because you weren't in the meeting, you're not on our committee. So just so you know, this is what we discussed. And, to just keep there's no decision-making, no deliberation. It's more a sharing of information.
Right. And that is true. Like I said, when we discussed the potential changes to public commentary, for instance, Trustee Schmidt reached out and said, hey, what did you guys discuss? Did you guys consider these different things? And obviously gives us her 2 cents. And I think Trustee Muhammad reached out when it came to public commentary as well and offered what she thought. So trustees are free to chime in along the way, and they're free to chime in at first and second briefings as well. So, Trustee Basket?
I just want to offer, and again, I know it's probably problematic because the two major committees have not yet met, but another option is for the governance committee to determine that this needs to be taken up in one of the two committees, whether it be performance or planning. So that's another option that the board has.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. If I didn't miss anything on how the process works, then we'll move forward. Okay. I think that brings us down to number 5, information and the superintendent update. Ms. Parks, floor is yours.
Thank you, President Feaster. We'll have a brief superintendent's update because we are really excited to get to the next item. So for today, just a couple of announcements. World Down Syndrome Day is March 21st, and we invite all of our community to join us and folks across the world in celebration of Rock Your Socks Day, which is Friday, March 21st, and it provides an opportunity for all to wear their brightest color, mismatched socks in support of people with Down syndrome. Also, Slauson 8th grade student Aaron Kawada was the winner of the Governor's 2025 State of the State Art Contest. Aaron's artwork centered around the theme Think Michigan and was featured in the program book during the Governor's February 26th State of the State address. 2 Slauson teachers joined Erin and her family as guests of the governor. On Friday, March 7th, at Carpenter and Allen Elementary Schools, they hosted math education specialists, and this event brought together math recovery leaders from across Southeast Michigan to observe implementation strategies and share best practices. Visitors had the opportunity to observe classrooms, where math recovery practices were showcased in the regular classroom setting and in intervention lessons. And the demonstrations highlighted the practical applications and strategies that educators have been studying and developing. And again, that will conclude the superintendent's update this week because, again, we're excited to get to our next item.
Thank you, Superintendent Parks. Any questions on the brief superintendent's update? All right. Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Parks. And we'll move down to the next item, which is B, Career and Technical Education, CTE update.
Thank you again, President Feaster. At this time, we're going to have Dr. Ryan Rowe come forward. Dr. Rowe is the CTE director, so the Career and Technical Education director for the county through Washtenaw Intermediate School District. We also have Tom Pachera, who is our AAPS Career and Tech Education Director, and they are going to be talking about countywide CTE efforts, and they are joined, as you can see, by some VIPs. Aiden Dooley, who is a student at Huron in the IBCP Career Program, and Chef Sam, Samantha Day Goring. So we will turn it over at this time to Mr. Rowe, or I'm sorry, Dr. Rowe, pardon me, Dr. Rowe, who will get us started on how the county is expanding its efforts in CTE.
Thank you so much to Board President, Board Trustees, Superintendent Parks for a few minutes this evening to really celebrate efforts at Ann Arbor Public Schools with career technical education and career-related instruction throughout your organization. I will speak for a few minutes this evening and present, and then I will turn it over to Chef Sam, CT Director Pachera, and more importantly, student Aiden, who's going to talk about his experience in CTE. We certainly recognize that a world-class education, like what is provided here, includes a variety of different areas for students to choose from. We here tonight will present on career technical education, but we recognize that advanced placement, international baccalaureate, dual enrollment, FIRST Robotics, and Project Lead the Way provide opportunities for students to align their purpose and passion through their teaching and learning experience. How do we get there? How do we talk about a world-class education and expanding access for our students? We have to shift mindsets. School looks different today than it did when I was in school, certainly. And the best compliment that we can receive is when we tour students and parents and educators through our CTE labs, and they say, if school was like this when I went to school, that's a great compliment. Launching new programs. So we're going to celebrate Ann Arbor successes tonight with launching new programs. We have been engaging the community. So when I talk about CTE today, post-secondary institutions like WCC and EMU and U of M are at the table. Toyota Research and Development, U of M Health, Lee Bear Aerospace are at the table. Our workforce development representatives are at the table. We have everyone at the table at this point in time because everyone has different needs when it comes to CTE. If we are going to create something and expand access in Washtenaw County, it should be data-driven. And we'll talk about the research that was developed to guide our findings and recommendations. And then obviously anything done here in Washtenaw County should be world-class. We are unique in Washtenaw County, and I will show you some illustrations on how CTE is decentralized. Most of our programs are not housed at a CTE center like in a lot of counties, nor does it have to be. But ours is unique in Washtenaw County, whereby we have 70+ CTE programs within our traditional high schools. We have, at times, I don't know if you've heard, but an inefficient and complicated transportation system, and that's not unique here, it's throughout the state and the country. Teachers work for local schools or training partners. So often, if you have a vocational millage, if you have a CTE center, some of those teachers may work for the ISD. Our CTE teachers work for local school districts. Our supply of CTE programs cannot meet the demand, and we'll show you some of that enrollment here in a minute. We lack a countywide system of career awareness and exploration. We look at career technical education as a continuum of care of experiential and applied learning opportunities, kindergarten through 12th grade. Our goal is to have every single student in Washtenaw County approach the stage of graduation with a inspired and informed post-secondary plan to and through college. Programming is funded through general funds. We'll talk about how unique we are in Washtenaw County with our funding model with CTE. And we recognize that we have an energetic and excited, committed, and very resourceful county when it comes to CTE efforts. So we've been building the system. We've been doing this since 2019. We'll show you the research with that, with our K-12 educational partners, business industry, all of our post-secondary institutions, and our community organizations coming together to say, we can do better, we can do more. So the State Board of Education recognizes that there are CTE deserts. You would not think in Washtenaw County that we would be a desert, let alone with CTE, but we are. And that creates some opportunity gaps where we have disparities, specifically with our students of color, students that are economically disadvantaged, and students from our smaller sized districts that do not have the access to CTE programs that other areas might. And even in areas like the Southwest Washtenaw Consortium and Ann Arbor Public Schools, we have wait lists for our students who want to get in high demand, in-demand, high-wage programs. In the state of Michigan, you may already know this, those that passed a vocational millage prior to 1994, Prop A, could pass that for as much as they wanted for as long as they wanted. So if you could look at Lenawee County, 2.9 mills, that 2.9 mills in Lenawee County is forever. And it's for as much as they'd like. They collect about $14 million a year in taxes for CTE programming. There are 41 ISDs that have a vocational millage, and obviously those vary by the tax rate. I just said that 2.9 mills in Lenawee County generates $14 million a year. Here in Washtenaw County, 1 mill would generate $20 million a year. Currently, we in Washtenaw County receive two funds, the Federal Perkins Fund and about $585,000, and our added cost funds through state aid, that's about $850,000. So we receive, for our 70 programs, about $1.4 million a year. The rest is invested through general funds. To put that in perspective, enrollment-wise, Lenawee County in total has less students than Ann Arbor Public Schools. They collect $14 million. We have 1.4. The offset is general fund dollars. There are 15 ISDs with no vocational millage. We're one of those, I would say, the more progressive, more economically viable drivers in the state, Washtenaw, certainly Wayne, Livingston, and Macomb counties. What can you use millage funds for, vocational millage funds? Well, they're your vocationally certified teachers that are within your organization for state-approved programs, curriculum and assessment cost, maintenance, repair, and replacement of buildings, equipment, supplies, transportation cost. So if a student were to go from Ann Arbor Pioneer here on Skyline to the building trade site, millage funds could be used to reimburse the entire cost of that bus driver and transportation cost. Free up general fund dollars in other readiness activities, again, K through 12. So not all funding is equal in Michigan. Again, we're unique in Washtenaw County. When you think about some of the students that are enrolled in the CTE, computer science, cybersecurity. When they go and take their assessment at the end of the year, at least one industry-recognized assessment credential or license is required in all of our state-approved CTE programs. That cybersecurity assessment may be $200 to $300 each because it's value added as that student goes on to college or a university and takes that with them. Same with the CNA. So most of our CNA students earn their CNA as part of health sciences and they go out to a nursing program. That CNA also costs cosmetology license. So when you take that out of the average of $679 per CTE student, it doesn't leave a lot left. On average, it costs about $2,400 to educate a student in a CTE program. So with the possibilities of our partnerships with post-secondary institutions, WCC, EMU, and U of M at the table, partners like U of M Health, like Toyota Research and Development, Liebherr, Zoller, and others throughout the county at the table and contributing financially, along with legislative means. So right now, the State Board of Education had 4 students, 1 from Ann Arbor, 2 from IPSI, and a graduate from Lincoln, join me on December 10th for the State Board of Education presentation about increasing funding for CTE programs. So as a whole, and then also in the CTE deserts, including Washtenaw County. We certainly want students to graduate from high school with a purpose, explore career paths, earn recognized credentials on their way to and through college, and then we must reach students at a much earlier age. What could that do if we came together with all of those funding, that braided funding model? We would have resource allocation. We would have program quality, so improving the equipment and supplies, resources, and curriculum in those courses, and also we would increase the program quantity. So what does that look like? Well, currently we have 4 consortiums that exist in Washtenaw County. They used to operate independently. If you're an Ann Arbor student, you can attend Ann Arbor programs. If you're an Ypsilanti student, you can attend Ypsilanti programs. If you're a Whitmore Lake student, you can attend Whitmore Lake programs. And if you're a member of the Southwest Washtenaw Consortium, which is 6 districts, Chelsea, Dexter, Manchester, Milan, Lincoln, and Saline, you can attend those programs, at least on paper. If you are a Lincoln or a Milan student and building trades is housed at Dexter, transportation is going to be an issue. Where you attend school is where you can attend CTE programs. There are a few exceptions like cosmetology that the Southwest Washtenaw Consortium and Ann Arbor Public Schools partner on, but for the most part, outside of one district, if you want to go to a welding program, you have to be enrolled in that district. If you want to enroll in exercise science and sports medicine, you have to be enrolled in that program. So we're looking at these 4 consortiums and saying, how can we consolidate services so that students can follow their passion regardless of where they reside? All of those proposed programs on the left, you see a lot of those in the bubbles for Ann Arbor. Those were initiated over the last 2 years. And so we've looked at places that, districts that really needed to expand access to future-focused programs. So what are those? In 2021, obviously coming out of COVID, engineering, technology, and robotics, hospitality and tourism, exercise and sports science, cyber. Then we hit 23, 24, and you're going to see a consistent message here. Director Pachera worked diligently to establish advisory committees and all of the requirements that come along with CTE programs to launch these. That means adding additional sections, adding additional programs, and you can see that those are future focused, preparing students for high demand and high wage and in-demand jobs. That was 23, 24. The most recent additions are building trades at Milan, computer programming at Community, cybersecurity at Community, engineering technology at Pioneer, hospitality tourism management at Huron, so on and so forth. So what does that mean with enrollment? Well, at a time that 9-12 enrollment in the county is declining, CTE enrollment is growing rapidly. You can see in the yellow, that is the countywide CTE enrollment coming out of COVID, going from about 1,866 to 3,157. In the purple is Ann Arbor's enrollment growth in CTE from 800 to 954 to 1,500 to now 1,677. That's a lot of students enrolled in CTE programs, Last year, when we followed up, which is required by the state, about 77% of our students were going on to college or university out of our CTE programs. Over 98% of them are enrolled in college, in employment, or enlisted in the military, and about 3/4 of those students are doing so in an area that aligns with their CTE program and path. I'd like to congratulate you on this. This is phenomenal that students are finding their purpose and passion, maybe affirming what they want to do or perhaps what they don't want to do before they graduate high school on their way to accumulate potential debt. So how did we do that? You just told me, Ryan, that we're low on funds. We don't have the financing to pull that off or expand programs. How did we expand program that rapidly? If you build it, they will come. Well, the state recognized these CTE deserts, and non-millage funded counties received legislatively funds to purchase CTE equipment and expand programs over the past 3 years. So Tom and I would tell you in 21-22 that $500,000, and a lot of that went to Ann Arbor Public Schools, simply replaced outdated equipment to update our medical supplies and equipment, engineering equipment, computer equipment. The following year, $576,000. Last year, $1.153 million. And this year, nothing. So we have reached a tipping point. The point of this fund was to showcase if we can do this with $1.153 million, what could we do with a braided funding model with legislative funds, business industry partners, our post-secondary partners, and a potential sustained funding model such as a vocational millage. So we applied for $250,000 to look at what consolidation looked like. Our good friends at the University of Michigan Youth Policy Lab right here in our backyard looked at the inequities to accessing CTE programs as a county. Based on the findings of that report, we received a grant of $5 million to institute the findings and recommendations, and that's what we're doing now. Like I said earlier, legislatively, we recognize and the state recognizes more funding is needed for career tech programs. By the way, again, another compliment to Ann Arbor Public Schools. In Ann Arbor Public Schools' current student and CTE programs, 2 from Ypsilanti and 1 from Lincoln went with me to present to the Board of Education on increased funding needs. And 1 month later, the press release happened. It aligns with Michigan's top 10. The Board of Education recognizes that. I think CTE could provide improvement in all of those areas that are listed in the top 10 strategic education plan. And they want to take a step back that this isn't happening over the last 12 months. In 2019, we commissioned the University of Michigan Youth Policy Lab. They did their very first report for us on the inequities to accessing CTE programs, and you can see the results: lack of widespread familiarity, CTE courses do align with emerging occupations, and there is a desire to expand programming. This is in 2019. In 2020, about 10 weeks before the shutdown, you could see the findings that the state commissioned with the U of M Youth Policy Lab. At that point, pre-COVID, about 500,000 skilled trades careers would be available through 2026. That's pre-COVID. COVID accentuated an already existing problem, which is we had 65 to 70-year-olds retiring at that point. Now we have 50 to 55-year-olds and a low birth rate. We need every single student who graduates in Washtenaw County to graduate, go on for post-secondary plans, and be a contributing member of our workforce. And we all recognize that today. We cannot allow our greatest export to be our talent. In 2021, the demand for CTE is equal across all districts if it's easily accessible. 2022, the state comes back, says, great report, ISD, low-income Black and Hispanic students have less overall access to CTE and are less likely to attend schools with at least one CTE program. CTE participation and completion rates are significantly higher in schools with on-site CTE programs. That's to our advantage. They're in our high schools. So out of that $250,000 consolidation studies report, we commissioned the U of M Youth Policy Lab in July 2024, and they came up with the following findings and recommendations that we're now using the $5 million to achieve. All Washtenaw students have less access on average when compared to the state. Now, how does that happen? Low-income Black and Hispanic students have less access to CTE compared to their more affluent and white peers. Access is dependent on which district and building a student attends. And there are many opportunities in front of us that can increase access for students, including others' funding models, like with our post-secondary institutions, our business industry partners, legislative means, and through a potential millage. Post-secondary credentials. So here, every one of our programs has at least one industry-recognized credential, and that's throughout the state. Every dollar that's invested in CTE, our economy in the state reaps it 5 times over. Here's the 127 rule. So for any organization that every 10 employees that they have, like U of M Health or Toyota Research and Development, at those organizations, 1 employee out of every 10 requires a master's degree or more, 2 require a bachelor's degree, 7 require an associate's degree, certificate, or credential. And when I think about a health system, I think about physicians and doctors. I also think about BSNs. I also think about x-ray technicians and stenographers and sterile processors and CNAs and medical assistants and those that work with maintenance and custodial. I could go on and on, but the 127 rule really does resonate. So what are we doing with the $5 million? Well, we're increasing capacity. We're building a team that has never existed in Washtenaw County to serve and support the districts and the students. So we have a CTE coordinator, Marshawn Brooks, Chicago Public Schools is here this evening. Our work-based learning coordinator is Eric Jackson, proud Ypsilanti graduate. Our coordinator of special populations is Ann Arbor's own Skyline grad, Jackson Greenstone. And this is in concert working with Charlie Jones, who does data and reporting specialist for the county now, not individually, not 9 times over, along with our partners with our CT directors in each of those consortiums. We're also looking at supporting those 75 CTE programs that currently exist and expanding those, and looking at countywide programs. What programs could we launch that students from all 9 districts could attend? Well, the first is aviation aerospace. We're going to launch this in the fall, paid for out of the grant. Students would earn their FAA drone certification license, Part 107 license, on their way to being entrepreneurs. They could do that for surveying, they can do that for security, they can do that for public safety. That's going to be an opportunity we launch countywide this fall. Ramon Crow just retired after 37 years. The FAA is helping launch that program here in Washtenaw County. It'll be world class. Engineering construction trade. So in Ann Arbor Public Schools, we have wait lists for health sciences. So we have about 40 spots for health science at the Southwest Washtenaw Consortium. 87 applicants that want to be nurses, 47 students cannot attend that program. Same with building trades. We have a wait list for building trades. We're looking to expand that countywide so that it can be regional. Lower the transportation, have any student that wants to access that, and then partner with WCC, who's relaunching their construction technology program. The last one is the best leadership program. So regardless of which CT program an 11th grade student comes out of in the county, we know that a lot want to be entrepreneurs, and we need more entrepreneurs. So the best leadership program is in partnership with WCC and Destination Ann Arbor. We are launching this and piloting with 2 students in each district that are coming out of their 11th grade CTE experience, whether that's culinary, or that's building trades, or that's manufacturing. They will take Entrepreneurship 101 in the fall as part of their senior year schedule, Entrepreneurship 102 in spring, Entrepreneurship 103 in the summer after their senior year, along with an aligned work experience, and graduate with a management certificate on their way to and through college. No cost to the family or the student. It's 18 students this fall. I hope it's 180 next year. These 3 are models that we believe can transcend other opportunities for our students as we continue to expand programming. Finally, we've done a lot of research, communication, and marketing out of the grant. Hanover Research had some work groups. We had parents that gathered on the east side of the county, parents that gathered on the west side of the county. We had student focus groups, including Scarlett Middle School, that provided their perspective on their purpose and passion of moving forward. We received 4,000 surveys that allowed us to gather data. Forthright Advising is going to take that data and craft a report to the community on where we stand with CTE, our parents, our students, our business industry partners, post-secondary partners. And then finally, we're doing branding and marketing. We've never done that. We don't know what the internal and external messaging is for CTE. It's hard to market something that you don't know how to define. and we're doing that now. We're moving forward now. We're going to have a community summit next week where we will be releasing preliminary data from all of that research, talking more about our pathways and positions and programs that we're launching. And then we will do some polling with the community to find out where they stand with our braided funding model. And that will potentially lead us to a decision day in November of 2025. At this time, I will entertain any questions, and then CT Director Pachera is here along with your fabulous Chef Sam and your fabulous student Aiden. So I will entertain any questions, but allow them an opportunity to speak as well.
All right, I see Trustee Schmidt has her hand up. Trustee Schmidt.
So when you talk about CTE K-12, how do you envision this? And I don't know if this is related, because I can imagine I'm going to say it wrong, PTLW, yeah, Project Lead the Way, that could look like a hands-on kind of. So, but talk to me when you're talking younger grades, because what I think about is the class, we only have so many hours in a day.
Yep. And I often say it's not putting more on the plate, it's making what's on the plate better. And I think Tom would tell you that the reason you have had such tremendous growth in CTE programs is not due to the CTE programs independently. It is due to Project Lead the Way and other experiential and applied learning opportunities, hands-on opportunities taking place much earlier than a student's 11th or 12th grade year, whether that's Lego robotics or that's FIRST robotics or that's Project Lead the Way. We know that it's not about the drone. It's about having that drone build excitement to deliver mathematics concepts and science concepts and engineering concepts. Great question.
And the money we get, right now, PLTW is all grant funded, right? Isn't that correct? I thought it. No?
No.
Or maybe we just got a huge grant that
We
went towards
did.
it. Maybe
We
that's
did.
what I'm remembering.
Go ahead, Dawn.
In response to our financial situation, our partners at Project Lead the Way have waived fees and donated professional learning this year.
Okay,
But
so
it is
none
general.
of the funds are coming through 61C. That's a whole different.
Well, thank you to our partners. for that.
Yeah.
So that was
No kidding.
That was a one-year agreement with Project Lead the Way, or one-year grant from PLTW. Most of our funding from PLTW comes from the general fund currently.
Okay.
That again, as Dr. Rose suggested or implied, would be able to come from a CTE millage out of the general fund. That was that $4 million amount you saw that would possibly put back to the general fund. I credit our success, that growth from over 800 to over 1,600 in the last 4 years, to us utilizing PLTW STEM curriculum with our younger kids. So they're more aware of what's out there, not just, I don't look like that person in that career, so I can't do that. When those social emotional things hit in the middle school, it's too late. They've already made up their mind, or their mind's been made up for them. So getting to them early, and through PLTW and STEM, we're able to grow our CTE programs. That and our fantastic instructors. We have an amazing team in Ann Arbor. With the state's help, we've been able to activate 14 new programs in the last 4 years.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a quick question. First of all, how can I get a tour, or how can we get a tour of one of these CTE labs? And there are a lot of slides, and one of your slides mentioned that there's currently no vocational millage in Washtenaw County. Is there maybe an effort to try to introduce one? I think that's sort of what I'm hearing, or?
Yeah, at this time, I think we have a moment in time to continue to explore that possibility. At a time where our local district superintendents, our State Board of Education legislatively, our post-secondary partners, and our business industry is saying we want to help in this braided funding model, it's a time to further explore that possibility. I think we will have the summit next week on Tuesday and see how that data is released, a report to the community later this spring, and then potentially some polling to find out where the community would feel if we were to move forward with that.
Okay, thank you.
To answer your first question, I'd be happy to take any and all of you on a tour to all 36 of our programs, or one or two that you're specifically interested in.
Thank you. I see Trustee. I'm sorry. I see Trustee Wilkinson.
Yeah, I had one quick question around partnerships. So you touched a little bit on like higher education institutions. Can you talk a little bit about how those partnerships work? And then I know the Michigan Department or Michigan Economic Development Corporation has very similar targets for the state of Michigan as far as workforce development. I was just curious if there's any collaboration around that as well.
Okay, I'll start at the local level. So each of our programs is part of a larger pathway. Each of our pathways has an advisory group. As a former engineering teacher at Skyline High School, our advisory group was made up of about 50% educational folks, or 49%, 51% folks from business and industry. We meet twice a year with that advisory group. That's the minimum. Home building, our home building program, as an example, meets once a month with their board, and we just take their input. We tell them what we're teaching, how we're teaching it, and then we take their input of what they'd like us to be teaching, what certifications we should be offering to make our students successful in their business or their organization. I'm going to have Ryan answer at the work-based development.
Just one more I'd add to that is Charlie's collected the data that we have to report on work-based learning experiences, and I would just say that our employers provide opportunities for paid internships for our students, job shadows, guest speakers, and field trips that are all calculated, and there were 4,000 of those that took place in a given school year with our CTE programs. We are hand in hand with MEDC and MySTEM, and their talent action teams, employers such as Toyota, that's local, is at the table having this conversation and in support of our efforts.
Okay, awesome. If there are organizations in the community that want to get involved, is there a certain path to do so?
Just contact their CTE teacher if they're not sure who that person is, their closest CTE teacher. They should contact me and I'll connect them with our advisory chair people.
Yeah, I'm talking about businesses specifically.
Yeah,
So go through
and
that
this is
route.
actually, if there's no other questions, it's a perfect leeway for Chef Sam to talk about her latest and greatest. There's probably an invitation in your inbox right now. Experience.
I like food, so yeah.
Come on up, Chef Sam.
Hello. Thank you for having us. So I'm Chef Sam. I've been with Huron and Ann Arbor Public Schools for 7 years. I've taught CTE for 12. I started at Schoolcraft Community College, and then I was part of the Wayne Westland Tech Center, and then they kind of recruited me and got me to come out here. So our latest and greatest partnership is we've been working with Zingerman's for the last 6 years. They're huge contributors, from Chef Bob to Paul to Ari, and then lately Chef Jihei, who's up for her 7th James Beard Award, has took us under her wing, and she is allowing me and the students to take over her kitchen on April 1st. So we're going to have a pop-up dinner. All the proceeds go back to our program, so that helps kind of with our funds and our food costs. So we're super excited. So just part of that journey, it's been a year. The students had to design and come up with a Korean Asian style menu. So we did that in our lab, and then we had to present it to her at Ms. Kim's. So we all traveled over to Ms. Kim's and we cooked for her. And after she deliberated with the students and took apart their food, she came up with a menu based on their meals they presented. And now we are in the next phase, so you'll see that invitation for April 1st, so for our pop-up dinner. So things like this, not only is it Zingerman's, but Sava's, U of M Dining, Washtenaw Dairy, U.S. Foods, they're all on our board. OCC, WCC, I'm sure is going to get back on with us now that they brought back hospitality management. But OCC, Schoolcraft, Northern University all support us and articulate with our program. So the students just going through our program not only get the Serve Safe Manager certificate that they need to attend a hospitality or culinary school or go into the industry, but they also get to skip college classes that they would have to pay for as part of like me teaching certain things and them looking at our syllabus and coming and visiting our classroom and seeing and recognizing that our kids are skilled and they're able to pass those intro classes. So it's really big for us.
So if I'm a restaurant and I'm like, I'd really like to be part of this, what do I do?
You contact me. And then
so I have to call the school and I have to say, who's the CTE person?
Yes.
Okay.
And we are really, when I came out here 7 years ago, we've been really prevalent in the community. We've been going out. We're getting hotels now for next year because we're starting the hospitality management program. So a lot of it is on my time, going out and building these community relationships and going after school and meeting with their chefs and contacting them because sometimes they don't know about us, right? And so they come and then they're like, wow, okay, now we know about you. And like one of the compliments the students got, and I'm sure Aiden will share his experience, from Chef Jihae was that she was impressed. She was like, I was really nervous about letting high school students come in and take over my kitchen. And she was really impressed, and she told the students, like, I was not cooking like this and had these skills at 17, right? And she was, like, really nervous about it, and she was honest with it, and she's really excited for it. So that was really cool feedback. But, yeah, we have a great board. We have about 15 people on the hospitality board, and we meet twice more because I go see them. I take the students to them. They tour. They job shadow. They're all job shadowing next week at the restaurant before the dinner, so they have to job shadow their position. So there's definitely different steps to everything we do. Really great.
Yeah. You know, I watch all those shows. Next Level Chef, Master Chef, TLC,
And
all
that's
that
where, like,
stuff.
we have a challenge, right? 'Cause food is big.
Yes.
Everybody loves food. So our challenge is, you know, when we go through the numbers at the end of the year. So I currently cater 4 of the 5 high schools. So Mr. Pachera provides transportation, but a lot of times those students have to get home, and that limits them, right? They get a bus over to me, but if they can't get transportation home, they can't come. But we are turning away like about 100 students, and I am over.
Wow.
I am only supposed to have 22 to 24 in every section. I'm like at 27, 30. So we are always over every year. I'm always taking on students. You know, a counselor will reach out and beg me to take on a student. But so that is one of our challenges that we see. And then another challenge that I just want to point out, our labs are great. Ryan and Mr. Rowe and Mr. Pachera have been doing an awesome job at really supporting us the last 3 years and getting what we need. But there are limitations still, right? So we basically took apart an old home ec room to adapt somewhat of a commercial kitchen so we could provide the facilities and the equipment for the students. But there's still a need there that we're not providing, and we recognize that when we go to, we do competitions like your shows, so Skills USA, and when we do those competitions, we recognize that when we walk into those kitchens, there's equipment there that my students haven't touched, that they have to touch for the first time. And that's where some of our community partners are helping us. They're allowing them to come into the kitchens, get used to that equipment before we go and compete versus their peers. So.
Pretty neat.
Anybody have questions?
I don't have a question except to say I am so proud of the CTE program. I remember years ago, as a student, we remember the covered wagon, if anybody's old enough to remember that program at Pioneer, was a culinary arts program. Yeah. And when that teacher left to go to WCC, right, a lot of students from high school followed him there. And a lot of students in that program, I'm speaking personally, went to college for the hospitality management program. I know personally people, I thought you were going to talk about the Home Builders program. That's one of my favorite, but we'll make that happen another time. Because I've known students, again, from diverse backgrounds who never thought about the word engineering, but they started in carpentry. They started doing masonry. Just this past weekend, I was in the home. So what I do dearly, I had no idea, whose son was in the Home Builders program. I saw his little trophy. And I'm thinking, that's why he's building his parents' deck. That's why he's making that handicap accessible bathroom for his parents, right? And he went on to engineering.
Right.
I mean, it is just a phenomenal, fascinating program. And after all the negativity that this board's had to go through for the last few weeks, thank you for being here to show that we do something right in terms of supporting you. But please let us know how we can do even more. Trustee Wilkes and I were at a meeting at the ISD, and I have to say their executive director started talking very excitedly about this aviation program. And I kind of thought we'd get a little more of a sales pitch, but Dr. Rowe, you may come back later, I'm sure, because that's something that can bring us, as you say, across the county together. And that's what we need to do more of. I remember being very disheartened when we, as a board, had to make the decision to not have the culinary arts program in the school because it's an expensive program. But I remember the superintendent saying, but we have that connection at WCC. but we acknowledge the challenges to get to WCC. And then when they can their program, it's like, oh my gosh, what do we do? But thank you for again, enlightening us with what you're doing. I hope as trustees, you'll realize we got a lot of work to do beyond one school project. We've got to look further. And so let us know what we can do to be more helpful, more supportive. And I guess my question, I do have a question now, is how do students get into your program, learn? Because we often hear kids don't know about it. And we also have schools where students who, for whatever reason, behavior are not engaged in the traditional, as you guys know this, the traditional college prep program. But boy, again, like I mentioned, the student who got into the carpentry thing and he ended up in engineering. So how does a student access your programs, Kurt?
Aiden, why don't you come on up and
I'm
chime
sorry.
in with you start, Chef Sam.
So currently we have, the counselors can share out, we have an application process for some of them, like home building, right? Because they have to go on site in our nursing programs. And then also we do a lot of promoting. We have the college and career fair at Skyline where we go and we promote all through like K through 12th grade can attend. We are always at, Mr. Pajero always finds us a sub and we always go to any class course selection. I've sat in the Skyline cafeteria to recruit community. And just getting our name out there and through your guys' socials and our Instagram and things, we have become more popular. And one thing I want to say that I really liked what you said is about the home building and just the massive umbrella. And we're seeing that in culinary. And that's one of the reasons why we approached the new program for hospitality management. Aiden will share his future with you. And we've had a lot of students grow past, I don't want to just be the chef. I want to be the business. I want to manage. I want to operate. I want to oversee. So as a program and as a unit and with all their support, we are adapting and providing these needs for our students, and it's really great. But I'm going to go turn it over to Aiden and let him share.
Thank you. Welcome, Aiden.
Thank you. I'm Aiden, as it's been said. I'm a senior at Huron, and I'm in the IBCP program for culinary. My freshman year is when I started taking the foods program classes, which are like the introductory classes. And I was kind of just taking them to take them because I needed a class to fill my schedule. But I was really struggling through school. Didn't really like the normal format. It was demoralizing once I did bad on a test and then I just wouldn't do the work. And I realized that at the end of my sophomore year, which is when you choose to sign up for the CP program. And I decided to push myself towards the CP culinary program because I was already going to take the classes, so why not add on the extra honors class? And as I did that, I was seeing the program grow to more of a serious program than the room that I had taken the foods classes in. And taking that program has led me to want to pursue hospitality management as my major in college, which I'm going to Northern Michigan for, as that's my major. As Chef Sam has said, the biggest challenge that she faces is being spread so thin. She works before and after school most every week trying to get stuff and grocery shop and make sure that everything's planned and organized before we come in and do our work. And she has to do that while managing her mass amount of students that she's taken on. Overall, my experience has been extremely beneficial and has brought my grades up to a point that I didn't think that I'd have, and I didn't think that I'd be that academically successful. And having these skills and going to these events like the Miss Kin pop-up dinner, and we do lunches for the teachers, and they compliment me and they say that I'm doing an amazing job, and it's just amazing to hear that, and it makes me want to try harder in school. And knowing the path that I want to take past high school is an extremely beneficial thing. I'm happy that I was able to take advantage of the CT program.
may?
Any questions for Aiden?
Yeah.
All right, come on back
Well,
off.
not so much for Aiden. You can call for a lifeline. But I remember, and I'm looking at Mr. Pachero, when we were talking about IB, right? And we were also talking about we wanted no student excluded because IB had this sense of elitism. So Aiden, if you could you talk about CP, because some trustees may not know what CP stands for. And Mr. Pachero, if you can talk about, I mean, I'm so proud of you guys because we made it happen. I remember taking that trip, looking at other schools and saying, what can we do here? And I'm so glad it's food because everybody loves food. But we also have some wonderful schools here that aren't big, expensive schools that really majored. I'm thinking of Northwood, one of my partner's alums. It's such a good program. But could you talk more again? Being part of CP as opposed to just IB. And Mr. Pachero, if you can talk about the evolution of how we got here for the CP. I'm so proud of you guys.
So the CP is a program where it
stands for
career program. So it's more focused towards the CTE aspect of education. You're required to take 2 IB honors classes, 1 2-year and 1 year. Why am I blanking? Something in the program. Oh yeah, you have to do this for 2 years, your junior and your senior year. There are requirements in the class, such as you have to do language development and personal professional skills, like learn how to build a resume. We do work-based experiences just with that. And those work-based experiences are amazing because they're not limited to just me being culinary. I could go to an engineering one if I wanted to, and I wanted to explore that. And the CP program is, in my experience, more accepting of students like me than the DP program, which is the full IB. You're taking all honors classes. And I think that flexibility is really what led me to it. It allows me to be the person I am.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Just my experience with the CP as a CTE teacher, and the last couple of years when we joined CP and we joined the IB world for culinary, and our other like home building and auto is also in it, I have seen a more diverse group of learners. So I occasionally would just always get like the hands-on student. Now I'm getting support from parents that wouldn't let their students take the course because they thought if it was on, their transcript, they wouldn't get in the 4-year university. So we are seeing a more diverse group of students, and it's amazing to see those students having that opportunity to get to take something that their parents at one time might have not have recognized as an elite program.
Right.
Yeah, being similar in our other CP programs, like Chef Sam mentioned, it really, the CP program, and what we saw in DC was it really helps students develop their soft skills, which we work hard at in all of our CT programs, but not at the level that CP does. They do a personal project in 10th grade.
Yes.
As part of the
Could you guys
NYP
speak
program.
right at the microphone, please?
I'm sorry about that. They do a personal project in the 10th grade year, and that's their first application of what they've learned, presenting to others, their classmates, but also in front of an audience when they walk through the gym and the cafeteria at Huron High School. It's I'm gonna go back to bringing STEM. And we happen to bring STEM to our elementary schools through Project Lead the Way. But that early experience has led to the massive growth we've had at the upper levels to, I guess, get into the aerospace a little ahead. We wrote a grant this year with the Michigan NASA Space Grant Consortium. We're still looking for funding from other sources. But we'll start flight in space with drones at 7th and 8th grade at 5 of our 7 middle schools this upcoming year as a pilot. But again, to get kids excited about drones, about aerospace technology, leading them to a high school course ultimately and to the county-wide courses when they become available.
That's awesome.
Well, thank you so much for that part.
Yeah, any more questions?
Can I just make a comment real quick? So Aiden, I heard in your testimonial how you were sort of demoralized, you said, in some of your classes. And it's really evident that you're really engaged and just excited about this program. And I'm just glad that AAPS, that we're a part of that. So, and congratulations on your college acceptance.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Dr. Rowe, why don't you close us out with one last plug for the summit next week?
Yep, so the CTE Summit is at Washtenaw Community College, Morris Lawrence Building on Tuesday, the 18th. It'll start at 10 o'clock. Chef Sam and Aiden will be there because from 10 to 10:30 we have various student engagement stations for a half an hour. From 10:30 to 12 will be the formal program presentation. From 12 to 1 will be lunch with a panel. And at 1:15 we will dismiss for feedback stations. No charge, but we'd love to have you if you're able to attend. 10 to 2. WCC Morris Lawrence Building on Tuesday. Thank you so much for the opportunity this evening and for all that you do.
Thank you for waiting.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you very much. All right, I believe that brings us down to first briefing for letter A, Annex AN 2203, Elementary English Language Arts Curriculum Recommendation.
Thank you, President Feaster. At this time, we have Ms. Linden coming forward regarding the English Language Arts Curriculum recommendation for elementary. Trustees, a few weeks back, you may remember Ms. Linden and some of our wonderful staff talking with you about the pilot that we have been doing this year in our elementary classrooms across the district. And so now we're at the point where we're ready to make a recommendation. So Ms. Ozinski is passing out a sample of the curriculum for you.
Show and tell.
Yeah, show and tell, absolutely. So Ms. Ozinski's passing that out for you to be able to peruse as Ms. Linden brings forward the recommendation. So I'll turn it over to you at this time, Assistant Superintendent Linden.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Parks and President Feaster, trustees. It is my great privilege and honor to bring forward a recommendation this evening that will, should it be approved, have a monumental impact on students across our district. Rarely do we have an opportunity like this where we can make a decision that has this kind of impact and sweeping support. So I am really, really grateful for the folks who are on the screen this evening and would like to recognize a couple who aren't here. So first of all, we're joined by Kristen Smith. She is our coordinator at the elementary level for ELA and social studies. And Kristen has spearheaded this entire process, has led us soup to nuts to this evening. So Kristen, thank you very much for everything you have done to prepare for this recommendation this evening. Kristen's partner is not with us this evening, Emily Wark, and she was also really instrumental in the work and supporting much of what occurred. And we are also joined by two of our esteemed teachers who piloted curricula this year. So we're joined by Ali Catavecchio and Julie Cooper, who are going to wave to you. Julie, would you give a wave so we know? Yeah, there we go. Okay. So thanks for being with us. I do have to say that your work, ladies on the screen and those who are home potentially listening, your work will have an immediate and lasting impact on our students. And I am beyond grateful to you, both for participating and facilitating and being part of the pilot and for being here so late this evening. So thank you, thank you. So trustees, we're going to share a presentation with you. In Finance Committee, we went through these details. The memorandum has all of this in shorter form for you, but you'll hear a lot of this repeated in the presentation. We've also included copies of the quotes for your review. So let me take a moment and just recognize the 100 folks that aren't on the screen this evening who participated in this pilot. I would love to read off their names to you one by one this evening, but I do want them all to hear me say how grateful we are for them volunteering. We have over 180 teachers in the Ann Arbor Public Schools who've completed voluntary training, really intense training in letters. And that training is significant because it is sustaining our work in the science of reading and understanding what the brain and the development of the brain needs in order to learn how to read. And those pieces have been fundamentally different from the way we have taught in the Ann Arbor Public Schools for some time. So of those 180, we opened up our pilot teachers to volunteer to participate in this process. So yet another really lengthy process that includes professional learning and a commitment to implement curriculum that may not make it to the recommendation. So you may let that go and have to learn a new one. And so it is a significant thing that we had 100 people step up and say, we want to be part of that. So here's the recommendation this evening. Very nearly a year ago, we began this work to bring this to you. So this evening we are asking for your approval in the adoption and 5-year agreement with Great Minds Arts and Letters English Language Arts Curriculum using 35J grant funds at a total of $1,289,200.19 for the first 3 full years of implementation. So that grant will get us funded through the year 2028, that spring of 2028, fully funded. The remaining 2 years of the 5-year agreement, that would be for 28-29 and 29-30, will not exceed a total of $225,000. We do anticipate additional grants coming our way. We will move heaven and earth to not impact the general fund, but it could be a combination of grant and general fund dollars at that point. So that is the recommendation this evening, and we're going to take you through a few slides. My job tonight is to share a quick recap of the pilot process for those who may not have heard it when we brought it to you, I guess a little over a month ago. Kristen will join us, and she'll talk about the pilot data collection. I'll come back to share a little bit about those data synthesis results, and then we'll share an overview of the curricula. Now, Ms. Osinski did pass out to you a small bag that has a representative set of materials. You might see some of the text that students will be reading in class. You'll see some handouts that are there for your review. So we encourage you to peruse those and to bring any questions you may have for second briefing as well. Those materials, unfortunately, we have not purchased. They're on loan. So just wanted you to just to know that. We'd love to get them back at some point. But when we do buy it, if we buy it, we'll make sure you have access for sure. All right. So let's move to the next slide very quickly. This is just a quick overview of the pilot process and how we got to this point. So just a reminder that it began with a teacher review committee of 19 members to really peruse the top curricula on the market at the time. They made selections of 2 curricula, Bookworms and Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom. The teachers then were invited to apply to pilot, and those 100 amazing folks volunteered to be part of that process, and they participated in training in May. We began in August in depth, launching the school year with the curricula in their hands and really deep dive. And from there, a long journey took place with ongoing PLCs taking place weekly with BLCs, our building literacy coaches, in and out of classrooms and supporting those professional learning communities or PLCs. And that very incredible process has led us to this recommendation this evening. And should it be approved, the first day of training would be as early as May 6th with all of our K-5 teachers. On the next slide, briefly, what we needed to know during the pilot was the impact of the materials, the impact of the routines on instructional practice, and the impact on student learning. So you'll see within these slides, we really wanted to look deeply at the resources, and this meant that our educators had to commit to fully piloting every component in the curricula. So again, that is no small undertaking, and I'm really grateful to all of our teachers. So we'll go to the next slide. We had to map out how we would learn the impact of those things. So we did that through those support check-ins, those PLC meetings weekly, through surveys and through classroom visits. On the far side, you'll see on the student learning side, we looked at student work samples, student interviews, surveys, feedback, and all those classroom visits that were taking place. A little bit later, Ms. Smith will share more about caregivers, how our parents and guardians were a part of this process as well, so you hear some of that. On the next slide, This is just to show that the data tells a small part of the picture, a lot like an iceberg. So we can look at all that data, but it's the discussion, the conversation, the narrative that goes behind it. Those elements are really important. So the data by itself is incomplete. An example of this might be how students adapted elements of the curricula to meet the needs of students sitting before them in the classroom, or to what degree, the students engaged and applied their critical thinking. That may not come out in the surveys and the data, but it comes out through the discussions with pilot teachers. And all of that qualitative data is also important for us to consider. So the discussions that took place, particularly during the 2 days of data synthesis, which I'll talk about a little bit later, are also a big part of this process. So at this point, I'm going to hand this off to Ms. Smith. I don't know, Andrew, if we can bring her image up alongside the slide or not. But Kristen is going to talk a little more about the data collection, which is really significant.
Thank you so much. So on the screen, we see an overview of the data collection opportunities provided throughout the pilot process. And we will spend some time in the next few slides to detail more information about each form of data collection and the trends revealed by each. You can go ahead and move to the next slide. The Educator Current Curriculum Perception Survey collected data from our pilot teachers and the building literacy coaches who supported pilot teachers regarding their confidence in various areas of instruction and perspectives on the current K-5 ELA curriculum. So this was the curriculum pre-pilot. The survey aimed to gather information about educators' roles and experiences with literacy curriculum to support the instructional materials adoption process. When we look at this data, the why for a change in instructional materials becomes even more clear.
Next slide.
Pilot.
Sure. Hey, Kristen, we're going to pause for just a quick sec for a question.
Yeah, could you go back to that? I just want to understand what the survey was. Could you go back a slide?
So that survey was pre-pilot, asking our educators what their perceptions were about the current program.
So, okay, so help us understand. When I think of the current program, I think, well, at a lot of schools, they're using UFly. So, and they're using Haggerty, and I'm looking at a 36%. So is UFly at every school? And when they do these surveys, what are we giving a perception on, I guess?
So Kristen can share a little more detail, but it was not about UFly. It was more about the gaps that we currently had, which is on the reading and the writing components. But Kristen, is there more you want to share about that?
Yeah, no, it was asking teachers to think about what we currently use to address reading and writing. So for us, that was our MESA units of study. So when asked these statements like, does it sufficiently attend to students' linguistic diversity? Only 1% of pilot teachers felt that the MESA units of study met that indicator, and 0% of our building literacy coaches felt that met that indicator.
Please do slow us down because I know it's late. We're trying to speed up a little.
I think of, okay, so I don't know exactly what every school is using, so I'm a little bit, it's hard for me to ask the question, but Lucy Calkins is being used in some schools for writing, right?
For our schools that did not pilot a curriculum, we are currently using MESA units of study, which were based on Lucy Calkins. We have made some AAPS adaptations to them, but they are based on a reading and writing workshop model.
Right. Okay.
So those, when teachers answered the survey, they were thinking about those MESA units of study and how well the MESA units of study met these indicators.
Yeah, it isn't surprising, and it's also why we say this is a monumental moment for us, right? Thank you, Kristen.
So on this next slide, this helps us to capture some of the information from the pilot implementation surveys, which were given 3 times throughout the pilot to better understand the experience of implementation from the perspectives of teachers and building literacy coaches who put the instructional materials into practice. Here you'll see a summary of the overall findings after the data from all 3 of the collections was coded, analyzed, and synthesized by student achievement partners. We know there's a lot of text on this slide, so I'm going to highlight a few of the strengths that came from each set of pilot materials. So for bookworms, the overall structure and organization of the program and ease of adaptation for all learners were the greatest strength. Wit and wisdom teachers identified thematic depth, challenge, and the ability to foster critical thinking as the greatest strengths. In addition, it was noted that wit and wisdom pushed students deeply in engaging with and analyzing complex text and provided collaborative structures that were effective in meeting the needs of multilingual learners and students with disabilities. Our next form of data collection was our learning walks, which were conducted in over 60 pilot classrooms. These learning walks occurred in November 2024 and generated data to understand how well each set of curriculum materials aligned with AAPS instructional priorities. The focus for the classroom visits included foundational skills direct instruction and foundational skills student practice, reading of complex text, building vocabulary and academic language, volume of reading to build knowledge, prominent writing opportunities, affirming and centering students, and critical literacy and real-world connections. So you see some of the results on this slide, and then if we move to the next slide, we see the remainder of the results. So overall trends revealed that both bookworms and wit and wisdom performed similarly when observing for engaged students around shared content knowledge. The learning walk data also signaled slightly stronger wit and wisdom alignment to all grade level and affirming practice other than foundational skills, which is not a component of the wit and wisdom program.
Yes, we're pausing real quick for a question.
Yeah, so I guess I'm kind of confused. So can you give us a little bit more as far as like, for these learning walks, like what was the process to evaluate the information? And then maybe even explaining a little bit of like slide 11 and like, what does this mean? I'm trying to understand this data.
Yeah, we can unpack it a little bit more.
Okay.
Not a problem.
So prior to the learning walks, we worked with student achievement partners who's been helping as a thought throughout the process. And we had a rubric that aligned to the different indicators that you see in the graphs. And these were the same indicators we used during the curriculum review process. So we were looking for curriculum materials that showed evidence of each of these things. So prior to the learning walk, we did some norming work with the rubrics, and then we visited classrooms for 10 minutes during pilot instruction time. And while we were in the classroom for those 10 minutes, we were looking for evidence of these indicators. And then upon leaving the classroom, we would again do some norming as a group, and we used a database that student achievement partners provided to be able to put in real-time data so that we could generate these graphs to show which of these indicators we saw in each classroom and how each pilot curriculum sort of compared with those indicators. So for
pause real
There's
quick.
a question here.
Well, just the follow-up. So for example, can you go through each graph? Because that's what I'm kind of confused about, because I'm seeing
Like what each topic is and
yeah, because if you look at like for the first graph for foundation skills, direct instruction, it seems like only like 20, if I'm reading this right, only 25% of wit and wisdom achieve this. Is this how I'm reading this?
So earlier, Kristen mentioned, and we just kind of breezed right through it, so I'll back up. You're looking at Bookworms is a comprehensive program. It's not just reading and writing. It includes the foundational skills as part of that. So it would replace UFly, which we currently use, Haggerty, Morpheme Magic, Foundations, what we currently use for foundational skills, and it would be the beat all and end all. So wit and wisdom scores low because the program does not include those components, but we didn't want to not evaluate bookworms and those components because we have to understand whether those components are going to be good replacements for our current. So that's why that scored so low.
But 54, but bookworms addresses it, but what is this 54? Because it's saying 54%.
Whether it was observed during that learning walk or not observed.
So it's based on observation.
Yes, these learning walks are all observation of the practice in the classroom. So it's meant to be that snapshot, walk through, what do we notice, what do we see? And we had 60 of those, 60 different classrooms experience those with different teams all across the district.
I think because we don't know what so out of 100%, 54% of those, so 100% is of the total observations.
Correct.
So
54% said we saw that.
Okay, that's what I just needed to understand.
24% said no, we did not see it and we expected to. It should have been there.
Okay.
And the gray, the NA, said it probably wouldn't have been observable during that part of the lesson, so it's not applicable.
Are those percents or respondents?
So this is percent, correct, Kristen?
Yeah, so along the side, and then the numbers are the respondents.
So the numbers are respondents.
Correct. Thank you. I'm sorry, I was reading the N and not the percent, so I've just confused you more.
And I think, to me, the thing that I take away from this is that wit and wisdom is the one chosen, but it cannot ride by itself.
Correct.
I mean, that's really important to me because if children don't learn the code, all the great stuff that wit and wisdom has to offer isn't going to be realized. So, I'm just hoping that this is all going to work, that we're going to make sure that UFly doesn't lose those foundational things. It's not that I don't trust you, but I'm just saying that I just hope that everybody, teachers, everybody, they're utilizing these two programs. They can't lean on just wit and wisdom because it won't take care of it in the early grades. And without that,
so to address that, if I may, the pilot teachers of wit and wisdom continued to use UFly alongside. They didn't ditch foundational skills. They continued to teach UFly. They continued to use foundations in the Title I schools. They just used wit and wisdom for the reading and writing components. So we know through experience how it will mesh.
I gotcha.
And it does so extremely well. I think you'll hear from our teachers.
And what was the Lucy Calkins based program, Maze? Was it Maze?
Oh, Mesa?
Mesa. Okay, so currently that was what was going on because there was UFly and Mesa and I don't know.
Correct.
Some
We
place
were
at
on
Pontus and Pinnell still out there somewhere a long time ago, or if it's still around some places.
I'm not sure what you're referring to. I can just say that we've been on a very intentional path to transition our practice and our curriculum in a way that we can financially afford and that our teachers have the capacity to build toward. So the letters training happening behind the scenes with 180 teachers, that's been going on for multiple years now. That's really intentional. The addition of Haggerty and UFly as the foundational skills filled an important gap that was not there in the Mesa units. So we did that next, and this is the next step. This is the last and final step of curriculum adoption. So I don't want folks to think that this has been haphazard in any way, or we're not sure if it's going to work. We know the recommendation we're bringing tonight works because we've experienced.
No, I got it. What I'm saying is UFly was already being used with something so that it should be easy to connect it, right, to this program as opposed to what UFly had been used with currently. You see what I'm saying? Like you said, teachers are used to using the 2 or the 3 programs. Am I?
So the compatibility of the two, it should be easy.
Through the pilot, I think if I'm not clear, I apologize. Throughout the pilot, all of the teachers piloting wit and wisdom in conjunction with UFly or in conjunction with foundations did so intentionally to see how well it paired.
There you go.
And the teachers have said, yes, it pairs beautifully. They fully support it. And you'll see that in the data synthesis. I know we're certainly unpacking this and we need to. And we can do that on each of the data slides. We intended to sort of summarize, but we will spend as much time as we need to, because something this critical needs to be critiqued, it needs to be discussed. We will spend as much time as we need to. So I appreciate all these questions.
No, this
truly.
it's a marriage that's great. I mean, between those two, I'm cheering on.
No, it definitely works.
I saw Trustee Wilkes' hand next.
I just had a quick question, comment. For those people who may not know what UFly is, I think maybe we should explain. From what I understand, UFly is more of a phonics type based program where you're talking about blends and really the basics.
So maybe we'll move forward real quick to a slide, Andrew, and then back so we can explain that part. I just need to find it. It's the one with the reading ropes.
Yeah, just in case folks don't know.
No, it's good. It's University
Can you go to
Florida
38,
Literacy
Andrew?
Institute, and it's really highly researched. It's an excellent
I'm familiar
program.
with it.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it more for the
All right.
universe.
Kristen, do you want to explain the slide before we go back to the data?
Oh, that's great.
Is that okay?
Sure. So I think that really speaks to one of the things that just came up in the question of making sure that we are addressing the whole reader and that we're not just focusing on decoding or we're not just focusing on language comprehension. So we know from our pilot overview, and I think many of you have seen this image before, that in order to build a skilled reader, we need to make sure that they have explicit instruction in all strands of the word recognition area, so phonological awareness, decoding, sight word recognition, as well as language comprehension, which means that we're giving them explicit instruction in background knowledge, vocabulary, language structure, verbal reasoning, and literacy knowledge. And so what we're showing here as part of our recommendation this evening is that we have been using some very strong instructional materials to support word recognition already. And so you can see that UFly is listed there, as well as Foundations and Heggerty, and then an instructional resource that we use with some of our upper grade readers to really focus in on morphological awareness. What we were lacking as we began to look at curriculum materials was a solid resource, a research-based resource to help us with language comprehension. So Arts and Letters, Great Minds Arts and Letters is what we'll be recommending tonight, and we'll continue to walk through this process, but we hope that this shows the instructional plan to address our whole reader, making sure to provide that instruction in both language comprehension and word recognition together.
I appreciate that.
And I know,
Very helpful.
And I know from talking to a school psychologist, she was over here at Earhart for another training. She was saying, or no, it was a speech teacher. She was saying, boy, I can tell. Students come to me and I can tell over the last couple of years what that instruction has changed. Yeah.
Yeah, it is huge. So when we go back to slide 11, we've talked about foundational skills and what those are. And you've just sort of seen that as part of the reading rope, that phonics part, that word work. These other elements, so right under that foundational skills is the reading of complex text. So Kristen, do you want to unpack that particular square?
Sure. So when we walked into classrooms during these learning walks, we were looking for specific examples of what it meant for students to be engaged in complex text within that 10 minute burst that we saw. And so whenever we saw those indicators during the learning walk, we were able to put that into our little learning walk app. And so the results here show that in slightly more wit and wisdom classes, we saw engagement with complex texts. And so that's kind of how each of these squares work. We would look for evidence of the indicator, and then just in sort of our high level analysis and in some of the trends I shared on slide 12, we kind of compared how many of the indicators we saw in bookworms classes versus wit and wisdom classes.
Thank you, Kristen. The building vocabulary to the right of that lower right square and academic language, you can see we're neck and neck with both curricula. They did a great job of unpacking new vocabulary, helping students connect new terms to things they already knew, lots of visuals, so that was pretty solid. And then if you turn the page, you'll see the volume of reading to build knowledge. And Kristen, you do a beautiful job talking about knowledge building. So do you want to unpack knowledge building a little bit?
Sure. So this is one of the big shifts that we were focused on in looking for new curriculum materials to pilot. We know it's critically important for students to learn about the world around them and to be able to learn about topics in science and social studies and to really build content knowledge. So when we went into classrooms for both bookworms and wit and wisdom, we were looking for evidence of what those specific content areas or topics were that students were studying within the module. So we were looking for examples of potentially informational text or what kinds of written responses students were doing. In some classrooms, they may have been studying art. So that was just a way for us to look at whether or not students were having an opportunity that day to build their knowledge of the world around them.
And this is connected to some of the summary points that Kristen shared earlier in terms of the synthesis that Student Achievement Partners put together when they said wit and wisdom rose to the top when it came to rigor. It's related to the complexity here, the knowledge building and the connections. So students were able to read multiple text and make very complex comparisons between the two, both in the way they discussed, which, by the way, Socratic discussion is a part of wit and wisdom starting in kindergarten. And that's one of the things the kids really love. So I stole your thunder, Kristen. I know that's coming. But those are the ways that students share and build knowledge together through the discourse. So a lot of those things were evident, a lot more evident in the Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom. And then in the writing, if you want to share a little more about the differences in the writing here, Kristen.
Yeah, so another area that we were observing for and an indicator we used when reviewing curriculum at the start of this process was ensuring that there were prominent writing opportunities for students throughout the daily instruction. So when we entered classrooms, of course, there were some classrooms where students might have been engaged in reading in the 10 minutes that we were there. So that would have been a classroom we would have needed to mark a no. But in many of the classrooms that we walked into, students were engaged in some sort of writing process, whether that was working on an end of module task or perhaps working on some type of foundational writing skill.
And then as far as affirming practices to the right, these are additions that were very important in the Ann Arbor Public Schools, part of our values, so we wanted to observe for those as well. So did we see the affirmation and the centering of students, and did we see that critical literacy real-world connection? So were those things evident or not? We looked at the text the students were engaged in. We listened to the discourse happening in Socratic discussion, and anything that was observable was noted. Yes.
Affirming what? Is this a representation
Identities.
thing or identities?
Identities.
Okay. As far as learning abilities also, or more social identities?
Yeah, actually, yeah. Some of it is evident in the kinds of text that students were engaging in. So whether or not the titles represented different students, different walks of life, diversity. But what we did hear from students, and again, stealing your thunder, Kristen, but what we heard from students was that concept of reading the same text together as a class for many students was the first time they were actually included. And sitting around the circle together, having a Socratic discussion, and every student having the ability to connect and the respect of listening to each other, oftentimes was the first time for some kids who had been maybe pulled out or in a different small group to experience that. So pretty powerful.
So thank you for going through that, because I was just, so this, from my understanding is looking at this is really looking at when they did the learning walks, that they identified these things happening. And it's really comparing really the two curriculums that we were piloting.
Correct.
How does this compare to, because this is going to be an add-on from now, you're explaining this is like the last implementation to what is currently existing. How do we know that this is actually improving student learning? I mean, do we have data to show like, okay, well, this is great, it's touching on these points, but proving this curriculum, are we seeing a change in student achievement? Is that, I know that's not what's captured here, but has that been captured anywhere?
So I'll answer that question by sharing that in a pilot situation where teachers are learning the curricula for the first time, you often see a dip in achievement. So we don't use measures of NWEA or other tools to monitor growth or achievement in a pilot. But we did look at it. We looked at fall to winter to see what we saw. And we're pretty glad to see that there were some rising scores, but not significant yet. But we look again in the spring, and my guess is we'll see it, even though this is still a pilot year, because the change is so significant. But it does appear in the writing very clearly.
And that's, I didn't mean by assessments. I meant like, was there anything similar to this done to the prior, like to compare like what was being observed with the prior curriculum?
No, but
that's what I meant, because I know you won't see it quickly. I know.
We didn't spend time doing learning walks in the current because back on slide 9, we asked educators, how well do you think? And it was 1% to 0 in most areas. So we didn't spend time doing learning walks. We do know that curriculum pretty well. It's been in the district for well over a decade. So yeah, thank you for that question. Sorry, when you said achievement, I thought we were talking about assessments. Okay. All right. Any other questions about those? Okay.
So now we'll continue on looking at some of the other forms of data that we collected, and hopefully this will show in some ways the achievement and the impact that we saw of the materials. So here's some statistical information to illustrate student representation for the collected work samples and interviews that we conducted. The students who we collected work samples from were also then interviewed by the building literacy coach using the following questions as they reflected on their experiences in the classroom and that work sample that they had produced. What do you like about reading and writing in your classroom? What about this writing project makes you feel proud? What did you learn that helped with this project? And if you could change anything about reading and writing in your classroom, what would it be? So the next slide will show some of the overall trends from those interviews. So when asked what they liked about reading and writing in the classroom, the majority of our bookworm students responded with the shared reading of text. And the second most popular response was learning new reading and writing skills. When asked what they liked about reading and writing in the classroom, the majority of our wit and wisdom students responded with building knowledge about topics studied. And the second most popular response was utilizing learning routines that were taught within the curriculum. Next slide. When asked what they would change about reading and writing in their classroom, the majority of our bookworm students responded with having more choices of text and topics to interact with. And our wit and wisdom students reported also the choice of text and some more flexibility with trying to engage in learning. Here are two specific quotes that surfaced during our student interviews. So I'll just give you a moment to read the words from a bookworm student and then from a wit and wisdom student. So the culminating tasks from Module 1 from Bookworms and Wit also collected from 37 students that represented 12 of our pilot schools. Work samples were collected at each grade level for each curriculum and represented striving at grade level and some accelerated students. When we looked at the work samples, we analyzed based on the following criteria: knowledge building, culturally responsive, sustaining, grade level, accessibility, student learning and impact, and additional context. On the screen, you can see the top trends that emerged from the analysis of these work samples. You also have work samples included in the bag of materials that Ms. Linden shared.
It is tough to see them on the screen, so thank you, Kristen, for including those in the packet.
So as we click through the next slides, this is going to be able to show you just a glimpse of that student work, and we'll also show you what the student said about the work that they completed, and then what the task overview was for that grade level at the end of Module 1. So all of these slides will be structured the same, And we'll see a first grade example from Bookworms and Wit and Wisdom, a second grade example, and a fourth grade. So again, just kind of meant to click through, but definitely take a look at the quotes and also just kind of looking at the type of task required by each curriculum. So here's first grade for Bookworms.
And let us know if you'd like us to pause longer. We're happy to.
Wit and Wisdom first grade. Bookworms second grade. Wit and Wisdom second grade. And Bookworms fourth grade. And Wit and Wisdom fourth grade.
Kristen, I'm going to pause you at the writing for just a quick second because this is one of the things that our teachers and our families mentioned when we surveyed and when we talked with them was the astonishment at the quality of writing and the rigor that they were seeing for students. So at this point, you can see both curricula provided pretty great opportunities for writing. And synthesizing, there's just more rigor that came through and more connection in the Wit and Wisdom versions of what students were able to produce. So any questions about the writing samples or how those were collected?
Doesn't appear so.
Okay, thank you.
So then the final piece of data we wanted to highlight was our caregiver survey. This survey was shared with all families who had a child in a pilot classroom. We translated the survey into 6 languages and families had 7 days to respond. The survey asked the following questions. Does your child share about reading and writing at home? What have you heard from your child about their reading and writing this school year? And what have you noticed about your child's reading and writing this year? On the next slide are a few high-level trends from these caregiver surveys. So when asked about what they've heard from their child about reading and writing this school year, the majority of Bookworms caregivers heard about book titles and topics. The second most popular response was foundational skills growth, like sight words, sounding out words, and learning new words. When asked about what they heard from their child about reading and writing this school year, the majority of our Wit and Wisdom caregivers heard about topics students were learning about and information about books that they had read. The second most popular response was about the writing that their student was doing or writing that the child had shared at home. It's important to note we also heard from a lot of Wit and Wisdom caregivers about improved foundational skills. That was attributed to the use of U-Flyer foundations during this pilot. As we know, Wit and Wisdom didn't have its own foundational skills component. And then the next slide is kind of the wrap up of these survey trends for the caregivers. When asked what they noticed about their child's reading and writing this year, our Bookworms caregivers reported overall improvement in literacy skills, especially writing. And then the second most popular response was increased confidence in reading and motivation and an interest to read at home. Wit and Wisdom caregivers reported improvement in literacy skills and confidence. And the second most popular response was excitement about reading and writing. The following 2 slides will be some quotes from those caregiver surveys. Here is a Bookworms caregiver. And then here's the Wit and Wisdom caregiver that speaks very specifically to the writing progress that we just mentioned.
Thank you, Kristen. These next 2 slides are an overview of the 2 days spent together with our representative team of teachers, really synthesizing all of the data, seeing the raw data, soup to nuts, the summaries, and discussing the feedback they'd received from their school teams who piloted, the feedback that they wanted to share about their pilot experiences, and weighing those things against the AAPS values and the criteria for effective curriculum. So this is an overview. You'll see we spent time on day one just reframing and having context about how we would spend our day, understanding folks knew their role, the incredible value of the data, and making sure that we're centering the perspectives of multiple stakeholders and diversity. Really, my charge has also been that the commitment we are making here and the change we're investing in could last a decade. And so really putting the weight of these decisions upon those making them, that we are doing so with students at the center and making sure that whatever we select is going to work for all students, particularly students we've underserved historically. So that's been really important to us throughout the process. We reviewed all the criteria by which we would be coding and scoring and discussing, including those values, and you'll see some of the artifacts coming up here in just a second. On day two, we spent time in special considerations. So really, what were the standout strengths and challenges that we heard regularly during our PLCs every single week and those monthly meetings where the pilot teachers all got together and shared results in their classrooms and pain points and things they were excited about. What were those? So those were noted and discussed. The data analysis protocol occurred in small group and then shared out to large group, and was really quite consistent across those small teams. That's part of the vetting process. And the facilitated discussion, and finally the decision-making process, which involved some dot preferences that we'll show you some slides for. So on the next slide, you'll see some examples. That chart to the right was something that was guiding this entire process. Those values were developed by our educators, participating in the pilot, saying these are the things that we hold dear in the Ann Arbor Public Schools that we know and recognize. And so you can see the original artifact, but we've typed those out because it can be a little hard to read in that bendy photo. Those were really important to us throughout the process. And so at all times throughout that evaluation, we came back to those values to ground ourselves. Here you're seeing those things that stood out, the common themes that we are bringing back from our school teams, what was observed and what we heard, including the data. So what were the standouts and reactions to wit and wisdom versus bookworms? All of those things really fell under really common categories for each, and that's one way that you know you have a pretty good bead on what the curricula is doing for you. And then finally, on the next slide, this is when, at the end of day two, we asked the question, is there anything more we need to know? And are we ready? And the consensus was we are ready. So everyone in the room, a balanced group of bookworms and Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom teachers, were given 5 dots and 2 index cards. One for Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom and one for bookworms, and they could distribute those 5 dots in any way they chose. They could put all 5 on one, they could put 3 and 2, 1 and 4, where they thought that the curricula really met the needs of the Ann Arbor Public Schools. And you can see here that we had 50 for Great Minds, Wit and Wisdom and 10 for bookworms. So a pretty clear front runner in that process. Any questions about the data synthesis?
I don't see any, no.
Okay, super. So I'm going to hand this back to Kristen, and she will introduce Julie, who I know, or is it Allie, who's still with us? Let me see. I can't see your faces.
We still have both of them, and I
We
do just
do.
want to take a moment.
Bless you.
This is a very special part of the night because we have some of our spectacular pilot teachers, our teacher leaders here with us, and I am so excited for you to hear from them about their pilot experience with Great Minds curriculum. And also just want to acknowledge that for them to be here at 10:20 p.m. after a full day of teaching, a staff meeting, and up early tomorrow morning to be with their students is just extraordinary. So thank you so much to both of you. And I'm excited for our board to hear the stories that you'd like to share. So I'm going to have Allie go ahead and kick us off. Allie is a Lakewood kindergarten teacher.
Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening. My kindergarten class had the opportunity to pilot the Great Minds, Wit, and Wisdom reading curriculum this school year. As I was preparing to speak with you tonight, I was trying to think of the right words to express how much my class has grown using this research-based curriculum, but I felt I was for. So, in alignment with AAPS's mission to keep our kids at the forefront of district decision making, I thought it would be appropriate to ask my students what they have enjoyed learning during our reading lessons this school year. Here are their words. Larry said he likes acting out the stories and explained that when you learn, your brain gets bigger. Leah said that it is important to listen to others' ideas and it is fun to learn repeated language. Analia likes learning new things that she didn't know before, and she enjoys participating in Socratic seminars. Gabby enjoys learning the story elements and finding text evidence. Atindra explained that rereading is important to help know the books better, and Liam said that it is important to read, write, and look at the illustrations to understand a story. These words and ideas may seem big for 5- and 6-year-olds, but these are the types of critical thinking conversations and activities we engage in each day during our reading block. Initially, it was a little daunting to wrap my head around implementing a new reading curriculum into our daily learning. However, with continued support from my building literacy coach and weekly collaborative meetings to reflect and plan, I have been able to see the value of this curriculum along with my students' growth and an overall sense of joy while engaging with different texts. The Great Minds, Wit, and Wisdom curriculum has allowed my students to interact with a great variety of texts in a new and exciting way. I am very excited to continue to see their growth as our school year progresses, and I look forward to the implementation of a new research-based curriculum to benefit all students within AAPS. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Allie.
And now we would love to hear from Julie, who is one of our incredible second grade teachers from Bryant Elementary.
Thank you. Good evening, trustees and Superintendent Parks. My name is Julie Cooper, and I am a second grade teacher at Bryant, but I'm also a proud parent of a Bryant Tiger and a student. So I had a unique perspective as I got to kind of look at this as an educator and as a parent of 2 children who would hopefully be experiencing a change in their curriculum. My experience was engaging, it was rewarding, and it was actually joyful as an educator. I got to experience things that I try to make a priority for the learners in my classroom, but I actually got to do that as a learner with other colleagues that were also piloting. And I felt a real connection to everyone that put their time and energy into this. I also felt that there was layered intention every single step of the way and every time we met and every bit of information I was given. And I'm super excited to see that there is a shift for AAPS and heading positively towards supporting literacy development for all of our students. I received incredible support from Dawn and Kristen and the rest of the curriculum staff. My building admin, Jamar Humphrey, was incredibly supportive of the choice and time and effort that went forth, as well as my colleague and my BLC, my grade level colleague piloted with me. So it was great to be in the trenches with someone so close by. I knew what was expected of me each way. And I knew that I walked away with a feeling of being heard, a feeling of being validated within the district. And it made me realize that this choice could and would place our AAPS students on our trajectory for future literacy excellence. And change takes time and it's hard, but it's definitely the first step in a wonderful direction. The easiest way for me to explain this to you or to show it to you would be to share a story that I shared with Kristen right as we were they were getting ready to prepare for the final data synthesis. I have a student in my class who is nonverbal and has not yet found his words, but will one day. And his reading comprehension has continued to be a challenge. And up until this point of the year, Any other teacher, any other way has not been able to assess that. It's been an unknown area of unknown ability. And on that day when I emailed Kristen, the student actually had found a piece of paper from one of the earlier lessons when we were doing like a gallery walk through an anchor text. And when I came around to where the student was working, this picture from the book, it's called The Buffalo Are Back. And the picture that the student had was just a picture of plains with large grasses and no animals or anything. And the story of the Buffalo Are Back book is all about how the buffalo existed and the Native Americans lived in, peace with them and this cooperation and just kind of all of the changes that went on. And then how the buffalo ended up coming back is the arc that it follows and the change that exists. So the student had just this image with no buffalo and nothing on it. And I watched as the student was drawing, and my student, who had never been able to share comprehension or verbally express his level of knowledge, I watched him draw the buffalo back into the picture. And I was astounded. And it was because that curriculum allowed him to be engaged. We were anchoring on knowledge building and not just reading words. And he was able to participate at every level. And even though maybe an observer might not have seen those days, this reached that student. And then there was a wonderful moment where he was able to show myself and his fellow students. And now that picture proudly hangs on what we call our fridge in the classroom. And he hung it up with a smile on his face. So I think that altogether, that story really encompasses how I feel about Great Minds and how I feel sharing with you about my hopeful choice that you will support this decision tonight.
Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Allie. Really appreciate you being here.
Amazing stories.
May I want to thank you. Teachers, you first of all did the letters training, and that's a huge commitment. And I know it's like a 2-year, I don't know how you did it, but it's a huge amount. And that you took a risk to say, I'll do this pilot, because the job is so hard, and then to take this on. And I just applaud you so much, because reading is my passion, and it's what I've spent my life doing. And you're part of my club. And I just cheer you on, because kids can't read, their lives will not be as full. So thank you.
Awesome.
All right.
I was just going to say thank you so much. Yeah, now try to get some sleep.
Thanks again.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies.
Okay, Kristen is going to pick up and talk about the arts and letters, which is the second edition of Great Minds that wasn't available during pilot, but is the newest and better edition. So carry on, Kristen.
The finish line here, we're going to go ahead and detail the final step in our decision-making process. So on Friday, March 7th, a team of educators met to analyze the updated version of Great Minds Wisdom. Arts and Letters is based on the same DNA, instructional design, and pedagogical approach as Wit and Wisdom. The updates, however, in Arts and Letters were based on input to further improve the teacher and student experience. While many of the module topics are the same, some of the improvements include new texts that are more authentically represent the lived experiences and backgrounds described in the texts, stronger within the lesson and from lesson to lesson, and then increased usability of teacher and student resources, including the student workbook platform. And finally, there was an increase in built-in scaffolding to support diverse needs. So this team that met on March 7th to analyze Great Minds, Wit, and Wisdom alongside Arts and Letters included 12 of our classroom teachers, 4 BLCs, 4 representatives from Title I, EL, and OSE, and then 3 representatives from our district leadership team. And during this session, we had facilitators from Great Minds with us, and they engaged us in side-by-side comparisons of the curriculum with a focus at looking at learning goals, lesson structure, texts, assessments, and teacher-student experience. Our participants also had an opportunity to teach lessons and engage in Q&A. So similar to the data synthesis process, this process culminated in preference voting as a way for our participants to indicate which version of the curriculum best aligned with our values. Voting indicated that arts and letters, the version of Great Minds ELA curriculum that we would like to recommend to you tonight, was the preference. And on the previous slide, we had sort of a very majority vote with 99 votes for arts and letters and 6 votes for wit and.
Can you repeat that last stat, Kristen? You were cutting out.
So with our preference voting, again, the dots to share, everybody had the 5 dots. 99 votes were for the updated version, arts and letters, and 6 votes were for wit and wisdom. So moving to the next slide, we're just going to give a little bit of an overview of some of the components of arts and letters. So arts and letters provide students with authentic, grade-appropriate, knowledge-rich texts. Each module blends literary, nonfiction, fine art, and multimedia texts to engage all students in learning. The curriculum really revitalizes the traditional ELA block and seamlessly integrates literary knowledge with subjects like social studies and science, and helps to cultivate a dynamic and cohesive learning environment that builds knowledge. On the next slide, we just wanted to show that arts and letters really offers an approach that goes beyond just identifying a story's main idea to develop students' comprehension and really dig into critical thinking and imagination. It builds essential skills and deepens understanding and enriches students' grasp of literature and analytical thinking. Because students will explore topics through multiple modalities, students build knowledge and make connections across content. With this solid knowledge base, they'll be able to more effectively listen, write, and absorb information, deepening their learning and ensuring it has relevance for all students. The next slide we've already taken a look at, but this was just to emphasize the importance that with the addition of arts and letters to our existing foundational skills materials, we will be able to support students in each specific strand of the reading rope. So making sure to support both language comprehension and word recognition. To consider the impact of this implementation, we can also refer to the simple view of reading, which was proposed by Goff and Tumner in 1986, which is a formula that makes clear that strong reading comprehension cannot occur unless both word recognition skills and language comprehension abilities are strong. So we must teach students to decode expertly as early as possible. When the students can decode expertly, their reading comprehension capabilities equal their language comprehension ability. We must also provide students with strong content knowledge in many domains at all grade levels in order for them to develop adequate language comprehension abilities.
Thank you, Kristen. So we are, as you can't probably tell, we're extremely proud to recommend tonight Great Minds Arts and Letters. Quickly on the next slide, just to go over the components for teachers, they will get what used to be called a teacher manual, but here is called a teach book. It has daily plans and much guidance. It's really like a small professional learning teach book as well. It includes the new elements that Wit and Wisdom did not have, which is a prologue that is designed for supporting multilingual learners to bridge knowledge and make connections in their home language and in the English language that they're learning. It works really well for a lot of students, though. Included in the teacher version is digital versions of the teach and the prologue teach books. There are also slides that are customizable, so teachers can edit and make them relevant to the students sitting in front of them if they so choose. There are digital assessments available, as well as one-on-ones and paper pencil, of course. And then classroom posters are there to support the learning for each of the modules. For the students, they will get Learn books. We used to call these workbooks. They're Learn books, and those are really critical. They love writing in those, by the way. There are also access for students to videos and multimedia resources, so students can have multiple ways to view and receive their learning and their knowledge. That's also very important to how we teach modern learners. There is a volume of reading text available to them, very rich and diverse text, which you'll see a bit of on the next slide. And then my favorite part of this is the family tip sheets that go home so that we can engage our families and caregivers as their students' first teachers, right, to support their reading development at home. So on the next slide, you'll just see a quick snippet of some of the texts that come with the program that will be in our classrooms and used by our students. You can see that the library is really beyond equal, in my opinion. These are real books. Many of them are award winners. They're not contrived, and they don't speak down to children. They really honor their intelligence. They represent diverse characters. They're very affirming stories that show everyday, ordinary families that look like them. They represent also a variety of genres. So you'll see social studies, science represented, the arts. Because what we know is that while students are learning to read, they can also read to learn. They don't have to wait to third grade, right? These are some of the springboards for those Socratic discussions or forums that you heard our wonderful teachers speaking to. So this is the wrap. We've survived. To reiterate, the recommendation this evening is to approve the adoption and 5-year agreement with Great Minds Arts and Letters English Language Arts curriculum using 35J grants for a total of $1,289,200.19, covering the first 3 years of implementation through the spring of 2028 or June of 2028. And the remaining 2 years of the 5-year agreement, that would be the 28-29 school year and the 29-30 school year, not to exceed $225,000. That's about a 14% contingency should we gain enrollment. The actual quote is for 196, but we're hoping through our efforts that we're going to recruit new students to the Ann Arbor Public Schools. And that we will do everything we can to ensure it's 100% covered by grant dollars, but we cannot guarantee that, so it will be a combination if we can't support it 100% by grant dollars. And I do want to share that after meeting with our finance team, given the current situation, everything can change. We are reasonably assured that the general fund can tolerate that cost should it land fully on the general fund.
Thank you.
Ready for questions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Trustee Wilkins.
So arts and letters is kind of the upgrade to wit and wisdom that happened somewhere along the way, like
Correct.
a rebranding kind of thing?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's
And
the same thing that was all tested, it's just called something else now?
it's just the new addition.
Okay.
With that teacher input and that new element called the prologue.
Okay.
They also adjusted the time so that it streamlines and fits much better into our school day, which
Okay.
was quite honestly one of the struggles that we were facing. So it's a much better fit for us at this point.
Yeah.
What else would you say about it, Kristen? Have I missed anything?
I think I would just mention some of the texts that they
Yes.
replaced, not necessarily the module topic, but a few of the texts that were more representative of different cultures and diversities have been upgraded to still support the same module topic. I would also say usability was something that they reflected
Yes.
a lot upon based on teacher feedback. So as Dawn said, the teacher manual and the student manual are just a little bit easier to use. And that was one of the really wonderful parts of our side-by-side experience, was to kind of look at what the lesson looked like in Wit and Wisdom versus what it looked like in its new kind of updated form.
Sorry, Julie and Allie. I should have asked you. I didn't realize you were still with us and you hadn't gone to bed. I see your faces now.
Yeah. These BLC coaches, was that just part of the pilot? Will they still have access to these coaches? How does that work?
Yeah, great question. So we're blessed through a variety of grant dollars to have building literacy coaches in each of our buildings. So they will be there throughout the duration of implementation.
Are they connected to this program?
No, they've been
That's
in
just
place. They're
an AAPS thing.
correct.
Okay.
Yep.
I didn't understand that before.
Yeah, no, they've been with us for many years, and they have all been instrumental.
All right. Last question. What happens after the 5 years?
So after the 5 years, we would make a decision about renewal. And we anticipate this is a curricula we're really invested in, but after 5 years, we'll reevaluate and determine whether there's something else on the market or whether we continue with Great Minds Arts and Letters. Great question.
Trustee Wilkerson?
A couple questions.
Yes.
Related to the comparisons between the programs, some of the highlights of the bookworms was the group reading portion. So are we able to roll that into our implementation of Wisdom?
Great question. Kristen, do you want to address the group reading?
Yes, and then I might ask if Allie or Julie wants to jump in. It is a daily component in Wit and Wisdom Arts and Letters as well. So I don't know, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if Julie or Allie would want to mention what the shared reading component of your day-to-day instruction looked like, that might be helpful. Oh, go ahead, Julie.
I was just going to say, just jumping in from like the second grade perspective, there is still tons of opportunity where we engage in share reading, where you are sharing with a partner, or we're actually sharing reading within smaller groups. So it is an integral part of just the daily routine based on whatever point we are in a lesson. So there is, but then there's also opportunity for those students who are independent readers at a second grade level to go ahead and experience a text at an independent way, but then also still engage with it if they want to in a shared way.
And I was just going to share our lesson from today. We were reading a story by Cynthia Ryland, and it's called When I Was Young in the Mountains. And my students were in pairs, and what's really nice about this curriculum is they get the books into the students' hands. So I'm not just reading it, but the kids are actually interacting with the book as well. And we determined the main topic of the book as a class, and then the students worked together to find text evidence and key details that support the main topic. And so then we created a web as a class, like a graphic organizer to organize our thoughts. So that was another example of the shared reading within the curriculum.
Thank you.
Cool. You know, another one of those areas too is the ease of learning how to deliver it, right? And I think seeing that one is much stronger in that area, I think maybe that's an area we could go back to our providers and look for more partnership. If we can try to negotiate some investment in professional development, because we know this program does cost more, that might be a great avenue. Especially as I think, you know, if we look at the list that's in the presentation of the districts that have adopted it, I think we are still going to be one of the largest districts in Michigan that would roll something like this out.
We definitely are.
So perhaps we could, you know, try to be a partner and a brand ambassador.
Yeah,
well.
I love that you asked that and that you said that. And I probably should say that the reason Arts and Letters was not piloted is because it wasn't available. It hadn't been printed yet. They were still in the print development part of it. So we have grant dollars that will expire September 30th, and we knew we couldn't wait. So we were assured that there were incredible similarities in first edition, second edition, and one of those major changes was that usability from teachers. And I'll be honest with you, one of my worries, and Kristen probably shared it, was we may be on the cusp of adopting a really great curriculum, but if it's really challenging for teachers, how do we help them? How do we get over that initial, you know, sort of tough implementation learning stage? And Arts and Letters answered that in a really big way for us. So it's become a much easier lift for teachers. I'm not suggesting it will be easy, because it's gonna change habit, it's gonna change practice. Anytime you do that, it requires a lot of support and grace. But it definitely has improved. And we are working on that professional learning agreement so that we have that kind of deep support in exchange for them using our name and our success, right, as a marketing tool for them. So you're spot on. We never want to not use the Ann Arbor Public Schools reputation to get some partnership and buy-in back. That's really important.
Yeah. Okay, and then one other question on the actual contract itself. Some of the changes that we looked at between the Finance Committee reviewing tonight. I think on the supplemental for years 3 and 4, we only have programming for 1,300 students. I think we might need to increase that to 2,600.
Yes, we do.
We do.
We do indeed. Yes. I think that is a typo on their part, but we'll address it.
Okay. But do we think that would double the cost of that supplement for?
We have been assured that 225 total for those 2 years, but billed in one bulk. So we'll be able to cover that initial total cost.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Thank you for that question and for grabbing that. I will point out too, in the 3-year agreement, you'll notice that the teacher licenses are free in years 2 and 3. That's another part of the bargaining and agreement. You'll also note that we were able to lock in the 40 and 50% discounts on the student bundles, partly because we're the Ann Arbor Public Schools, and this is the first year of implementation of Arts and Letters, and we're going to be a big help to them as they market.
I have one additional question. So this program is uniform across all our K-5, yes? And
Correct.
so currently, foundations might be used at some elementaries, you fly at others. I don't know this, but I think that's right. So do you envision, just for the ease of trying to, everybody being on the same page, that you're going to move to everyone doing you fly or whatever with this? What do you predict?
It's a really good question. And, some of the history of how we got here is being able to use title dollars for Title I schools to get them a really great foundational skills curriculum when we didn't have funding to do that in all places.
That, like at Dickens.
Correct.
Right.
So that's how we wound up with foundations in our Title I schools and UFly in our non-titles. We do plan to transition to UFly as a district. So Kristen can share maybe a little more about the process, but it would be a phased approach for those teachers because it's tough to learn a brand new curricula on top of another brand new curricula. So Kristen, what would you share?
To add that it definitely is our goal to work towards a guaranteed literacy curriculum for all students, regardless of what school that they go to, which would mean a transition to one phonics program. We are also just trying to be extremely mindful that there is a brand new implementation of Arts and Letters coming next year, and we really want to make sure that teachers are having an opportunity to share their voice about capacity before we make any major shifts. But I think our goal would be to be a district where we use the same set of materials for all areas of reading instruction. So we will hope to share some more details soon, but we know there's big change coming already, and we really want to think carefully about our teachers and what they are already going to be shifting to. But I think you just bring up a good point that we really want students, regardless of which school they go to or which teacher they have, to experience the same set of instructional materials.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that question because the guaranteed curriculum is really important.
I have one quick question. So, Ms. Linden, does the cost include support and additional coaching for the teachers? It's not just for materials, but it also includes support.
So what we're bringing you today is the materials quote. We're working now on the contract for professional learning, but that will be completely funded by grant dollars. And that professional learning, I'm really proud to say, maybe for the first time in a long time, is going to include all of our resource teachers and our self-contained teachers together with our general education teachers, because we believe that all students are general education students and they belong in the Tier 1 environment as much as possible. and that means access to the general education curriculum. So all of those resource teachers, self-contained teachers, will get full sets of curricula, have access to all of these tools, and will be alongside teachers. We're also really proud that our paraprofessionals will be included in much of the training that the teachers are receiving as aides in the classroom and really integral members. So this is something we're still negotiating and getting our counts together for. I'm really proud of the way Great Minds does professional learning because they do them in small groups, but that means a lot more trainers. So yeah, we'll be leveraging the Ann Arbor Public Schools reputation and the implementation should it be approved.
Okay, wonderful. One more question. Was there, I don't know if there are editions of this particular program that are used that our district could have possibly tried to get at maybe a cheaper rate?
That's a great question.
Can you elaborate on that a little
Yeah,
bit?
so because we're purchasing something that is finishing print for the first time in mid-May, we were not able to find any used copies of this. Even the copies that you have, we have to take back when you're done with them. So there isn't anything available for us to purchase used. But I will say that many districts who have used Wit and Wisdom for several years are looking to make the transition now to arts and letters. So I feel like our waiting actually positioned us really well to use taxpayer dollars really thoughtfully. Rather than purchase something and 4 years later move to another. I think we've made a really good decision to invest in foundational skills and now move to that reading and writing.
Thank you.
You bet.
Anything else, trustees? Well, thank you all so much for taking the time to present and for all of the information you gave us about the process it took you all to come up with this recommendation. We truly appreciate all of the hard work. Thank you. So have a great night, and I'm sorry you're up so late. Well, good luck tomorrow.
We'll take care of them.
Thank you.
We'll do something special for both of you, don't worry.
All right.
Thank you, Miss Linden,
Thank
and just the wonderful work that you all have done.
I believe that brings us down to item B, Annex AN 2202, New Dickin Elementary Trade Contracts Part 2. And I will turn it over to Superintendent Parks and maybe Ms. Corona.
Yep, we have Miss Corona coming forward with the New Dickin Elementary Trade Contracts Part 2. Trustees saw this in Committee of the Whole. If you refresh, you'll see the reordered items. I see some looks on some faces, so just do your refresh and you'll see the new order for this particular section. So we're
Thank you
gonna.
for the guidance. Some of us were a little confused.
That's okay. That's okay. So we'll turn it over to you, Ms. Corona.
Thank you, trustees and Superintendent Parks. So tonight we're bringing forward the New Dickin Elementary Trade Contract Recommendations Part 2. Part 1 was previously brought to the board that incorporated some of the early work of concrete, masonry, structural steel, items that go basically into the ground first. The second half is the remaining of the items minus landscaping, painting, flooring. Those are items that will really be put in near the end of the project, closer to 2 years from now. So we will be bidding those out at a later date when we get a little bit closer to have some better pricing versus having somebody try to hold pricing for over 2 years, which will probably see escalated pricing in order to hold that. So we're going to try to take advantage of hopefully not having escalation. So. It does include a 5% contingency, and we are bringing forth roofing, doors, frames, hardware, storefront glass and glazing, elevator, fire suppression, plumbing, HVAC, geothermal, and electric and fire alarm.
All right. Any questions, trustees? These are bond dollars?
These are bond dollars, yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. If there are no other questions, Then I guess that brings us down to letter C, Annex AN 2197, New Logan Elementary Trade Contracts Part 2. And I believe that's still Ms. Corona.
Yep, go ahead, take it away, Ms. Corona.
Thank you. Again, this is part 2. I think I had mentioned in one of the last board meetings that I was bringing forward everything minus the HVAC. We had held off on that. Actually, had pulled it between the first and the second briefing. We wanted to make sure that there was a complete scope and that we felt comfortable bringing this contractor forward. We are, and we are making a recommendation to bring quality air systems for the HVAC for the $11,787,000. We are carrying a 5% contingency, and again, with same as Dickin Elementary, our painting, flooring, and landscaping contracts will be bid at a later date.
Any questions, trustees?
Bond dollars.
Thank you. That's my question.
And to clarify, right, we're still doing geothermal, but this is the HVAC system to support that geothermal field that will be installed.
Yes, thanks for bringing that up for clarification. The geothermal field is by one contractor. They bring up the piping and everything basically to the wall of the building, and then the HVAC contractor picks up everything from that point, and we'll be providing everything from heating, cooling, pumps, piping, everything involved with heating, ventilation, air, and air conditioning.
Again, any questions, trustees? All right. Seeing none, thank you so much for your time.
I did have one additional thing, and I didn't know if it was going to come up about the upcoming engagements. I don't know if that was going to be coming up later in the agenda.
I don't think so. So this is probably the best time to do it.
Yep. Yeah. I would like to bring up, please check a2schoolsbond.org website, but we do have some upcoming open house events that will help kick off some of our new projects. King, Burns Park, and Wines all have engagements, open house engagements that are open for the community to learn about the process and what's going to be coming to those schools. Wines is on April 1st at 6 p.m. Burns Park is on April 3rd at 6 p.m. And King Elementary is April 9th at 6 p.m. In addition to our 3 projects that we're looking to kick off, we have Lakewood and Lawton that have been in the middle of engagement for the first year of engagement. And we're also having an open house for those communities on March 18th at 6 p.m. and March 20th at 6 p.m. You do not need to RSVP. So if you'd like to, feel free. You can go to info@a2schoolsbond.org. But you can just come. It's going to be between 6 and 7 p.m. on all of those nights.
Thank you so much for that information, Ms. Corona. Any additions or questions, trustees? Okay. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
All right. I believe that brings us down to letter D, policy 1300, public participation. Trustees, this is the section that you probably heard a lot of public commentary about tonight, or one of the two you heard a lot of public commentary about tonight. The governance committee did have some discussions about making some changes to a few of our policies. This is the policy that focuses on board designated groups. The governance committee has been considering making changes to this for over the last 8 months, so this is not something that's new, but we did decide to bring it forward today for first briefing so that we could discuss it and determine how the board might want to address it. What this proposal is, it's not that we eliminate any groups. This board did not create these groups. This board cannot eliminate these groups. The only thing this proposal would do would be to no longer have designated groups as a portion of this board's weekly or regular meeting agendas. These groups will still exist, and they can still seek permission to come and speak at every meeting that they want to come speak at. So it does not eliminate that in any way. So I just want to make sure that's 100% clear. There was a lot of comments tonight that suggested we were going to eliminate groups. We're not doing that, and we have no power to do that. So that is not anywhere on the table. That being said, the proposal for the change in policy eliminates the designation as board designated groups, and it allows them to seek time at the president or from the president, from the executive committee or any trustee to seek to have them added to the agenda if should they want to speak. It would allow for them to still have longer time periods. The proposal we are suggesting is a time period of 8 to 10 minutes per group, and it would allow us to be able to be in compliance with some of the best practices that we've been given direction from MASB and other governing bodies to get rid of and terminate the designation, but not terminate any groups. So let me make sure we're clear on that. And with that, I'll open the floor for some discussion from trustees. Trustee Wilkers?
I would just also like to add, I think the other consideration that it changes is historically these groups were approved at our organizational meeting on an annual basis, and so this expands access to new groups that are founded throughout the year to seek opportunities to speak at meetings as well.
It opens it up to more groups. It does not limit it to fewer groups. It allows more groups to have access to present and be incorporated into our regular business meetings. So
I have a question. So one thing you mentioned, you said that a group could go to a board member, you, the executive committee. So I think we have to have it tightened up what our protocol is. So if it means they're going to contact you, it goes to the executive committee, or I don't know. I just think to have that a little clearer might be helpful.
That makes total sense to me.
And it could be that they go and talk to me, and then I contact, or I say, hey, go talk to,
the president.
drop him an email, or whatever. But I just think if that's clear, that would be good.
Okay, thank you.
If I could support that.
Yes.
Yeah, I think to be very clear, and I appreciate that, Trustee Schmidt, nothing is going to change in terms of how our agenda gets determined. That will be up to the members of the executive committee, of course, the support of the board, because at any point we could change the agenda.
Right.
Should, we choose to do so. So, again, let us know if you want to speak. Executive committee hears that request, and we'll try to figure out how to fit it on the agenda at the appropriate time.
Question?
Yes, Trustee Wilkes.
So those groups who would like to speak, what exactly is the, I guess, the protocol, or is that something to be determined? Would they just do what they, I don't know, how would someone, let's say I have a group and we want to speak at at the next board meeting.
Right.
What would be my first, what are the steps?
Right now, for the designated groups, they're on the agenda as a standing committee every regular board meeting. And they notify Ms. Ozinski or Ms. Parks, I assume, or someone in administration, or you, that they're intending to give a presentation at the regular board meeting. And that's how it works at this time. How it will work in the future is any group that is related to education and in line with the district's mission can seek to speak. As Trustee Schmidt was saying, and I think Trustee Basket was saying, they would contact either administration, Ms. Ozinski, or they contact a trustee, and that trustee would direct them to the executive committee or president, and we would find space for them on an agenda so that they have a time period to speak at one of our upcoming meetings. And that's how it would be as of right now. We're open, that's open for discussion, consideration, and what the board thinks is the best practice for that.
Trustee Basket, could you've been around doing this a lot of years, could you give a little historical perspective of how it came to be we have designated groups in the first place? Because I thought that was a little odd when I got on the board, actually.
It like a lot of things in Ann Arbor, we are unique. I can only speak to a few of the groups. Let's see, get back here. First, let me say, for a while, we didn't list these groups on the agenda. And yet and so people forgot they existed and accused us of having no way of having, feedback from the community. And so I requested, again, with the board support, we list these groups. So at any point, the community knows they're there and they can reach those groups, should they choose to do so. Let me start with, first of all, we know the AAEA, that's a contractual obligation. So that's going nowhere in terms of off the agenda.
Explain that. I see curious looks. So
Sorry?
Please explain what you're saying.
Contractual? Or
Yes,
the not going anywhere?
I don't know that all trustees understand what you're saying.
So contractually, with our agreement with our partners, the teachers, they have space on the agenda to speak to us anytime they choose, as we have seen. And sometimes there are periods of time when they don't choose not to speak, and that's fine, but we allow them that time. We prepare in our meetings for that time for them to speak. One of the quote-unquote advantages with the reports of the associations is there's no time limit. There is no, as you saw today from our teachers, we gave them the time they needed to express themselves, and we will continue to do so. I believe the AAEA, the administrators came along, and, it just made sense to give them time too. But as I understand, there's no contractual obligation to do so. And again, we have not heard from them in a while, and that's their decision, as is with all of the groups. Let me start with, I guess, the Black Parent Student Support Group, I believe is our oldest group, started in 76, give or take. Okay, I was not on the board in 1976,
Sure.
okay? Just want to clarify. The group came out of a serious need. There was a lot of racial tension in the community, in our schools, a lot of violence, and community leaders from various African American groups came to the board, and they formed, if you will, a partnership. And so that group was designated to speak with the board, work with the board on the solutions at the time. Again, I was just a student. Granted, I was a student, but I was definitely not on the board. And so that is part of the history as I know of. Having been a member of the NAACP, there were a lot of leaders from NAACP who helped form this group. So, as I know. With the APAC group, the Ann Arbor Parent Advisory group, that was focused on special education. And that group was one of our most active groups who spoke at every meeting. Again, their voice is heard. We haven't heard from them in a while. And again, that's their prerogative.
But they also started doing something special, at least with this last superintendent, where they met, and it was a different, it was
yes.
addressed differently.
It was addressed differently because, like all of these groups, they had the opportunity to express themselves, sometimes in a positive manner in terms of what's working well and what's not. With the PAC, what we affectionately call the PAC, the Ann Arbor Parent Advisory Committee, the previous superintendent and the team, her team, went to their meetings, again, going to where the parents and families are. And the PAC made time on their agenda for the superintendent and her staff. So a lot of the issues that they may have brought forward to the board actually got resolved within their meetings. And again, I'm sure if that's an opportunity other groups would want, speak to the superintendent, and her staff can figure that out. So the other groups came later, and there are some groups which I will challenge this board to tell me when we last heard from them. Okay, including the African American Parent, the district-wide Black Parent Student Support Group. We heard from APISA. Again, I think we last heard from them about, May of last year. Again, we're not saying that we don't hear from you. We're not saying that you don't continue to meet. But I did have a question, if I may, President Feaster.
Yes, ma'am.
One group talked about financial assistance. And I guess I would look to the superintendent. I didn't know we had anything in terms of financial assistance for any of these groups.
Not that I can recall. I'll check into it, but we have certainly supported programming efforts and bringing in authors, publicized events and things of that nature. But I'll have to check into any financial contributions. I don't recall that.
Yeah, I was a little surprised by that because I don't remember it being any line item in the budget.
It's definitely not a part of our policy.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir.
And we're addressing the policy.
Thank you, I'm sorry, you're right. So again, policy. So I hope that helps. Are there any specific questions?
Yeah, no, that I think it's good because it's kind of like where did it come out of? And then it's interesting that since I've been on the board for 2 years, I haven't seen a lot of those groups. So it's you make the point, President Feaster. This actually opens it up to more. I'm thinking if there's a group that's not so official that doesn't have maybe they're 501c3 or whatever, but they have something that would be maybe we would even invite them to come and speak. And I think of the Karen Thomas Fund, and I think that was asked if they could or he could present. We might have invited him because he gives many books and to our teachers through grants. It's a great thing. So
I think what this will do is to help tidy up our agenda and expectations. And as we've all said here, we welcome the feedback, and again, we don't want to place any undue burden on any of the groups because again, these are volunteers, parent volunteers often. And so again, their time commitment is valued. And again, I guess I'm disappointed that people are assuming that we want to disband. As the president said, we don't have the power or intention to disband anybody. Please continue to meet and let us know when you want to talk to us.
Trustee Muhammad?
So I'm going to be honest here. When I heard this, because initially when we were talking about this, I remember this came up when the Jewish group was asking for them to get approved, the Muslim group and the Aspire group. And from my understanding is that, this was like more than a year ago. And we were going to look at building structures, not completely eliminate these board designated groups, but building some structure because, I've been part of the Arab Advisory Group for 3 years now. I understand how other groups work, but I can't speak for them. I know that the special ed group already has a pretty strong structure in place where they have, assistant superintendents and superintendents attend, so it's a little bit different. But my question to you all is, what problem are we trying to fix here? Because I understand it's like we want to open it up, then open it up and include more groups, especially these groups came out from troubled times. They didn't just come out, they didn't become board designated because there wasn't an issue. You heard from the Asian American group is that, during COVID, there was an increased, amount of Asian American racism because of COVID. More and more important right now with, I can only speak about my community is that, all the Islamophobia, anti-Arab racism, anti-Palestinian racism. We had someone, we're dealing with a case at Tappan. And so I'm just trying to figure out what problem are we trying to fix? And saying that all groups, we need to include all groups, sounds a little bit like all lives matter kind of statement. That's when I hear that, I think everyone should be able to speak, but we're doing a disservice by removing this as board. And I think most of the people that talk knew what board designated groups are. They don't think, maybe some were scared and they're like, we're removing the groups completely. But they understand that this is specific, unrestricted time where we can provide guidelines, not remove it, to be able, when something comes up or there's something they want to share, that they can share with the board. Currently, how the policy reads, they have to get permission. So you already are disenfranchising marginalized communities that already feel scared to, there's many times where I'm like, just come and talk to the board. Feel scared to come and address the board. by creating more barriers, by saying, okay, well, now you have to get approval, because that's how it's reading, by the executive board, by a case-by-case scenario. And I don't know why we're not showing the policy on the screen, but that's what it's saying, case-by-case scenario. So that means you're leaving it to 3 individuals or whoever, the executive board changes year to year to decide who gets to speak at a board meeting and who doesn't. And so now marginalized communities now have to decide, well, wait a minute, like, I have to go through this process. Are they going to deny me? Where, honestly, like, I was okay, and I've said it very loudly last year. Approve the Jewish group, approve the Muslim group, approve Aspire. Actually, these are groups that need to be heard. They need unrestricted time to be able, during contentious times like this, be able to speak to the board and have time. But instead of, spending time by just, okay, well, we don't want to give them, we have an issue, let's just remove all of it. Provide guidance to these groups. Say once a year, come out here and give us some kind of report of what you're doing. Instead of giving them unlimited time, give them maybe max 10 minutes. I mean, I don't think any group spent more than 10 minutes. But it does say that they have to get approval from a case-by-case scenario, case-by-case situation by the executive board. That is a huge barrier. And then think about what this message is going to send. There's a lot of people that are watching this, and they're going to see that we're removing now, Ann Arbor Public Schools are now removing these marginalized groups, these minority groups. When we had this for a long time, I mean, this is not something that was new. We had this for a long time. Like, so what problem are we trying to fix? That's my, and honestly, why did we prioritize this and the public commentary? And why are we prioritizing this as an agenda item when we have bigger issues for us to talk about? That's where my frustration is that I don't understand what problem we're trying to fix. Honestly, I think it's going to create more problems and more frustration, and families and kids feeling that they're being discounted and they're being further disenfranchised by this move. So that's all I have to say. So I'm not going to support this at all.
Thank you, Trustee Muhammad. I see your hand, Trustee Bescott.
I'm not quite sure where to start.
It was a lot.
Yeah, it definitely was a lot. I mean, I guess what we're trying to resolve is cleaning up our agenda and being very honest that we are talking about expanding the number of people who can talk to us. Some people looked at this list and said, oh, well, my issue is this. Which group do I go to in order to bring it forth? And we have said, you don't have to have a group to come forward. You can talk to us. The fact that we're talking 8 to 10 minutes or unlimited time, as other trustees have pointed out, that's what we're currently proposing. No group should feel excluded, but let's be very honest. I challenge you. When have we heard from the, let's pick this one, Ann Arbor Youth, Gender, and Sexual Alliance? We haven't.
And if we followed our policy, then we should have eliminated those groups because
we haven't heard from them.
Right.
But I'm sorry, ma'am, you're not part of this conversation. You are not part of this conversation. So we're not trying to exclude anybody, and I guess it's the attitude, trustees, that we have to look at. We're not trying to exclude anybody. We're not trying to take anybody's rights away. We're not trying to take any access from any of these groups. We don't control that. We can't tell them when to meet, how to meet, or when to come to talk to us. So I don't know the problem.
Trustee Wilkerson said he wanted to speak, and then I saw Trustee Wilkins. And then we'll go to Trustee Wilkes and come back to Trustee Muhammad.
Yeah, I just want to add, part of these updates and changes and discussions was a result of closed session information that we all received as trustees. Of course, to go into that any further, we would have to waive attorney-client privilege to get an update from our legal counsel. But I do think that's an important part of the discussion that, you know, we can't publicly share today here. And again, unless we motion to set that aside and get into that detail. But I think that really predicates some of these changes. While the board still works to expand access to other groups, you know, if you have suggestions, if anyone has suggestions on how to make this process more supportive, put other supports in place to engage groups more directly, you know, designate certain meetings where we want those groups to come out, or, you know, each of us as board members can also work with specific groups to engage them in part of the community discussion and bring them to the table, but that onus is on us as board members. So I think that's another important part of the consideration. But I am open to supporting various ways to ensure the access is more open and more engaging.
As am I. That's all, Trustee Wilkins.
If our goal is to make it so that more groups can address the board whenever they want to and need to, then, as Trustee Schmidt said, I want to see the structure behind that. And I don't think them having to approach the executive committee and the executive committee gets to decide, I don't think that's going to be more, that's not going to show that we're being more inclusive. If the goal is to be more inclusive, we have to come up with a way to show that we're more inclusive. There's also a timing thing there. So there might be something that happens to happen on Monday, and the group wants to address us on Wednesday about it. If they were already on the agenda, then they just get to come and talk, right? But if they have to go through 4 steps to get there, then they're not going to get to do that. The other thing is, what was my other thing? What constitutes a group? We need to define that.
Well, I don't think we can.
So does anyone get to come, or is it still, Glenda, you used something, or someone said, as long as it's educational related, or
President Feaster said
is that in the policy?
Yeah.
I don't know.
as long as it's educational related.
So that's going to be subjective. And just a side note, the reason we haven't heard from the parents of LGBTQ students is that they're all afraid to speak about anything right now.
I don't think that's fair.
Yeah, how do we know
I
that?
don't think that is a fair statement.
I can tell you
Right.
for Arab Americans, they do. They're scared.
Well, and so, I'm sorry.
No.
Absolutely true.
Well, Trustee Wilkes, you had something, I think.
Yeah, well, first of all, I see why we're doing this, and like Trustee Wilkerson said, there was a discussion in closed session that sort of led to this
No,
point.
it didn't lead to it.
Well, it was a part of it.
Oh, yeah, but
I'd say.
it
it was
didn't lead to
it was a part of it.
Of course.
So technically, can we actually? I'm not in favor of the executive committee determining who can speak.
We can find whatever option you
But
want.
technically, can we actually deny groups the opportunity to speak? I mean, just based on the Open Meetings Act, don't we have to adhere to?
I think we can if it's not related to education.
They would have to go through public commentary.
Yeah, so for instance, if I was part of a Wiccan group and I wanted to contact the president and say, I want to do a presentation about the Wiccan religion and how I think you're not talking about it in your social studies class. So think about that. You know, how that's a religious group that we would, whenever schools do things that do anything to promote any religion, it looks like an endorsement of, which is a problem with separation of church and state. So, but if I still wanted to speak, let's say I don't fit, you know, I'm a little problem there, there's public comment, and I can read out of a dictionary at public comment, and I can have two of my friends with me, and we can read 9 minutes out of the dictionary, or I can talk about the Wiccan religion I want you all to hear about that you're not taking care of in social studies class. So, you know, you would hope at our business meeting, a school board business meeting, that we can, in good faith, try to, any group that wants to come speak about things that apply to our schools so that we can do a better job of educating children, that we can make that decision fairly. Yes, human beings are involved in this, and it will have some subjectivity, and we do need a protocol. And maybe it isn't the executive committee, but I don't think it should just be the board president. I think that that's just not fair to that person, and, there's another way to do it. But nobody is ever stopped from saying anything unless they create a riot or something, right, because of OMA, Open Meetings Act. You're not a part of this conversation.
If I may,
Not a part of the
And we did let Thurston Play come and present for 30 minutes, 40 minutes at our studies, 45 minutes at our study session when they requested to come speak.
Yeah, I also want to make one other suggestion. Instead of having groups come to us, again, let's go to them.
Yes.
Forums. This is something that our school board used to do in the past, having more educational type forums where we would go out and engage more with various groups, in the community. And I'm completely open to doing that because it's really, I feel as though when we actually go out and engage with the public, it says a lot.
Right.
And I think that it actually, it does a lot.
Right.
It doesn't jam up the meetings so that decisions that we have to make at these meetings are not at 12 o'clock at night. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we have to figure out where to put things so that we're doing an efficient, good job. I don't know. It all plays
But I just
together.
think that by having forums and actually engaging with the community, we're able to have conversations outside of the boardroom, and I believe that we're maybe able to sort of, get to, maybe cut things off before they explode or whatever. Just sort of engaging and talking with the community and having really good conversation before matters get bigger.
Right. And to the point I heard, we did let the Thurston PTO group speak at the study session when they requested to speak. We did let Thurston Play speak at the study session when they requested to speak.
Yeah.
So I think this board has shown that we are open and letting people speak if they request time, and it's related to education and the mission of this district. So I just want to make sure that misconception is not floating out there. I saw Trustee Muhammad and then Trustee Wilkins.
Hello.
Oh, sorry, did I miss you, Trustee Basket?
Yes, you did.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Miss. Trustee Basket.
You don't allow me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, regarding the agenda, every organization has a right and responsibility to control the agenda. And right now, we have the executive committee. And if trustees are not happy with that, propose something different. I think the president, as he said, he's open to suggestions. We all should be. Regarding, these organizations and going to them, I tried. Okay, I think we have had this conversation with some of you. And what I remember in talking with the sponsored leader, if you will, of the Ann Arbor Youth, Gender, and Sexual Alliance Group, she said, we are an active Facebook group. And so they didn't see the need to come to us to garner support and knowledge and resources. They're already doing their thing. And so to say they're afraid, well, my question, if people are afraid, how is having them on the agenda making them less afraid? It hasn't so far, and people who have come forth, who want to come forth, have come forth from each one of these groups. But we also know some of these, as far as I'm concerned, when I reached out to some of the people, even trying to find the contact for some of these people, that is lost. And I contacted for the Black Parent Student Support Group, the last known leader that I knew of. And this was probably, I see him every year at this annual event. Right, and he doesn't have the same interest as he used to. Okay, that's your right. Now, how they succession planning turned over, I don't know. It wasn't shared with us, so we don't know. I don't know what more we can do. In terms of going out to the community, Trustee, I fully support that, but let's face it, we have a hard time trying to decide when we can meet to do board business that is not engaged with the community. If the community wants to invite us to an event, let's talk. But we can't guarantee all of us will show up because, again, we have busy lives. But let's work. I mean, that would be a nice problem to work on, you know? So I don't think any of us are opposed to, but the issue we have tonight is what to do with this list of groups on our agenda.
Right. Trustee Muhammad and then Trustee Wilkins.
So, you know, as far as, again, part of the policy is leaving the decision to a group of people, regardless of who it is, and we have our own biases, right? So that is why the policy is written the way it is because you create this space for these groups, especially all of them are like marginalized communities, to at any time can come, like if there is a crisis happening, that day they can email you, the board president, and say, we really need to speak on this issue, and allowing that flexibility where how it's written now, you do get to decide who gets to speak and who doesn't and what is a priority and what isn't. And you brought up the example about the Thurston, you know, you did allow some, but there was a group that wasn't allowed. So the Thurston Nature Center.
It wasn't related to, they didn't want to talk about education or students. They want to talk about the history of the Nature Center, which was not related.
But do you see, yes,
and
that
had
makes
they asked to
sense.
speak outside of the study session at a different event, I would have allowed them to speak, but it was not appropriate for the study session.
Okay.
And didn't allow
but
you
made,
talk to
but
them?
You,
Yes.
But the thing is now you're going to be making these, like, if it's something to do with a crisis happening and it's not specifically related to what's on the agenda or what is you're going to have, you or whoever the executive board is at that time are going to make decisions on, is this a priority? I mean, it's going to be subjective, right? Just like you did maybe for the Thurston, maybe that's not a good example.
We're elected to make decisions. And if I make a decision that a group is not able to speak and the board thinks I'm wrong, then you can vote them onto the agenda
But that's
at
the
any
barrier
point.
because
No,
you're
it's not.
now depending on the board and whoever, instead of giving them protected space, because that's the reason why you have to think about what problem are we trying to fix. That is the reason why they became board designated groups, because there was a major issue that has happened. And because of that, they became designated because it gave them that safe space to be able to speak at that, you know, at any time. But we just didn't give them, you know, there was a comment about structure guidance. They didn't come to us. Honestly, a lot of them didn't know, like they, you know, when they would ask me, well, are we supposed to come? When should we? They didn't want to bother us. So we didn't give them guidance as far as like, when should they speak? Should they come and update us once a year what they're doing?
So it's your problem that the number 3, like on our agenda tonight, reports of associations would not be on the agenda? Because we could have reports of groups on the agenda and still have a space for them, and they just let us know they want to speak, and then we'll add them to the agenda, if that's your concern.
No, my concern is you just removed all board designated groups to be always on the agenda, and at any time they can come and speak. How it's written right now,
But they still have to tell us they want to come and let us know.
they do let you know, but they don't need such requests to be reviewed on a case-by-case basis through the executive committee agenda planning process. That's a barrier for them. So they just, right now, they just email, literally sometimes sometimes they even show up.
But trustee, did you hear President Feaster's suggestion? If we were just to have reports from groups
No,
on the
that's
agenda?
not, it's not, that is not, my concern is that you are not allowing them dedicated space at every meeting so that if something did happen.
It would be on the agenda for every meeting. It would just be reports of groups. And
Where
we'll
does
just,
it say that?
No, that's a suggestion.
He's proposing that.
As an option.
Okay, I have to see what the change is. But
what I'm saying is, if you're concerned that there would not be space on our regular business meeting agendas for those groups to come and present to us, as opposed to having what we have now, reports of associations, and we have A through I, a list of groups, we could just have reports of groups, and whatever groups would like to come speak can let us know, and we can fill them in for that particular meeting.
And we have had that in the past.
So, but how is that going to be different than you said such requests will be reviewed on a case-by-case basis through the executive committee?
That wouldn't be part of it.
We're not, yeah, we can discuss remove the language, and you can come up with a change to the language that's not like in stone. So help us come up with appropriate language. But what I'm asking is, would that fix your problem with the agenda?
So how is that, this is what's kind of confusing. How is that, how is that different than just keeping the current policy?
As Trustee Wilkerson already said, we're trying to be in compliance with one, best practices, and two, with what we have been advised in closed session.
Which is one issue, but because of that one issue, now we have to remove, we're pretty much saying these groups.
That is why it's here, yes.
So we have to remove all the groups.
That is why it's here. That is why it's here.
To level the play. But that does not resonate very well for me, because that means you're saying all lives matters, to be honest.
You can feel that way.
But that's what it is.
Okay, well,
these
you can say
specific
that. I don't
groups
agree.
were picked, were approved by the board over many years. Not during my time, during Trustee Basquet's time, but not during any of our times. They were approved for a reason. So, it just sends a wrong message by just saying, you know what, we're going to eliminate it, we're going to even the playing field. Now all lives matters, you all can show up whenever you want. I think we're Ann Arbor, and for us
I understand your position.
To do this, honestly, let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, because I haven't even, to pretty much, that sends a very strong message that we don't prioritize our marginalized communities. That's how people are going to see this. And I understand that there's some whatever, and honestly, like, if this is a major issue and this is what led to this, then maybe we need to get that out, and maybe we do need a vote to be able to discuss this with our council and say, like, what is the reason? Because right now, it just looks like we are just pretty much silencing marginalized communities and allowing now everyone to have equal playing fields as far as when they can speak and when they cannot. So that is my concern of how this looks. And then as far as just one other point before, and I'll stop. The policy, and I know community engagement, I know there was, you made the point about let's get engaged with the community, let's try to go get involved with these groups. And I remember I proposed that when I first started on the school board. I really wanted us to engage with the community. The problem is that some of these communities are not easily, it's not easy for them to let people in, and especially people that are not within their community. And so I think it's great. That's why this space was created, so that when they do have something they need to communicate to the board and to the superintendent, that they do it and are able to do it in a public meeting rather than behind the doors. There's a lot of distrust, especially among some marginalized communities. And yes, they may not be open for you to come in and talk to them, so there's a lot of fear, and they want to be able to, and that's why I think it's important to allow that space so that they can come up, if they feel that they need to communicate to the board at that time, they have one representative being able to do that. They feel that representative is not going to be, in jeopardy for speaking on behalf of the group. So again, I just don't understand what problem we're trying to fix. And if it's something that has to do with the closed session, then I feel that it's important that we are able to talk about that so that the community understands where this is coming from.
Point noted. What I would suggest is that you take a look at the proposed policy and come up with any suggestions to the language you might want changed. And then at the second briefing, we can address the closed session portion of it. And if it moves forward from there, your proposed changes will be considered. And so that will be my suggestion to you. in case this moves forward over your objection, you may want to have whatever changes you want up for consideration.
I would just like to say, so as former president of the district-wide Black Parent Student Support Group, I consider myself to be a part of the marginalized community that you're speaking of, and I don't have a problem with this because I know that this group still has the right to speak at our board meetings. There is nothing preventing any of these groups from coming and speaking. So I guess I'm just not really sure I fully understand your argument, because these groups can still present. They can still come and speak. And Trustee, I'm not sure, were you privy to the closed session information that we had? Because I just want to make sure you're aware of what was said. I mean, we really can't talk about it right here at the table, but I guess that's a fair question. Were you at that particular meeting?
Yeah, no, I was at that meeting, but when I came out of that meeting, it did not, from my understanding, it was not going to result in removing the board designated groups. So, but we can talk about, again, I think it's important for us to be able to do, if we are going to open up what was talked about in the closed session, we have to do that before we talk any further about what happened in the closed session.
We should have.
I saw Trustee Wilkins and then Trustee Bescott.
So I first wanted to say I love the idea of trying to be engaged with the community groups outside the board meetings, but that can't replace groups wanting to come and speak to us. Right. And again, the timing is the issue here, I think. If they're already on the agenda and something happens on a Monday and they want to talk, or a Tuesday or a Wednesday, and they want to come talk to us, they know they're already on the agenda. So yes, that might be fixed with your all groups thing. It's a communications issue. So we saw, just from what you were discussing in the governance committee, that turned into a gross miscommunication of what it was actually going to mean, right? So we need to be super clear about, again, why we're doing this. If we're doing this to be more inclusive, then we need to be super clear about that. If we're doing this to make sure that all the underrepresented groups can have a chance to speak at the table, we need to be super clear about that. Can that be in the policy?
Any changes you want can be in the policy.
Okay.
Just suggest them, and we can kick them around and find what's the best solution.
So we're not planning to vote on this tonight because we really need to talk about this. Yeah, okay.
It's just the first briefing, kick it around and find out the best solution. I said Trustee Basket and then back to Trustee Wilkerson and then the Trustee Muhammad to close it out.
So first of all, this, for me, this conversation was not a result of what we discussed with our attorneys. Yeah, to be very clear, I am not willing to waive our confidentiality with our attorney on this issue and nearly any issue that I can think about. Okay? We do not need to be a red flag for who knows who. We're already vulnerable, being one of the largest, more successful districts in the state. And we took I can remember the hits and the challenges we took when we decided collectively to take on the gun issue. We have not been collective in a long time here on any issue, and I do not want to, again, waive our confidentiality just to appease this, because it's more than just one thing. And I appreciate trustees saying we have to be very clear, but there's not one, it doesn't have to be one reason of why we're doing this. It can be multiple reasons. Regarding the communication, we didn't make the news article. we were observed by a reporter, and trustees may have had misinterpretations or whatever. No one spoke to me about their thoughts of this designated group thing and what we were trying to do. I would have easily given an opinion, and I would have welcomed the opportunity to clarify. But this was not an intention to squash anything, to disenfranchise anybody, or to make anybody feel bad. So I just want to be very clear on that.
Thank you. No one reached out to me either. Trustee Wilkinson?
Yeah, I just want to make one comment in regards to Trustee Wilkins' question or commentary about, an issue coming up last minute. I think that opens it up to any one of us trustees to bring that as part of agenda planning and suggest adding it to the agenda for the evening. That's a very public format, so if we bring something ahead or bring something to that portion of the agenda, suggest it for an addition, the public can see that, hey, these are the trustees that have, voted to support that or voted not to support that. So I think that's another avenue that we will always have access to as well.
Did you have something else, Trustee Muhammad?
Yeah. So, and I wanted to respond to Trustee Wilkes about your comment about like not feeling that some groups feel like not being able to speak. I can tell you, I know even just within my community that there are people that do not feel that they can speak and that are being pushed away. And we're seeing it
by us.
But we haven't stopped.
No, not us. I'm not saying
we're talking
us.
about us.
But the thing, but not by us. But what I'm saying is that, I just wanted to respond that there are, like, this is like, there are people that feel that way. So if you don't create that space for them, they'll never, you know what I mean? Like, they're going to feel that they don't.
But we're not stopping anyone from coming. No one's from your group or your community who's wanted to speak. Have we told them no or pushed them away or cut them off or anything like that? And it's not our job to maintain these because of what's happening in the rest of the world. It's our job to do what's best for this district and for our students and our staff. And I know the world has a lot going on right now, but we're not at fault for that. And we have to do what's best for this district.
Okay. I guess what I'm saying is like you are still, again, by having to approve groups from.
Suggest a change to the proposed
That's
language.
fine. I will look at it. But again, I still think I don't know what issue we're trying to fix.
You said that and it's noted. Thank you. Anything else, Trustee Wilkins?
Yeah, I do think it's important, again, back to the optics, right? Yeah. So, yes, it was because of a newspaper article that didn't actually get all the facts. Fine. That's going to happen again. I mean, the headlines are going to be Ann Arbor schools decided to get rid of all their advisory groups that have to do with underrepresented communities. We're going to see that headline. We've already seen it,
We can't control the media.
So we can't, but we can help to control that.
If they want to talk to us, they can reach out and talk to us.
If we can take steps further to be more inclusive, and if it means keeping these groups here because it shows that Ann Arbor does care about these groups, then that would be a good reason not to do this, so that we can just be that organization that takes that stand. And I get it. I get the Target argument, and that's another way to do it. But I wanted to put that out there.
Thank you.
In all fairness, I think taking the groups off of the agenda does not indicate that we don't care about these groups, and that we don't care about the. May I have the floor, please? Thank you. That does not indicate that we don't care about these groups' concerns. So I think that's a bit of a stretch.
Well, that's not what I'm saying, but that's how it's gonna. If it's not handled properly, that's how it's gonna look.
If I may, Trustee Wilkins, I agree with you, but it doesn't help when I hear board members say to me, well, you mean all lives matter. I mean, that is just inappropriate
say
because
you.
the goal here, I know, but I
Not
heard what you
you,
said to
not
me.
you directly.
But I mean, that isn't what this discussion is about. It's not like, well, who were those groups that were able to get their group together and get chosen to be put on this list? It's, why don't we open this up and let other people also have an option? That's what this is about. You know, we talk about equity and having everybody having a chance. And so what we say matters, and how it's the optics go is what comes out of our mouths at these meetings. Because that isn't the intent of shutting anybody down. I mean, it just, that isn't, I think, where this came from. And this has been discussed for like 8 months.
Longer than that.
And I'm sorry. I didn't say you. I said it comes across as all lives matters. I mean, that's what people are going to hear. That's not from you. I don't mean to say it
None
came
of us
from
have
you.
said all lives matter.
May
But
I ask one more question? So if this has been tossed around, this whole issue has been tossed around for the last 8 months.
Longer.
Some of the trustees, 3 of us are new, so we haven't even been on this board 8 months. So I guess my question is, Trustee Mohammed, I guess, did you raise these concerns prior to tonight? I mean, if this isn't the first time that this issue is coming up, I guess I'm not really sure why you didn't raise this level of concern prior to tonight.
So I did. So to give you some history, the Jewish and Muslim and Aspire group came this is all started by this. They wanted to get approved as board designated groups. At that time I was president, and we were going into the January meeting, and it was our organizational meeting, and we wanted to give them opportunity for us to present and be considered. All of a sudden, everything changed, and I remember that agenda got sabotaged pretty much, and instead of us deciding at the organizational meeting to approve them or not, it got delayed. And it got delayed. And there were several times that I brought it up and said, I motioned at one point and said, let's approve these groups. This was in February.
I think that's when the financial crisis hit.
And then the financial crisis hit.
So I wouldn't say
So all of that,
either.
but at that time, my understanding is that this was going to go to governance so that we have structure.
Just to answer that point.
Yes.
It went to governance. We discussed the structure argument and whether or not that made sense, and we decided this made more sense. And that's why we're here suggesting.
So when was, I'm talking about last year.
Over the past year, Trustee Dupree, myself, we discussed changing structure and different things of that nature.
Okay.
And then this governance committee decided
So it took
this
a year.
made more
it took
sense.
For it, but no one, there was no updates as far as what is
We
happening.
didn't have anything
with
ready to present until now.
Exactly.
And now it's here for us for first
So
briefing to discuss.
it needed to be evaluated for a whole year, where, you know what I mean? Like this whole thing started in January, and why did it have to take a whole year until finally, just with this current new board, all of a sudden we're like, okay, well, let's just decide to remove
You
all
are
the board.
aware that from February to July, we were financial crisis.
We were focused on other things.
Yes,
like it's not
I
like we just
understand.
ignored this.
But I
You understand that, right?
But it was, I understand. But again, I mean, why did it have to wait till now? Why is it happening now when there were governance meetings that were happening even before then?
Okay.
May I?
Well, before because we're going to have to.
We have time check.
Trustees, is there a motion to extend the meeting by 30
So
minutes?
moved, 30 minutes.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt, supported by Trustee Wilkes. Any discussion? Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Trustee Basquette.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Mohammed.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Motion carries.
If I may, there's a piece of the history here that wasn't included. That January meeting was a vote on a resolution that caused amazing response from the community and made people feel disenfranchised, and the Jewish people that were sitting in the audience. I mean, it was it was a very difficult meeting. And so it was interesting that our leadership decided to throw a special meeting on top of that agenda without having had a public executive committee meeting that was public for people to see that was being added. And so it was, things were removed, and just because the votes were there, it was like, well, since the people were here to make their presentation, we'll let them go ahead and do that. But it was kind of shoved down the throat of us that it was a setup. So that whole concept of first we're all going to vote on this resolution, and oh, look, I've gone ahead and none of us knew because there wasn't a public meeting about it. I've brought these three groups and they're going to try to become designated groups. It really created a really weird situation. So the whole thing kind of started off in not an open way. And then, of course, there's been legal counsel involved in giving us advice and everything like this. So, you know, there was a lot to that, more than just, it's our organizational meeting, we wanted to approve designated groups. So I just want to fill that in.
Trustee Muhammad.
So I'm not going to rehash, you know, that whole meeting, but just to clarify, if you remember, Trustee Dupree at the time, she's the one who said, remember, we did the vote to table our vote until the organizational meeting. So that's why it made the agenda, because we were supposed to vote on it in December, and it got tabled to our next board meeting, which is the organizational meeting.
It was not tabled.
I don't think we need to fight about the history.
But I just,
We're here now.
Yes.
So let's decide how we're moving forward.
Yes, but regardless, at the organizational meeting is when we were supposed to approve any board designations.
We're here now. Let's decide how we're moving forward. Trustee Wilkinson.
Yeah, no, I was actually just going to add a comment similar to that. You know, I think the history is what it is at this point, but I can say with this new board, I think our committees are very engaged in wanting to move things through our committee work, coming to the table, we're having sessions and meetings, and I think the byproduct of the governance committee that we had is taking action and making suggestions based on the things that were on the agenda. So this was the first draft that came out of that. I think, again, collectively, if any of us have suggestions to make this process better, to provide guardrails or make it more welcoming or open for the community, I think we all welcome that.
We do.
We discussed that, you know, obviously we don't make any decisions, so I think we're all open to that and we want to get to the right spot. But I do think, you know, I think we have a good board that's trying to move things through committee.
Yes, agreed.
25.
Let's move on then. Let's move down to E, new policy 1310, public commentary.
I'm sorry, President Feaster. Can we just, before we move on, can we kind of summarize suggested next steps regarding this issue?
Yes.
You mentioned people bringing suggestions, making suggestions, and, excuse me, those suggestions should go to you, the president?
I'm the chair of the governance committee, so yes, I would suggest an email with your changes, or if there's access to the draft under consideration, you can send us whatever suggestions you have, and the governance committee, you know, we'll view them, and then we'll come back and figure out where we go from here.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that moves us down to new policy 1310, which is regarding public commentary. This too has been being kicked around for over a year since I've been on the board, and what the governance committee discussed is that this district appears to be the only district in the state of Michigan that still allows for write-in public commentary for regular board meetings. And what the governance committee thought would be appropriate or best would be to review that and decide if we want to continue or if we want to go in a different direction and be more in line with best practices and other districts across the state. To that point, the suggestion from the draft from the governance committee is that electronic write-in commentary remain in place for committee meetings. So public commentary would still be read and submitted electronically if people so chose for committee meetings. But for in-person, regular meetings, electronic email public commentary would not be acceptable in Reddit meetings. We made that proposal because the board, all board members, can be reached by email by anyone in the world at any time. And so we did not see that there was a need to have that read into the record during public commentary. And by my calculations, over the last 16 months I've been on this board, approximately 80% of the public commentary has been write-in and read public commentary, which substantially limits the amount of time that people have to come up here and speak to us. And we get meetings where people get 15 seconds or 20 seconds to speak. But if we eliminate that 80% of read into the record, public commentary that we can read independently, if someone emails it to us, then the people who come to speak can actually have time to make their point. And so we thought that it might be best to consider that alternative. And just for clarity's sake, each of the board members' email addresses and phone numbers are public on our website. And there's no barrier to accessing us if we strike this from public commentary, because you can still send us the same comments to our individual or board email addresses. So it in no way limits people being able to reach us and communicate their issues. And that's why the governance committee is suggesting we review and make a change to this policy. Trustee Wilkins.
Is there an urgency to this, or is this something that we could move to first briefing
This is first
of
briefing.
next week's? I know, but if we, could we not do the first briefing until next week? Because I think there's going to be the same level of discussion that we just had about the first policy change. That's going to take.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we give it 15 minutes now and see where we can get to,
I think it's,
and then go from there? Because this is the last major thing we have on the agenda.
If I may.
Yes.
President Feaster, thank you. You did a wonderful summary. However, we may want to remind folks as well, as with all of our policy changes, we review it with legal.
Yes.
And we got a legal opinion that we should consider.
Yes.
So I'd like to.
And I forwarded that to all trustees by email. Yes.
And I believe all of us read it. So given that, I'd like to make a suggestion.
Please.
But let me first say what public commentary is, because some folks, previous board members I know, did not understand the purpose of public commentary. Public commentary is for the public to publicly come before us and give us their thoughts.
Right.
We cannot control what they say. We can try. We can make suggestions. Well, you know, some places even have a horn if some of the language get out of hand, but we don't do that. Okay? It is and it's a public let me talk to our emails. It's a public document. When you send us something, there's no secrets.
Right.
If someone asks to get all of the emails sent to Susan Basket, we prepare that. And that means, although you as a sender may not be comfortable, once you send it to us, it's a public document. I know in the past some people said, well, I want to send a public comment, but please don't read it, please don't use our name. We can't do that. Okay? It is public. So we were advised about concerns with possible ADA issues, and we've seen some emails regarding that.
Yes.
So I'd like to make a suggestion to kind of modify what we said in the governance committee, is that we have right now, Ms. Osinski and the team has prepared a form for public commentary. We, again, want to we don't want to discourage anybody from having access to us, but we don't want to, again, inundate our staff with the same old stuff that we've seen in the past. So could we add, this is a suggestion, I'm not the technician here, a box that says, you know, I'm submitting this public commentary due to my inability to attend in person, if you will. That comment is part of our document as public comments. Okay? any of us can read it. And as we know, we usually get a preview of what's sent to us, so we as board members can read it at our leisure or not. But again, when anyone wants to review our meetings, here's what was sent. We have the video and we have the written public commentary. So it resolves the issue of, again, we have to get legal clearance, of course, addresses the issue regarding prohibiting anybody due to, again, a disability. But it also manages our time better, as you said earlier, to give people who made the effort and had the ability to come speak to us, have more time to speak with us. And yeah, I think that's all I need to say. So I'd welcome feedback on that.
Trustee Wilkins?
I have feedback on that. So they can, for any reason, they can check the box and say, I wasn't able to be at the meeting because I don't have childcare.
No. ADA.
Only ADA reasons. Okay. Then I don't like it. Yes, all of the emails to the trustees are theoretically public, but
there's no theory.
One of the reasons that people want their comments to be public, on public record, is so that they're public, so everyone can have easy access to them. No one here has easy access to my emails. They'd have to do a FOIA request. That's not easy, from what I've heard, especially with the district. So I don't think that fulfills the public comment.
I guess, trustee, in all fairness, I'd appreciate you clarifying why it's not easy, especially for the district. I mean, that was a snide remark, and again, we don't have to address it given our timeline, but I guess I'd appreciate clarification.
I did not mean it to be snide. I've heard several complaints from people who have attempted FOIA requests in the past.
Well, believe me,
and they're still waiting.
We had to hire a full-time person to handle FOIA requests, so we do take it seriously as a district. I can't speak to what's that.
So hopefully it's gotten better, but I don't think people should have to do a FOIA request in order to see comments that other people wanted to give.
But the comments are for us. The comments aren't for the rest of the world.
I think that's
yeah. I mean, some people have used our public commentary as airtime.
Right. And that's not the purpose of it. But Trustee Muhammad?
So just because of the time that this is needed and to hear more from the community as far as how they feel about this, I'm going to motion to table this at the next board meeting.
No, it's
so
not
we would
necessary.
have first briefing at the next board meeting because it's midnight. And I don't think there's any urgency in this. So I motion that we do table this at the next board meeting.
Trustee, you're motioning that we table it tonight and address it at the next board meeting.
As first briefing, just like what Leslie
it's
suggested, because this is going to take longer than 15 minutes, to be honest.
It's been moved by Trustee Muhammad to table this. It was supported by Trustee Wilkins. Any discussions, trustee?
I'm sorry if I may.
Yes, Trustee Baskin.
I would advise that you revise your motion to postponing it as opposed to tabling it. But I guess I'm not quite sure what's the purpose. We've already acknowledged that we have a time limit here. I mean,
I guess my comment would be, I've been at this board table very late on multiple nights, dealing with issues that I didn't want to deal with, and I sat here and dealt with it. And I would like to have this first briefing and then figure out how we're moving forward personally.
Right.
So, Trustee Muhammad. Motion's on the table.
It's discussing.
Motion's on the table.
Okay,
so just discussion. Like I said, I mean, I'm fine with staying, late. I just feel like to give it the time it needs, I honestly, especially having these two topics back to back that came, honestly, I didn't even know about this until yesterday. So I don't even have enough time to even process these two things that were just added onto the agenda and to again find out about it yesterday. So what I'm asking is, because both of them are going to need a lot of time, is for us to just, since there's no urgency, for us to postpone it, and I can change that motion to postpone it, first briefing at the next meeting. Just again, to give it a little bit more time, because I'm assuming the second time we're going to talk about policy 1300 may not need as much back and forth as the first time.
Respectfully, and I don't mean this to be like a gotcha, but I believe you heard about this before yesterday, as you text me about this on March
not
7th.
this one. Not this one. No, not this one. The other one. Sorry, not this one.
Okay.
Sorry, I meant the 1300.
When was it placed on the board docs?
Not this one.
We voted to add to the agenda on March 3rd.
And just to clarify, it was because the story went out. So I
Okay.
think whenever I found out, the story came out, what, Monday?
Yeah, you reached out to me March 7th.
Okay, so not this one. It's the 1300 one.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt.
So the whole concept of doing this came about because COVID. They didn't want people congregating in the room and getting sick. And so to me, just like every other district in the state, a year ago or more, other districts rolled back and we didn't. And I think what you've seen is rather than we have a board meeting in public, that's what board meetings are. They're a meeting of the board doing their business in public. We have to do that, OMA, that's the right thing. And people can come and address the board in our public meeting, right? Yeah.
Go ahead. I mean, I think we know that. Do we want to vote on her motion?
Yeah, let's just vote.
Sure.
Okay. I mean, because
Yeah, that's right.
I
There's
didn't
the
hear a
motion on
second
the
to
table.
postponing, so I just
Yeah, it
didn't
was
know what
supported
was
by
Moved by Mohammed, second by Wilkins.
Yes. Ms. Ozinski, please.
Okay, voting. Okay, Trustee Wilkes,
No.
Trustee Basquette,
No.
Trustee Wilkerson,
No.
Trustee Schmidt,
No.
Trustee Mohammed,
Yes.
Trustee Feaster,
No.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Motion fails.
Thank you. All right. Now, please, back to you.
So what I've watched, and I was on a school board 20 years ago where we ran public meetings according to OMA, and we had people come to speak and ran it an efficient meeting, and I don't remember going till midnight because what's happened here with this online submissions is that we're hearing 40 versions of a form letter. We're getting it from people that don't have any contact with us. We get things from Washington, D.C. We get some people don't identify themselves. I mean, it's just it's basically taking our board public comment and using it as a forum for I've got an axe to grind, or I'm going to mobilize people, or so it's not our board running a meeting and we're here to take public comment in our board meeting. It's turned into something else. And it's just, I mean, I think the night I will never forget is Gracie the dog. And I think there were 50 of them all the same. And I just thought, what is happening here? This is like completely out of control. And so there's a reason that everybody dialed back across the state. I mean, some people could say, oh, well, you guys were the trendsetters that you didn't. No, I think what happened was that about the time it would happen, we had inexperienced leadership. And so it was like, you know, they maybe didn't know what it was like before, but to me, it just seems, it's just not effective.
I saw Trustee Wilkins and then Trustee Muhammad.
I agree that the current way is not effective. So if we want to come up with a way to change that, to make it better and make it so that everyone feels like they can still have equal access to make public comments to the board, then that's great. We can come up, I think we're a smart bunch. We can come up with a good way to fix this problem, but I don't think this is it.
I'm all ears to that suggestion. This is the best suggestion that we could come up with within the law. And so if you can come up with another suggestion, I'm all ears to that. But it's not as if we can say, we're only going to read that form email one time if 50 people send it in. We still have
can't
to
say that?
No.
Do that.
Okay, so this is the best suggestion we could figure within the law.
And I'm sorry, one other comment is just because all of the other districts have gone back to pre-COVID things is not a good reason to do it this way.
I knew that would be said. It was like, yeah, but we're different. Because I always hear we're so different, and the fact that we didn't, it must make us special. But if anything, we're looking foolish. Because anybody that watches these meetings, and I have people say this to me in the community, and I never want to say I've talked to people, because that always sounds so light. But they'll just be like, I can't believe you guys you do that write-in thing. And we've talked to people when we've been to statewide things.
Conferences.
As a matter of fact, when we had our, what was it, a retreat? And the woman running it who works with other districts just was like,
Why would you do that?
This is so strange. And I was like, yeah, it is. And she didn't get to hear 50 of them all the same. So I just think it just makes us look, it's just an inefficient way to run a meeting because the people that really have something to say that show up can't complete it. And I'll hear anybody's email. I mean, I'll listen to everybody's email. I'll meet with them. I'll talk to them on the phone. You got something to say to me, I know all of us respond. So it's not like you can't communicate with them.
Trustee Muhammad, you had it, hand up?
Yeah. So, yeah, my concern is how it's written right now is going to limit accessibility. And especially because pre-COVID, the meetings were a little bit more accessible in some ways where you can get a bus, to the area. Like, they were at the Marriott, Forsyth, Huron, A2 Steam, Westerman. I looked at pre-COVID meetings. So it wasn't in the middle of nowhere where it is here. So I'm really worried that we're going to end up losing, and I'm not saying writing comments is the way to go, but we're going to lose, again, hearing from marginalized communities, and especially those like single parents and, people who are working in the evening that just cannot show up in the meetings. And it is important for them not to just write to the board, but for them to feel that their comment is being heard publicly. I think that is very important. I was looking at Detroit Public Schools. They still have virtual public comment protocols. So there are still districts that are allowing virtual for people to be able during the allotted time to raise their hand. And again, we have to look at big schools, especially a school like ours is very diverse. We need to look at what big school districts are doing. So we need to be a little bit, we have to increase access, but I understand written comments are not always the way to go. Because you're right, having those, repeat comments, cut and paste are not helpful. But we do need to allow an accessible way so that someone who cannot come here because of any reason doesn't have to be able to, and I don't know the technology piece, to be able to call in or raise their hand or whatever it is. And I know that like other governing bodies here in the county do that. They do offer a call-in. So city council offers a call-in. They figured out their system. I guess they do comments. I don't know if I agree with this, but they do the first chunk related to agenda in the beginning, and then at the end they do the second half. They don't limit. They keep it to 3 minutes. A person, regardless of how many signed up, so you don't limit the time.
So what's your suggestion, trustee?
Well, we need another option.
Please propose one. I think President Feaster, in writing, please, to President Feaster so that the committee can review it.
So what I'm suggesting is that there's an alternate option, such as a virtual call-in for people to be able to, during the dedicated time, and not necessarily have that would substitute the write-in. Because I did think, I did think the write-in was, at least it was one method for accessibility. I don't know of any other, I'm trying to think of other governing bodies that do the write-in. I don't think anybody does locally. I think most of them have at least an accessible option like a phone-in or a virtual option for them to provide their public commentary.
Well, could you not make the same argument? I don't have a cell phone. I don't have cell phone minutes. Shouldn't have to spend my cell phone minutes to talk to you guys. I mean, could you not make that argument?
Than not giving them any
I don't know.
option.
I don't know.
Of course.
But please submit your suggestion in writing so that the committee can review it.
Thank you very much for the suggestion, Trustee Muhammad. Trustee Wilkes?
I was a little confused by the bus reference that Trustee Muhammad made. I'm not sure what that's all about.
What I think she's saying is that, as someone said in public commentary tonight, this location is not the most accessible location in the district. And what I think Trustee Muhammad is saying based on that is why she thinks we should have another option aside from just in-person commentary. If I misspoke, let me know.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah, thank you.
So do we actually have the option of moving our meetings occasionally?
It's expensive.
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay.
It's expensive.
All right. I just wanted to throw out an idea.
And if that's the suggestion that we do a meeting every quarter in a different location, we can consider that suggestion.
I don't think
but it's not going to be inexpensive.
It is. That's
so. Trustee Wilkerson?
the cost.
Trustee Mohammed, I just did want to add, there were discussions as part of the governance committee too about, potentially breaking, so many slots and time blocks at the beginning and then everything at the end. We're just like, we had a difficulty coming up with something that made sense given our meetings go till 12:30.
Yeah.
And how would we, make the public stay for that type of comment? To make that type of comment at 12:30 at night. So that, it was at least a consideration.
It was. And we could do that. But I'm not sure who would be here.
No. And honestly, if you had an alternate method, either phone, city council, I think the county commissioners do this, a phone or virtual, and I agree. I would not, I was just giving it as an option of what city council does. I don't agree with that method because our meetings go long. Because then people will have to stay up till midnight, till 1 a.m. to be able to finish their public commentary. But I do want to push if we can have an alternate method, and it does not have to be write-in.
Yeah. I just want to add on to that too. I think for me personally, obviously I think we want to hear from the community. We want to increase engagement. I don't think 16 seconds or 22 seconds or even 35 seconds tonight was really enough time to hear from the community. And one other consideration personally, when we get write-in comments, of course we can read them, but we can get an extremely long write-in comment that far exceeds the time that's awarded to those that are in person. And so when you think about equity and trying to be equal to all those people that are here to present too, that's another concern of mine personally.
Yeah, thank you. Trustee Basket.
Thank you, Trustee Wilkerson. I will also add the committee did talk about the phone issue possibility. We did talk, with our technicians of what could happen and did happen at some board meetings, not us specifically because we didn't have the phone issue, but there were some not so nice situations.
So open to any suggestion. So please send it our way and we'll discuss it before we come back. But I think we'll leave it there if there's nothing else.
This is obviously the board's discussion, but I would also add, as you all are considering how to proceed, the impact to staff and the physical structure that we have to be able to accommodate whatever changes are made, audio, visual, all those things. So those are certainly considerations that I would ask that you take into account also.
Moves us down to the consent agenda. Ms. Ozinski.
Approve minutes of the February 25th, 2025 study session and approve minutes of the February 26th, 2025 regular meeting.
Anyone like anything removed?
So move.
There's a motion.
Second.
Thank you. Moved by Trustee Wilkes, supported by Trustee Schmidt. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, please.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yes.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Motion carries.
That brings us down to number 8, item for agenda planning. Trustees, are there any items for agenda planning? Trustee Basket?
I know this is in the works, but I just want to put a reminder out there. Trustee Schmidt, I know you're trying to find dates, a Saturday, for our next professional development. So trustees, if you would please respond to whatever method she is using regarding a doodle poll or whatever, because we need to get that scheduled. As we know, we're all busy people. Again, I know it's in the works, but we need to get the superintendent's evaluation dates put into our calendars. And last but not least, I would like to schedule, again, a tour or some type of event so that we can get out as a group, whether it be a bonding experience or not. But, you know, our students have done some fantastic stuff, and I'd love for everyone to see that.
We could all go eat.
There you go. There you go.
All right.
I like that idea.
Trustee Wilkins.
A question. What's the purpose of the first one that you mentioned? If it's not
professional development,
it's the vice president's purview to run board professional development.
So my responsibility are twofold. One is I have to keep the superintendent of evaluation moving forward, and organize that. The other one is to try to set up professional development for us, retreats, whatever. And so from our last meeting, there was talk about us moving forward and trying to set goals. You know, and so
That's what I'm asking. Is this the goal setting thing or not necessarily?
yes, I think. You know, and that may be part of the email that comes to you. But we're trying to get a date. And I mean, I was asking around saying, okay, looks like April 12th might be it. But we'll send a doodle poll to try to see what people can do, because our last one, we didn't have everybody together. So I'm really hoping we can get everybody together this time.
Sure.
And I'll be in touch with everybody I'll meet with the superintendent. We sort of got stalled out on that, but because of other issues. So now we'll meet, and then we'll set up hopefully time for a closed session for all of us to meet with her.
Trustee Muhammad.
Yeah, that's what I was going to suggest. Maybe at our next meeting to have like board goals, and then also like thinking of more like strategic goals. Because I don't think we have those. I don't even think we've had time to even work on board goals or strategic goals. So something.
Well, if you remember, well, you weren't at the retreat.
No, not
the first retreat we had was about setting
time.
up.
We've got 2 minutes.
Yes.
Sorry.
But I got.
Yes, that's what that's my request.
Should we look at a potential closed session for the next meeting to discuss?
Yes, it's a good idea. Okay, thank you.
Okay, I motion that we add 10 minutes to the agenda.
Moved by Trustee Schmidt. Is there support? Support by Trustee Basket. Any discussion? Okay. Seeing none, Ms. Ozinski, I'm sorry.
Who moved that? I'm so sorry.
Moved by Schmidt, supported by Basket.
Thank you. Okay, here we go. Trustee Muhammad?
Yes.
President Feaster?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes?
Yes.
Trustee Basket?
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson?
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead. You suggested.
Yeah, just closed session related to the public groups, public commentary.
Designated groups, yeah.
Yep.
So how about next week at 6 again? We're going to
Well,
do
we
6.
have a bond committee of the whole at 6
Bond
p.m.
committee then.
So 5:30.
Is that going to be needed?
How much time do we need? Like 5:30? Get here at 5:30.
You won't.
It's got to be.
I mean, I know your work schedule on Wednesday, and I know my
Or
work
do we
schedule.
do we do it during the meeting?
Yeah, maybe. The executive committee can look at
I
it
think
and
maybe
figure it
during
out.
the meeting.
Could we just begin our meeting and then say now, and when we're going to dip out and do a quick closed session?
We could.
Is that what you mean? I got.
I think it's better to
You
put
have
it
to
on
do public commentary first.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, on the agenda, but right at the beginning.
So let's just put it on for 7.
So executive.
Wait, public commentary.
I was gonna say
For now,
No,
we'll just.
after public
has to be
commentary. It has to be after public commentary.
Close
That's
session.
fine. That's fine.
Makes
Whatever.
sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I'm fine either way.
I mean,
I'm sorry. What was
she's
the last
saying do
suggestion?
public comment, and then we'll dip
Board
out.
could vote to hold.
I
We
thought
could vote to hold a closed session at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Can we, but at least
Now.
let the public know,
Let's let the
like,
executive committee.
It
show
will
up
be-
at 7:30?
It will be on the agenda if we
It'll
decide
be
right
posted.
Can we do that?
Wait a minute, Amy's got.
now. Right now.
You can vote to hold a closed session at 7 p.m. and then the regular meeting would start at 7:30.
Right.
Yeah, I think
Oh,
that's
right,
what-
the people would
No,
come out.
closed session for 30 minutes is not going to work for us. Let's get real.
It's only one.
No, no,
What about 45 minutes?
no. Sometimes people don't even show up in time, and then you've got to deal. No,
We'll
that's
already
not
be
even
here
realistic.
because we have the bond committee thing
Will somebody
before
make a
that.
motion?
Yeah, we might go in. We might go into closed session a little early.
Well, you all can start without me. I already know what's in what's in that legal briefing.
45 minutes.
All right, so that's a motion to
I'll second.
start our meeting.
Yeah, so move.
Thank you.
And
What's
then
the motion
start the
again?
whole-
I move that we
Have a closed session
have our
at
closed
7.
session at 7 o'clock for 45 minutes.
Thank you.
And I'll second.
That's moved by Trustee Wilkes, supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any
start-
discussion?
Regular meeting.
At 7.
45.
Yeah.
Yep,
45, kind of an odd.
Yep.
time to start.
Yeah, it can't go to happen, but it's a
Okay.
good try.
If there's no discussion, then we are ready for the
not
roll
gonna
call,
work.
Ms. Osinski.
Wilkerson.
That'll include you.
Moved by Wilkes, second by Wilkerson, hold a closed session at 7 p.m. on March 19th for 45 minutes, starting regular meeting at 7:45.
Thank you, yes.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think that. Okay.
Okay. We good?
Yes,
All right.
ma'am.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Wait a minute. Don't we have a discussion?
Yes,
sorry.
what's any discussion?
Yeah, I mean, given what we heard from the bond team, Ms. Corona, that's going to be a
there's
full meeting at 6. So I don't think that's possible to do it at 7, but hey, I'll support you, but I'm just putting out realistic expectations.
And are you potentially suggesting maybe we do 7 to 8 because that, to allow more time for the closed session because that first meeting might run over, or what are you thinking?
Yeah, I mean, I'm thinking
there's so
actually
much.
that it's going to be, if not a full hour, over an hour
Or
to
we
go
not-
through all those bids.
Oh,
But,
we've done enough bond committee meetings to know this.
I mean,
So
there's a lot.
might I make a friendly amendment? Who made the amendment, or who made the
I made the
motion?
motion.
Sorry.
Yep.
That we just change that to 8 of, yes?
Well, I was going to say, can we leave it open and say you move to have a closed session, say 7:30, and not put the limit on how long the closed session is?
Well,
Just a thought.
we have to post the regular meeting
Yeah.
time.
Right.
And what about holding a bond committee at
Should we just
5:30?
say 7 to 8?
Ms. Osinski just
you can.
suggested, what about starting the bond committee of the whole at 5:30?
We've tried that. I mean, when we did the Google poll, but
I mean,
schedules change.
Well, what's everybody thinking, 5:30? How's that float with everyone? 5:30?
Next Wednesday?
5:30?
I have to look.
Going once? Going
I
twice?
mean, if most of us make it, it's fine.
Okay, I mean, because that's not something we have to
Everyone
have
doesn't have
everybody
to be
there.
here, right.
Okay, so friendly amendment, how about we incorporate in that motion that we start the bond committee at 5:30, we go until 7, and at 7, we have a closed session, and that goes until 8,
I don't think we're.
We need
when our
more.
regular meeting starts at 8.
7:45.
Yeah, I would say 7. Do we
No,
really
do
need this
8.
much time?
Oh, no, you know what?
Yeah.
7:45, since we're starting early with the bond committee. I like that. Okay,
7:45
so
should work.
5:30
7.
to
Just getting it
7
from
is
one
bond
side.
committee,
7:45.
and then 7 is the closed session to 7:45. 7:45 is the regular meeting.
That's a friendly amendment.
Friendly amendment. Did you like that?
Oh, I love it.
Okay.
Thanks. All right.
It ain't realistic, but I'll
Are you still
support it.
seconding
Yes,
that?
I'll
Okay.
resecond that.
The friendly amendment's been added. It's been accepted by Trustee Wilkes. It's still supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any additional discussion? Seeing none. Ms. Osinski, please.
President Feaster.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkins.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkes.
Yes.
Trustee Basket.
Yes.
Trustee Wilkerson.
Yes.
Trustee Schmidt.
Yes.
Ain't
Trustee
realistic.
Muhammad.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay.
Thank you. Any other item for agenda planning, trustees? Seeing none. That brings us down to number 9, item from the board. Is there anything trustees would like to share? Oh, trustee.
Hey, two quick things. I did want to say we have amazing student artwork up at the WCC. There's a student showcase exhibit going on. I was able to tour that. There was a kickoff on February 28th. Amazing pieces by students of all ages across our district. I think there's 47 different pieces out there. And then I also wanted to bring the board's attention to the 51st Annual Dance for Mother Earth Powwow, being hosted by students at U of M, and that's going to be hosted at Skyline High School on March 22nd and 23rd. It's a Saturday and Sunday. Lots of festivities to come out, learn about Native culture, see traditional dancing, food, and vendors as well.
What time?
It's not quite posted yet, but typically it starts around noon.
Okay.
Then they call it a grand entry. That's like a big event for people to kick off with dancers and drummers. That would happen again at 6 p.m. on Saturday, and then on Sunday, I believe it starts around noon as well.
Is that indoor or outdoor?
Indoor.
Okay.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay. Cool. Okay. Trustee Wilk.
Yeah, I just wanted to congratulate all of the amazing orchestras, Ann Arbor Public School orchestras. Trustee Wilkins and I were at orchestra night. The orchestras were outstanding. It was just unbelievable. I mean, as usual, they're always great, but a really special evening, and just, again, makes you proud to be a part of this school district.
Yes, it does. Anything else, trustees? Trustee Wilkins.
I want to second that on orchestra night. It was amazing. And there will be, I know it's going to be aired on CTN, and there might be clips on YouTube eventually or something like that. So check it out. It's great stuff. I also wanted to point out the Ann Arbor PTO Council's fundraiser has kicked off. So this is the one that they've done for the last 2 years now, that's specifically raising money for Title I school PTOs. And if you go to GoFundMe and type in Ann Arbor PTO or PTO Council, it'll come up. But this is, they say it's they call it the 20 for 30. So if everyone gave $20, their goal is $30,000 to be raised. And then the PTO Thrift Shop has already agreed to match whatever is raised, which they've done the last 2 years as well. So spread the word, please.
All right. Thank you, trustees. If there's nothing else, is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. Oh, I'm sorry.
It was moved to adjourn by Trustee Basket. It was supported by Trustee Wilkerson. Any discussion? Saying none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. Motion carries. We are adjourned at 12:38 a.m.